Very good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and all the dignitaries present here for Second International Procurement Conference 2022. This conference is organized by Institute of Supply and Management India and Public Procurement Professional Association of India with support from the World Bank. I'm really privileged to have the pleasant task of welcoming the distinguished gathering for the conference. As a moderator, I, Payal Madan, along with my other team members, would like to welcome you all. So today's will focus on transforming procurement into value-based function and green procurement. And before we begin, just a little housekeeping for you all. As a moderator, I will be monitoring the time. I will also be monitoring the QA and chats. If you have any questions for the presentation, please type it in the chat window. I will help convey the questions to the presenter. General comments and reflection on the presentation can also be typed in the chat. Session, handouts, related materials, and resources we will share with you all after the conference. Now let's get started. It's my pleasure to introduce Mr. Krishnan Batra, President and CEO of ISM-INDIA. I will do a brief introduction and then the floor will be, given to him. Mr. Krishnan Batra has a diverse and global experience of 4 decades in the field of technology and supply management. He enjoys engaging people in sustainable, transform, and inspiring business excellence. He has last assignment with UN organization as a chairperson of supply chain. He was instrumental in re-engineering business process and implementation of ERP worldwide. He started his career with Tata Group after completing his MTech from IIT Delhi. Later, he completed MBA from Syracuse University in USA. Mr. Batra has worked in Switzerland, Denmark, and USA in different capacity. He's a founder of United Nations Standard Codes and Services, which is global standard of coding goods and services. He has worked in many organizations to optimize supply chain and build their professional capacity. Now, I pass you over to Mr. Krishnan Batra to begin. Mr. Krishnan Batra, the floor is yours.
Good morning, Payal, and many thanks for your kind words. So let me start welcoming, firstly, good morning, everyone. On behalf of ISM India and PPPI, I'm very delighted to welcome you all, to all the participants to this conference on future-proofing procurement. In short, I would say when I say future-proofing, I'm talking of a core strategy to make procurement a competitive function and remain sustainable in the years to come. As you know, we hear a lot of disruption all the time. My special thanks to all the speakers from various parts of the world who have sparing their time, valuable time to be with us. So, and they'll be sharing all the insights, what they have in these 2 areas around. And I'm also honored, I would say, to have Mr. Vinay Sharma, who is basically the founder for PPPI, if I had to say. He has been, he has a very diverse experience. I'll be explaining a little further later. But he is the man who is behind this when I talk of PPI. So without that, PPI would have been incomplete. Now, this conference is being organized to celebrate the 2nd anniversary, I would say, of PPPI, which was set up on 24 September 2020. And the players who are behind it, the stakeholders, the World Bank is one, as I said to you. Mr. Vinay Sharma was a key person. Then ADB, Asian Development Bank, NDB, AIB, ITC Geneva, which is a part of the UN organization. So these organizations played a very active role in launching this Public Procurement Professional Association of India. And this is the first one in India. And so far, we have around in 2 years, we have around 6,000 members. And we have got a wide range of activity under PPI. So with this now, let me switch over to the next thing is introducing saying a few words about PPI before I introduce Mr. Vinay Sharma. What is PPI? The PPI is basically, as explained to you, is the first public association of public procurement. It aims at developing, supporting, and promoting the public procurement professionals. On the private sector, we have many. Like if I see around ISM-INDIA, SIPs, all those you know very well. ISM-INDIA is the oldest one, set up in 1915. So they cover both public and private sector, but PPI is purely focusing on public sector. The vision I've given around the mission of this one is our mission is to develop, support, and promote public procurement professionals. Let me introduce Mr. Vinay Sharma, who is going to be our keynote speaker for today's. Mr. Vinay Sharma has 30 years of experience at the senior leadership position in all the areas around policy formations, project managements around developing strategic alliances, implementing reforms in public procurement. The key reform, if I look around from my dealing with the World Bank for so many years, was Procurement Framework 2016. In the past, we all have seen public procurement was only Green Book and the Red Book. One size for all. But I think the credit goes to Mr. Vinay Sharma for launching it and pushing it up in different countries around. It ensures flexibility in public procurement. So public procurement, when we talk of movement from tactical to reactive functions to strategic function, I think that's the key thing around. So he has been with us for the global director of the World Bank, based in, again, Washington, for the last 7 years. And before that, for 14 years, he worked with the World Bank, African Development Bank, as a director, again, of procurement and other activities around. He dealt with procurement, he dealt with financial management and anti-corruption activities in those AFB. So he has been at a very senior positions in all these areas around and brought many changes as well. So before that also, I will not miss it because he was the head of operation and management in Delhi Metro. If I talk of the metro's activities in India, Delhi Metro ranks the number one. And he has been instrumental in that as a head of operations. So with this, again, I want to thank Mr. Vinay Sharma for joining us. Mr. Vinay Sharma is going to talk about his keynote address. Is going to be on value-based procurement. So with this, I give the floor to Mr. Vinay Sharma. Please, Mr. Vinay Sharma.
Thank you, Mr. Batra. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Allow me to thank the ISM-INDIA and the Public Procurement Professionals Association of India for organizing this, and to Mr. Krishan Batra particularly for playing such an important role in professionalizing the public procurement function in India. I have known Mr. Batra now for 15 years, and I've always been impressed with his energy, with his drive, and his commitment to the profession. I am overwhelmed and I am privileged that I have been asked to speak on a subject that is very dear to my heart today. While the topic of the conference is decidedly vast, I am going to confine myself to public procurement and whether a paradigm shift is necessary in the way we look at public procurement across the world. I seek your indulgence. So can I have the next slide, please? Can I have the presentation, please? Yes. So the title of my presentation is basically whether we can reimagine public procurement and strengthen it to make it more people-centered and sustainable. So the way we are going to talk about today's presentation is to divide it into three broad parts. So initially, I'm going to talk a little bit about the global landscape and the challenges that the world is seeing today. And then we are going to examine whether public procurement can be a true part of the solution. Finally, I'm also going to talk a little bit about a global coalition which is being spearheaded by the World Bank that is attempting to build a global coalition to make public procurement a part of the solution as we speak. Can we have the next slide, please? So can we have the next slide, please? Yeah. Now, public procurement is big business. By all accounts, public procurement is over $12 trillion some say over $13 trillion. And while it varies from country to country, it is reasonably, in almost all areas, it's reasonably between 10 to 20% of the GDP in most countries. Of every $7 that is spent on economic activities, $1 is being spent on public procurement. In many countries, it's the largest economic activity of the state. In some cases, it is even higher than the taxes collected. It's sometimes higher than the salaries that are being paid, the wage bill of the countries, and therefore it is big business. But it is incredibly complex also. It is multi-layered, multi-dimensional, and it is prone to a lot of wastages. As a matter of fact, of the foreign bribery cases that were registered in OECD in a 10-year period, over half of them related to procurement. So we know that public procurement has, while it's a tremendous economic tool, it also has its own challenges. Can we go to the next slide, please? Now, infrastructure spending, for example, and I'm just taking this as an example, this would apply to the soft sectors, it would apply to social sectors, to other sectors as well. But there was a study that found that a lot of waste takes place across the world, even in developing countries that have, the checks and balances, the standards, the institutions that are in place. Even there, they found that 15% of the total spend on infrastructure was wasted either because of bureaucratic inefficiencies or because of active corruption. And this number actually went up to more than 50%, almost 53% for low-income countries, with about one-third for the emerging economies. Almost one-third of this expenditure is being lost either to wastage, inefficiencies in bureaucratic processes, or sometimes to active corruption. So we can imagine the potential there is to have public procurement play a very important role in the development agenda. Can we have the next slide, please? Now, we know that the trust in the governments is coming down. We know that the governments have been asked to, they have already taxed a lot of countries have reached the optimum level of taxation. They cannot really tax more. At the same time, so the fiscal space is shrinking. The amount of money that is collected through taxes and the amount of money that they have to spend on welfare schemes, on infrastructure, and so on, is enormous. So there is clearly a shrinking fiscal space. Now, public procurement, with its enormous volumes, cannot be immune to this. It needs to step up for greater efficiency and effectiveness. And this is the term. Effectiveness is the term that we are going to be seeing. We are going to be hearing a little more during the presentation that I'll be making. We see three visible trends. I mean, and these trends are they have been visible for many years now. First, there is a focus on value for money, and we are going to be coming to what we mean by value for money in public procurement. There is now also an increased focus on mainstreaming of collateral procurement policy objectives, collateral which are transversal, which go beyond the normal transactional benefits. And then third, the significant use of technology for better service delivery. And we are going to examine each one of them in some detail in the coming slides. Can we have the next slide, please? Now, McKinsey actually came out in 2018 with what I thought was a very readable and an extremely important report. They tried to find which sector has potentials for procurement savings. And through evidence-based research, through rigorous modeling, they found that the public sector had almost 28% potential. I mean, on the total volume of public procurement, there was a potential of 28% savings. The saving potential was almost 28%, far higher than the other sectors. And they felt that if the best practices are created, then these well-established practices can help save billions, hundreds of billions, trillions of dollars without affecting services. So it's not because that the services are going to be impacted. And this is important, 28%. Please remember this, ladies and gentlemen. This seems to sort of agree with the other figure that was established by OECD and independently by the UN as well, that between 10% to 25% of the total public procurement spend is lost on active wastage, which is corruption, and almost an equal number is lost on inefficiencies. So we are really talking about an enormous amount of money that is there for the asking. Can we have the next slide, please? So McKinsey calls it the 3.5 trillion productivity opportunity. So this is the opportunity that we are losing. And if you see the optimization of public procurement, the x-axis is the disruptive effect on economic recovery, and the y-axis is the time for impact. And the third quadrant, which is of course the most important quadrant, is where the optimization of procurement lies. So the potential for savings is $3.5 trillion, and that, ladies and gentlemen, is equivalent to the cumulative public fiscal gap, which was projected by the IMF for the world in 2021. Can we have the next slide, please? Now, what are the most critical ways public procurement can promote economic growth and development effectiveness? So, and this is, I think, where we need to reimagine our views on public procurement. So we need to understand value for money, and value for money is actually a conceptual construct. It is, generally said that value for money is trying to use, trying to quantify things that have traditionally not been quantified earlier: the operations and maintenance cost, the costs that are during the life cycle of the project, and so on. And in some cases, also trying to quantify things that are not easily quantifiable: the social benefits, for example, the environmental the environmental benefits, and so on. We have to remember, however, that the value for money is not a constant, that it has to depend on the national context. It has to be driven by the national context. So if there is a country that has, for example, issues of joblessness, then any procurement that is going to help create jobs there is going to bring value. A country that has climate change as an important part of or is being affected by climate change will have environmental considerations as an important part of the value. And therefore, value for money is actually defined in terms of 4 critical dimensions. And these are economy, efficiency, and effectiveness. These 3 dimensions have been used to define value for money for a very long time. A 4th dimension, which is equity, which is fairness, which is transparency, and all that, which straddles all these 3, economy, efficiency, and effectivity, has also, most of the countries, most of the organizations have started accepting this also as a 4th critical dimension. As I said, for a country's procurement system to be effective, it has to be driven by its own national regulatory and its own national aspirations. And the economy, efficiency, and effectiveness have to be calibrated relative to the country's own balance and focus on these essential elements. So let us try and understand this a little more. Can we go to the next slide, please? Now, as you know, when we talked about the value for money, and we said economy, efficiency, and effectiveness. Now, economy and efficiency is something that we have been doing for a very long time. Okay, economy is the use of resources, is the optimal use of resources to define a particular output. Efficiency is using getting the maximum out of those resources. So economy and efficiency are essentially transaction related. These are essentially internal or intrinsic components of any procurement activity. What we are now moving towards is effectiveness. Effectiveness talks about externalities, things that are not intrinsically a part of the procurement agenda, and that is why it's of so critical importance to the public sector, because externalities are important for society. They can be positive externalities, they could be negative externalities. You could have a procurement that ultimately leads to destruction of the climate. You could have a procurement that could lead to creation of better jobs or better society or fairer wages or greater equity or reduced inequality and so on. And therefore, the effectiveness is an external positive or negative uh, externalities, and that has socioeconomic or environmental focus. Now, for many of us who have been, in the business of development, we try to look at things using the results framework, which is, any activity has to have an input which goes towards an output, and then the outcome, results, and impact. In that respect, economy is an input, efficiency is an output, but effectiveness is what is outcome, results, and impact, and it's incredibly difficult to measure. It is incredibly difficult to work on this. But this is, if we want to have a seat on the table of development debates, then we'll have to be thinking about how effectiveness can become the critical part of our discussions. Can we have the next slide, please? Now, this is trying to say the same thing schematically. In the interest of time, because I see that that I have that I need to finish in the next 7 or 8 minutes. Let me skip this and go to the next slide. Now, by this time, I am sure you would have got the drift. Effectiveness is at the heart of social value. If public procurement can provide at least a part of a solution to the problems of today, to joblessness in a country where joblessness is an issue, or to reduce carbon footprint in a country where climate change is an issue, or provide a more equitable distribution of wealth in a country where inequality is a big issue, that is certainly going to help the development agenda. The problem is that while the solutions appear to be relatively straightforward, and we have been hearing about those solutions for a very long time, provide for preferences, provide for set-asides, provide for reservations, and so on and so forth. It is, these are the easy ways of doing this. The more difficult way is to objectively measure impact. This would require calculating the externalities with a degree of accuracy, differentiating between causation and correlation, whether some output is happening because of something, or this output is happening because it is moving in the same direction. So differentiating between causation and correlation, and developing models that would measure these with sufficient accuracy and that are going to ultimately provide credibility to the work that we are doing. Also, we have to understand that for all of this to happen within the confines of the commitments of the country, because we have to work within boundaries, and those boundaries are the legal framework or the international treaties that the country might have signed, trade treaties, for example, WTO treaties, and so on. So while all of this is important, we have to recognize our boundaries as well. Can we have the next slide, please? Now, this is, while I was talking about effectiveness and all that, please don't get me wrong. It's not that I do not believe that efficiency, transactional efficiency, and all that are not important. We know that transactional efficiencies are important. Technology is a big boon to businesses as it is to the governments today. And I am happy that more and more countries are embracing, electronic government procurement. And while it is increasing rapidly, it is also having a huge positive impact in the amount of information that we are getting. So technology allows for, wider, better transparency, better accountability, for example. And if the procurement system can be connected to the other systems of the countries, the tax systems, for example, the company registers, for example, beneficial ownership information, etc., it can provide us with the amount of information that would help us rework policy changes that are certainly needed in this area. Can we go to the next slide, please? Yes. Now, at the beginning of the presentation, you would have heard me talk about a global coalition that the World Bank is trying to build up. Now, So this coalition will try and hopefully try and answer some of the very difficult questions that I have posed. As a part of this work, the World Bank commissioned a study which was led by the World Bank itself, but it involved three thought leaders in public procurement, and they worked for many months before they came out with the report. The report is available on the website of the World Bank, and the recommendations by the report include those mentioned in this slide. The limitation of time would not allow me to delve into each of them in any detail, but I would urge all of you to read the report. It's a summary report. The main report is not yet out, but the summary report itself is not a very long report, but it's a report which is very rich in its content. The detailed report also hopefully will be out sometime later this year. Can we go to the next slide, please? Now, this brings me to the central question that I posed at the beginning of the presentation, and that is, we have two choices. Okay, we have a choice which is that we continue doing the same with incremental changes in the way we have been functioning. Better transactional efficiencies, time efficiencies, better methods, greater transparency, and so on. So what many would like to say is using the same wine, but perhaps a different bottle. Or we have a choice of a meaningful change while redefining the paradigm itself. So I must say that the first model has actually worked so far quite well, and it has achieved a level of maturity and stability. And the donors are fairly happy with this. But this skirts a fundamental question about the asymmetry between the expectations and the aspirations of the donors and the beneficiaries themselves. So the change in the paradigm where efficiency improvements are necessary, but the drivers of policy change are the countries or the communities or the states' own policy framework and its own aspirations. It has, and these have to have a broad consensus. I mean, you cannot have an aspiration which is not owned by the country. In this model, which is decidedly far more complex, far more difficult, it is difficult to conceptualize, to implement, to run, to monitor. The effectiveness and equity become the overriding drivers of public procurement. Can we go to the next slide, please? Now, this will also lead to a slightly different delivery model. I mean, I think that the basic is the same. Yes, yeah, I will talk about the economy and efficiency a little later. I just saw that. But so the model here we are talking about the evidence which is to initiate reform. I mean, so we are right now saying that the reforms have to be initiated through evidence. Okay, where meaningful and deep diagnostics. I mean, we are really not talking only about the diagnostics for the economy and the efficiency part, which is the transactional part, is important. The institutional framework, the legislative framework, the capacity, how the separation of responsibilities, all of that is important. But we are really talking about diagnostics, which goes beyond this. The political economy of the country, for example. And the implementation will need to be constantly monitored. So once you have done the diagnostics, you can identify areas where reforms are necessary, use these to do the implementation, and then the implementation has to be done, and the global standards and evidence are thus created, and so on. Ladies and gentlemen, I see that I have just reached the end of my presentation. I'll just seek your indulgence for a couple of minutes more. So can we go to the next slide, please? What this could achieve, of course, would be sustainable benefits apart from the fiscal savings. We are talking about fiscal savings, which are essentially driven by economy and efficiency. There would also be contribution towards the equitable economic growth. Better job opportunities, expansion of the supply market. We can have environmental sustainability, and finally the development outcomes. Through better procurement planning and quality being important issues, and as I said, moving towards a paradigm that takes the national aspirations at the center of the procurement agenda. Can we go to the next slide, please? Now, we have covered this slide a little bit in the past, so in the interest of time, I'd move on because this is it's there. So yeah, so let us. So what is it that we are trying to achieve through this model? A seat on the table for procurement to be seen as a genuine tool for development. Procurement that contributes in a meaningful way to the challenges of today. Procurement that helps in creating jobs, equity, environmental sustainability, a better, fairer society. The list is endless. Can we go to the next slide, please? So now we have mentioned this in passing, but I think this deserves a slightly more detailed treatment. Greater use of technology has made available vast source of credible data, and we mentioned this in the past. Is it possible to marry this with the data received from other sources as well through a much more rigorous analysis, taxes, and beneficial ownership information? The model that is being used at the World Bank is to generate information from data. So the data is inert. So the data is used to generate information. The information is used to generate evidence, and then the evidence is used to generate capacity. And the capacity here is much beyond what we sort of typically look at capacity. Here we are talking about capacity that ultimately helps in development of the country's own agenda itself. The supply capacity, the capacity of the industry itself. The capacity to make changes in policies that are more in keeping with the aspirations, with the needs of the countries, and so on. Can we go to the next slide, please? So this brings us to the coalition, which we call the Global Procurement Partnership. The Global Procurement Partnership, you could use it a different name. Now, this is this for procurement to play a more meaningful role in the development debates. We have to work together. All of us have to work together. And what does it mean? It includes all of us. It includes the MTBs, it includes the bilaterals, it includes the UN agencies, it includes all other donors, it includes the academics, the researchers, the policy enthusiasts, the monitoring and evaluation experts, the CSOs, the foundations, and the countries themselves. I mean, we have to bring in, if we want to build standards that can be used across the world, then we have to work together. A global coalition is therefore an imperative. This alone will help us identify the areas where interventions are needed and allow us to be self-critical, to pat ourselves on the back when we succeed, and to brace ourselves when we encounter challenges and failures. A global procurement partnership is a need of the hour. Can we go to the next slide, please? In the next slide, please. Yeah, I'm sorry. So in my discussions with many of you, I have found huge support for this idea. It is now time that we bring this to reality now. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your time and thank you for your patience.
Thank you, Mr. Avanish Sharma. Your thought-provoking address set a perfect platform for our speakers to deliver their sessions today. We have received a couple of questions. You may like to answer. The first one is how the role of public procurement professional is different from supply chain professional.
Okay, so this is the difference sometimes is more theoretical than practical. Yeah, supply chain is by and large it encompasses things that go beyond procurement, beyond traditional procurement, which is purchasing, which includes the logistics, the supplies, the warehousing, and so on and so forth. It applies. I mean, it applies to all parts of procurement, but it is particularly used in the normal revenue kind of procurement. And it is a great deal of work, a very rigorous models have been done, have been produced in the supply chain industry. Public procurement, in this particular case, we are talking about not only procurement for the normal operations needs of the country, but also for large capital projects, which are in many countries they are in volume even bigger than those. We are really talking about an agenda which is policy driven, and where frankly a lot of work needs to be done. Supply chain, I think, has achieved a certain amount of maturity.
Thank you, sir. Second question for you is, can you please help in differentiating between economy and efficiency?
Yeah, so economy is actually an input function. So economy, what it means is, in the most traditional sense, it is using the least resources for a given output. Okay, so for example, if something can be done using X amount, then X plus delta amount, delta X is not really be very economic. And it could be in terms of time, it could be in terms of money, it could be in terms of raw materials and all that. Efficiency is on the other side, that you already have resources and you are trying to see what is the maximum that you can get out of those resources. Okay, so in some ways they are of course related. So efficiency is getting the maximum out of resources, and economy is trying to use the minimum amount of resources in the most traditional sense. Of course, the way we look at it is much wider than this.
Sir, I would like to take the third question. How are you ensuring value addition in World Bank and its branches?
This is, of course, I think it's for any organization, this is something which is always a work in progress. I mean, we have, I would like to believe we have some of the best professionals in the world in the procurement department. They're working in the and there is this constant interaction that takes place through technical seminars and so on and so forth. They are working with the other MDBs, and so the value addition within the World Bank is important. But I think what is even more important is the value addition that the World Bank brings to the countries, and that I think is something that is being done through these amazing 230 professionals, and working with the other MDBs, with the other donors, bilaterals, UN agencies, and so on, to essentially trying and understand these kind of questions that I just posed.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for sparing time for this workshop.
Thank you very much, Payal, and thank you for all the organizers. I'm sorry that I actually exceeded my time, but I thought that this was the right platform for this the presentation. Thank you again.
But it was
for
pleasure
listening.
listening to you. Thank you, sir. Now we move to the next session. The term paradigm shift, a major change to be effective and efficient. Procurement is no more an exception. There is an urgent need to change the paradigm by transforming procurement from reactive mode to proactive function. To know more about paradigm shift in procurement, we would like to invite Mr. Krishna Batra. Sir, let's have a pleasure of listening to you. Over to you now.
Okay, at the beginning, I want to thank again Mr. Vinay Sharma for setting the tone for today's workshop. Now, the topic which I'm going to cover around is the paradigm shift in procurement. When I say paradigm, the word, it means a revolutionary change. If you look at the history of procurement, which dates back to 1862, when the procurement was called as a material man. If you look at the book, there's a book written by someone, and they used to call procurement as a material man. To me, procurement was an occupation, not a profession in those days. Then came the World War I, importance of procurement grew up. Then came World War II, the profession was growing and becoming from occupation to became a profession. So what I will try to cover around is a paradigm shift, which I have seen in my life 2 times. The major shift. One, moving from reactive function to strategic function. Other one, now we're talking of digital transformation after the COVID-19. So I'll try to cover both the scenarios. So when you can see the paradigm shift, I tried to show you in a very pictorial form. You can see the pictorial on the paradigm shift in procurement. The good old days, procurement was all about negotiation, nothing else. There was not much technical skill on that side around on the product. The focus was all getting the lowest price, haggling the price, getting the lowest price. But over the years, what I have seen around is the change to strategic sourcing. So sourcing is not very purely reactive, get three quotation, lowest price, and then negotiate. The concept came of strategic sourcing. When we talk about strategic sourcing, the concept of TCO came around. I'm very proud to say the World Bank has also included in their guidelines total cost of ownership. And the other one was the life cycle costing when we're buying capital items around. So to do all that thing, we were expecting it's no more an occupation, it's a profession. So profession means the people are well qualified, they have the competency as well. So the change is happening, the major change, revolutionary change, that's what we call paradigm shift. To a lot extent, I could attribute all this to technology as well. So let me move to the next then. So traditionally, if you look around the procurement chain, it goes from identifying need, writing specs, selecting the methods, doing solicitation document, shortlisting, this, that. It's a very labor intensive. It's set like a unique straight line path. Do this, do this, do that. Whether it is achieving the right results or not is a second question. So that used to be the traditional model of what we call as traditional procurement or tactical procurement. And if I have to summarize the whole traditional procurement, 80% of our time was all going into tactical thing. Very small percentage of time was going strategy. We had done the survey recently before starting with this workshop around. So we got around 100 replies. So I could see around still 80% of the people are spending time on tactical activities, follow-up, firefighting, and only 20% on strategic things around. This is where you can see the procurement is still a firefighting department. At the end of the day, when you want to go home, you get a call, what happened to this? Then you're calling the suppliers. But all the time under the rush, 75% of procurement manager time is spent on fighting fires. So it is, and when you're doing so much of firefighting, the value addition becomes very low. So saving is all only about the negotiation. Now, future is now. The COVID has changed everything. That's a business mantra now. The reality, however, is the pandemic has sped up the change. Change were already in the pipeline. I've been dealing with, since 10 years I've been in India, I've dealt with around more than 100 companies. Everybody was having in the pipeline to make changes. But now because of COVID-19, this process has triggered faster. The future is now new technologies and new processes around. The profile of the procurement, if I say post-COVID-19, one good thing has happened with procurement. It is on the spotlight. So during COVID-19 time, we have seen the procurement and supply chain. Both have become very visible profession. Anytime you find any problem in the newspaper, you find, oh, supply chain is disrupted. It might be disrupted on the way with Suez Canal around. It might be disrupted that the parts are not available around. And then the cost of transportation also was going up. In the past, when we look around procurement, if I see from 1970s till now, procurement was basically a cost cutter. Anybody who could do better negotiation, they'll say this guy is a good procurement guy. But now the skill sets are changing. Now it's crucial for survival of many organizations to see the true value. And I'm very happy when Mr. Vinay Sharma was touching on the value part. Value is not just the price. Value is much more. If I get innovative products, cut down the cost of consumption of electricity, cut down the consumption of water, that also adds value. I'm giving less disruption to the environments. I'm helping in the business climate. Is also adding value. So value concept has become much wider. So shift is when we say around to reinforce as a strategic partner. In the good old days, if you're working any department around in procurement in any company, they will treat as a support function. The department will say, it is my budget, you just go and buy it. But now, We are reinforcing the concept of value, and we are becoming a strategic partner. The moment strategic partner you become, your profile also goes up. Your importance of the function goes up. The lesson what we learned from COVID-19, first thing is communication, and second is collaborate. Collaborative not only with the stakeholders in-house and stakeholders outside also, with supplier as well. The next thing which has come around is agility. At the end of the day, you have to take care of your customer. So how do I ensure the agility part? When I remember my time when I was going to the business school in the US, focus was all the time lean. But the question is lean good enough in a situation like this? Should I have more inventories around so that my customer I don't lose the customer around? So the now focus is coming on lean and agility. So agility is also becoming important. If I say in one way agility means I should have more inventory, but then the cost shows also. So one has to find a good balance. Extended supply chain beyond one. I've seen in my time also, if I go even 2 years back, everybody was only saying, guys, I placed an order with X company, end of it. That's tier one. But tier one is depending for 80% of their item on tier two. Tier two is depending on tier three. So tier one is not alone. You need a transparency beyond tier one. You need to aggressively vet your suppliers around. Today, when you select the supplier is the best supplier on financial capability, technical capability, best, good. But then you find after 1 year, the company has become bankrupt. And your list still they appear. So we need to know your supplier, KYS. And we need a leadership who can change quickly. Not looking around, guys, let it happen, then we'll take action on it. It's too late. We need to be resilient. So be able to withstand all the disruption. Disruptions were very rare when I see 2-3 years back. I know in 2008 when the recession came, it was there, but now it has become a regular things around. Disruptions are common. It could be because of geopolitical issues around, it could be some war around, it could be some like COVID-19 issues around. So there are many. And don't expect that this will be over. So that means we have to be resilient to manage such type of upcoming disruptions. Flexible sourcing. I'm doing a sourcing. I planned something. And then suddenly I find in a week's time, I have made a plan and the place where I got the order is flooded now. My demand has gone down. So I had to be flexible partner. The end of era of disruption, if I want to summarize, the word I'm sure you all very conversant with VUCA. It's a Cold War time. VUCA was very clear, and it goes on till now. We say volatility. The word is very volatile. Demand may change up and down. Uncertainty. Today you need something, suddenly some new product comes up and you're out. Complexity of the market. Market intelligence is required around. Absence of clarity is there around. So now we are switching over to the new word which we are coming around in the last 1 year, 2 years. It's called Bani, moving towards chaos. So you're replacing a VUCA of 2020. The Bani means is basically we're saying the product cycle is very short. Product life is very short. Look at even iPhone comes around, iPhone 13, 14, every 6 months the model changes. When I look for my time when I grew up in the college time, model will never change. Anxious. We are anxious. What will happen? What could happen next? So you can't rest on your laurels. Oh, I did a great job. All the management ideas are changing around. Earlier we were saying, okay, very linear path. If I do this, this will be the impact. If I do, this will be the impact, the cause and effect. But now it is not necessary. Incomprehensive. So this is the way the word is changing around. So procurement is no exception. Because we should not forget, procurement is a major chunk of the business. It's a core of the business. You talk of any manufacturing in the private sector, 70% of the sales revenue is because of procurement. And if you're working in a company like Apple or something, it could be easily 80% or 90%. Or if you're working in a pharma company, around 40 to 50%. Service sector, around 40%. Public sectors, government, as you heard already from Mr. Vinay Sharma, that this is around 25% of the GDP procurement. So nothing is right and nothing is forever. That's a message which is coming around. So we have to get over this top around. So now this is how we have to get over the past. Some people are still hoping that, okay, guys, the past will come back. The past is not going to come back. We have to go to the new normal. That's what we're calling as future. The first paradigm shift, if I talk around from my time, it was in 1983. Peter Krasik model, I'm sure the people who are in the procurement and supply chain business, they're all well conversant. He used the word procurement must become supply management. As I said to you in the good old days in 1860, we call materials man, occupation. Then came word purchasing, a buying, a buyer, purchaser, procurement guy. And now the terms is changing to supply manager. So when I say somebody is a supply manager, mean the function is much more strategic. So the Krasik, what he came around, guys, when you divide 2x2 matrix, he said the risk factor has to be there. Risk could be because of complexity. Risk could be because of number of supply sources are less, and the spend. So based on the spend and the risk, he divided the spend into 2x2 matrix. I was based that time in Denmark, and we got the software from Australian government, and we used it very effectively. I could segregate my all spend into 4 boxes. Then based on the box, I could say, this is the methodology. Here I will bring catalog. Here I'll do my e-negotiation. Here I will do competition. Here I'll do relationship. So different methodologies came around. So procurement became a real profession, I would call it. It was not just getting 3 quotations, it became a profession. This insight led us to revolve the role of procurement. So then we were able to get smarter people into procurement around. Timely paradigm shift helped managers to navigate the challenges. Now, this helped us during globalization. The globalization started, I was in the US working with the private sector at that time. And the world was saying US cost was very high, labor cost. So we were looking for the least low-cost countries. The globalization started. Everything has to be globalized and only assembled in the country. And slowly, same model has developed all over the world. And with globalization, the batch size have become bigger, the costs have gone down. But that globalization, the plus and minus. The hub became only 1 or 2 hubs. But in the process, we suffered in the last 2 years when the disruptions were there around. So that was a paradigm shift. So we moved from simple reactive to strategic. So the paradigm shift was moving into strategic sourcing concepts around where the concept of TCO came, the concept of life cycle costing came around. And now the focus was switching over from tactical to strategic. Spend more time on strategic issues, 80%. So whole game has reversed. So this shift we have seen and is happening. Even the concept of pyramids, which we had in the good old days, if I had 100 people in the procurement department, if I go in 70s and 80s, in the private sectors and in the government sectors, more people at O level. Out of 170 people at O level, 10, 20 in tactical level, only 5 or 10 in strategic level. Now we need the reverse around. And the private sector certainly is moving very fast. There's a lot to learn from private sector for the public sector as well. The O part could be automated and much more streamlined, much more transparent. Strategic means making long-term agreements. Government of India has also come up around in some areas around GEM, Government Electronic Marketplace. It gives you the concept, the feeling of like Amazon.com. So in public sector also, strategic sourcing is becoming very important around. Even the US have seen the GSA ones. So they also have, they can do reverse auctions. You have shortlisted supplier, do the reverse auction. So the philosophy is changing instead of doing every time going through the whole process. If I want to show the trends as a whole, started from price, good old days. That time, if I say price, it was a simple occupation. But when we moved to the TCO philosophy, it became profession. Now we move to strategic sourcing, profession, leadership profession, I would say. Then category management. And now we are focusing all on the value part. The key pillars, if I say around in the procurement excellence, spend, strategic sourcing, contract management, and supply. The savings are coming where we can unlock the value is on contract management. You do a contract, civil works contract, period is 2 years. It becomes 10 years. The price shoots up by 5 times. All value is lost. Supplier doesn't want to behave well with you because there's a shortage of the item. So you need a good relationship, supplier management. So these concepts are coming up around even in the public sector and private. Private sector is already done to a lot extent. Public sector is also trying to capture all this thing around. World Bank was the first one, I would say. They came with the concept of strategic sourcing. UN has also done long back on this part. So strategic sourcing, if I look around, there are different games procurement-wise. Procurement strategy has to be there around. Concept of category management, I know still is missing to some extent in the word public sector, but in the private sector is moving very fast. Then strategic sourcing, contract management. This one is coming around in a big way. Even the World Bank has also come up with their own small software on contract management. Supplier management, how do we manage the relationship? In the public sector, we used to keep distance, guys, don't deal with supplier. Don't negotiate with supplier. But then now we say, guys, no, we make a long-term agreement, framework agreement in Europe, very common in the EU. So we have a framework agreement. Some place they call-off contracts. It's coming up here. I know in the good old days, in the India was also having a rate contracts around. But now they come with the different concepts around. So supplier management is also becoming important around. So when I look around the tactical and strategics, both functions are required around. So what private sector is doing around is they're doing strategic as one arm of the procurement, do a long-term agreement. Their job is this. Other one is tactical, which can basically piggyback on the strategic framework agreements. So that's the way we are looking around. So many places you will find that procurement has got two arms around. One is a strategic wing, one is a tactical wing. So this is how they look around three broad activities: strategic part, vendor management. Vendor management, who cared in the past? People treated vendor as a doormats. But now they have understood that they are equally important. The relationship is equally important. So vendor management and the next one is the tactical part, purchasing part. Three important functions are there around. So supplier relationship management certainly is moving in a big way in the private sector. I think vendor management is important there. So tactical to strategy. So this is the first disruption, if I would say. I moved around in the, but now the Gartner came around with this concept. And this relates to both public and private. Are we still in a transition stage? Then our maturity level is either 1 or 2. If you are moving into a collaborative mode and orchestrated mode, then we are moving the maturity level 3, 4, 5. We must have done around, from ISM side, around 15, 20 companies, we have done the maturity level assessment for them. Majority comes in the rank of 3.5 out of 5. 5 mean 5-star, you could say. 3.5, 4. So that's a paradigm shift is happening around. Level 1 was, so based on the survey question which we collected, 50% of the companies still are reactive mode. SMEs, majority on reactive mode. Medium scale, but the big name which came around from Tata's, from IBM's, others, they have moved much further. And the knowledge which is required in the reactive mode of the procurement staff is very ad hoc. Then we moved into anticipating, guys. Okay, this is what I could need around. So localized contract, localized this one, repeatable practices, something which I want on a regular basis, build up a long-term agreement, anticipating. Level 2 they came. So 30% company, which we got from the feedback, is so on. Now people are talking of collaboration. So this is the major chunk I see around in India now, and in the Western countries also. Both collaborating mean I'm collaborating with my stakeholders in and out, both. So then I'm trying to leverage the knowledge of my supplier as well. If supplier says, sir, can we change the material like this? Can we do this? Because the moment you write down the specs, you set the stone, it's fixed specs around. But the moment you allow supplier to come with the collaborative, innovative ideas around, it looks better. Then we have orchestrating around. Orchestrating means you are able to do the dynamic knowledge. So I think that comes only with digital part around. So let me say the value part again, keeping in mind the time frame. So let me say upstream side and the downstream side. You have some activity which create values. And then there are some activities which are mostly the technical activities around, they deliver the values. So you have two arms around, as I said to you, one to create values and one to deliver it. So this is where we found again the people who are at the procurement leaders level, that means maturity level was 3.5, maturity level was 2, then performance was also better. Annual reduction was better. Profit margins were better. Those who are at the very low level, 1.9 reactive type, their every performance was affected. So you can say the performance also can be linked with maturity or with the procurement health. Change is inevitable. Now this change is brought around by Peter Krasik time. Now it doesn't mean the story is over there. The change is going on, change is constant. And the next thing which is coming around is people want real-time connection. People want digital collaboration and scenarios, automatic simulation. Not that, okay, let it happen and then I'll react. What if is not the issue around. If this happened, what is the simulation? I should be able to simulate the situations around. The next is continuous event-driven purchasing. So this is the next, I would say, around of disruptions. So this is the next paradigm shift which is going to happen, is picking up. So next generation is all about digital, sustainability, supplier management, collaborations. So if I try to divide the paradigm shift, the very first one came in 1990s. There was strategic move, moving from reactive to strategic. The next has come around e-procurement. E-procurement means all my activities, e-tendering, e-sourcing, e-place purchase orders, and e-invoicing, everything is e. And all are connected end-to-end with the one platform. And once I've done the e-procurement, the next would be the digital part. But I remember my time, I was very proud of saying, oh, I went around many countries to implement ERP in 2005. But then later on, I found this is a dinosaur to me. After so many years, time is not much, it's only 15 years. Because again, that time I was very happy. I could do requisition, I could make a purchase order, I could make payments, but all three silos. Sourcing was not there. Contract management was not there. So it is not connected end to end. And e-procurement is the one which I'm very proud to say connects end to end, one platform. Much more transparent, much more visible. But now the data which we are creating through e-procurement switches us to digital part around. So this is how the scenarios, MRP, I've done in 1970s when I was with Tata's. Then moved to ERPs. E-procurements, again, I've been involved with some company on e-procurements. But the next step comes procurement 4.0, in line with industry 4.0, which is smart procurement. So this is where now we are talking of resilient, and agility. So what we need is visibility. And visibility without technologies, without end-to-end connections, without e-procurement is not possible. So we need to think around, are we switching over to that? So the tools that create values, first is spend visibility, advanced sourcing around, category Strategy workflow portals is required around. We need e-sourcing events around like ERFX, e-catalog, e-auction. So until that comes around, we are not able to switch over to digital. The tools that prevent the value leakage around P2P. And then we have performance management. Lastly is the performance part. Customer needs. Now here the word again, I want to redefine value because the whole session is on value. Customer never buys a product by definition. They buy the satisfaction of a want. You and me go and buy a watch. You and me buy a mobile phone. So which in economic is defined as value, the satisfaction. Am I getting a satisfaction of the product which I bought? Am I happy with it in terms of support, in terms of value? So value is the utilities around, the total satisfactions around. If that's a concept we have to look around, the customer experience around. So that's what we're looking at. The future part, the world is changing, as I said to you fast. We have to unlock the values. But ERP has a lot of pain points when it comes to procurement. ERP is a wonderful tool to connect the organization. So it is to connect the organization's different functions. So digital technologies, I'm trying to show around which are the one very acceptable, which are the one which are still in a maturity stage. The landscape every year is changing. So we are moving from tactical to this. The dirty secret of procurement is the data, data, data. I'm sure some will hit me, but this is the visibility, and that's why I got into UNSPSC development in UN, because the data was the key thing around. The digital technology is the futures. I know this could take me a full day, but somebody wants to know, they can go to our YouTube and get much bigger ideas around, moving into from data analytics, then moving finally on this. So RPA, robotic process automation versus AI, artificial intelligence. So they are all going to be the paradigm shift, keep in mind. So you're not going to have, the profile of the procurement people is going to change. We need people with big ideas, cut down the cycle time, make it contactless. If there are 40 steps, cut down. So brainstorm is required, think big and be creative around. Final thought before I close up, procurement was once a transactional function focused on supply continuity. But that word has changed. The continuity means we're only looking at the reactive approach. So now time has come to become strategic supply relationship management, move from confrontations to negotiation one-on-one, cost reduction to collaboration. So both internal and external, the word collaboration is very important now. Well, friend, the change is there. So anyway, this boat will move on. With this, I want to thank you all. But if you have any questions, answers, I have 5 minutes. I can answer this around. Okay, now let me see which are the one. Session 2. So the first question I have around is, what is the difference between strategic sourcing and strategic procurement? Very good. Which one is the traditional one? Let me put this way around. The procurement is the main thing, end to end, starting from the acquisition till payment. Sourcing is only sourcing the supplier. So when I say strategic sourcing, mean my sourcing is identifying the suppliers, trying to make long-term arrangements, trying to see whether I can get how can I get better values around. I might be doing sourcing 10 times same item in a year. But if I know very well I need every month, why don't I combine all my requirements, make a long-term agreements, look into so that word becomes strategic. So you have to scratch your head and then do the sourcing. But sourcing is a part of procurement as a whole. So that's the way I hope it clarifies. The second one is, it was observed that the profile of the procurement functions improved by many notches during COVID-19. Is it temporary or permanent change? Change is permanent. Let me put it this way. I have seen now in the 40 years, good old days when I used to do the procurement around, have MRPs, look at the list, what do I need? Cycle time was too long. And then when I came before, when I went to the private sector, then suddenly moved from the private to the public sector in the UN, I could see that to get even an item, even a business card will need 10 steps. And the cost of the steps, I did my study around, When I became the director, I said, let me work out the cost of making a business card. The requisition is required, the budget approval is required, and then getting the sample approval. It was costing me in the US, and I'm talking of 1999, it was costing me $100. And the cost of the business card was only $20. The process people, we were all process people. If I don't follow the process, auditor will catch me, why didn't you do this? Then what I did around, I went for the P card concepts around and cut the whole path. I think we all have to become innovative. Cut down the steps around, make it contactless. Okay, the next one is there. If you foresee convergence between private and public procurement to the extent the professionals can interchangeably work in these. At the end of the day, don't think that the private sector has got more money. Private sector is very competitive. They have to compete with the whole world. And certainly they are much more, I would say, frugal in saving money. And same with the public sector. Public sector also doesn't have much money around. So the only thing is, I think there's a lot to learn around from both sides. Simple example I told you, when I use a P card in the public sector, I brought the idea from private sector. Krasik said around for the strategic sourcing, EU is falling around, GSA is falling around, GM is falling around. World Bank has come up around now, strategic approach. So I think there's a lot to learn from each other. Sometimes we think that more eyes are better, but then we spread the visibility also different way. Nobody's accountable in the process. In the private sector, when I'm accountable, if I don't do a good job, I'm out. So that is a lot to learn from both sides. I think there's a need to do that thing. Well, with this, friends, I want to thank you all. Thanks again, Payal, for giving me a few more minutes. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. It was pleasure listening to you. It was very informative and interesting presentation. Now let's move to the next session. The rise of cutting edge disruptive technologies such as artificial intelligence, machine language, big data, robotic process automation, and smart bots are redefining the future of procurement. Even these were piloted in public sectors. They are now gradually adopted in public procurement also. To discuss this emerging area of interest to everyone, we have two industry leaders sharing their views in the current session on technological disruptors in procurement. Mr. Chad Hill, Ziva CRO, and Mr. Anurag Padmanabhan, Vice President Jiva, will be our session presenters. Let me give a brief introduction about them. As a Ziva CRO, Mr. Hill leads Ziva business development and customer success team across India, America, and North America. He has over 15 years of experience in business development, customer success, team development, and organizational design. Mr. Hill has passionately focused his development over the past 8 years on specializing in procurement and supply chain technology and process like budget to pay, e-commerce, sourcing, data enrichment, control tower, and spend analysis. He studied at Arizona State University for his undergraduate work and Northeastern University for his graduate MBA program, including study abroad program at Moscow State University. Let me now introduce you to the next presenter from Ziva, Mr. Anurag Padmanabhan. He's a vice president. As an energized executive with 25 plus years of selling and managing complex solutions across FMCG, financial services, automotive, and logistic industries, having worked across organizations like Thomson, Samsung Electronics, and Citigroup, he has in-depth knowledge about channel management, SaaS sale vendor monitoring, product development innovation, product advertising, detail banking, marketing, compliance and control, The list is long. Currently, he leads the sale and business development for India, Southern East, and Middle East. Let me please welcome our presenter, Mr. Hill. Mr. Hill, you can start your presentation, sir.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that introduction. Good morning, everybody. Thank you very much for the time. Always good to hear the passion that comes through from Mr. Rattan from the ISM group. We're absolutely facing a paradigm shift within the procurement technology space. I think in terms of technology, it's almost a quantum leap forward in cases where most people and what they're facing. And that's what Anurag and I are going to focus our conversation on today, is really that quantum leap forward in technology and what we're facing and the challenges to be able to get there. We've broken it down into several different phases that we'll walk you through over the next 30 minutes. Before we get there, so full disclosure, if you hear some background, I'm actually on my 10-year honeymoon, or 10-year wedding anniversary with my wife. So I'm hiding in the basement of a hotel down here, but couldn't pass up the opportunity to speak to this group. So thank you very much for being flexible, and hopefully we don't have any background noise. As I was introduced, my name is Chad Hill. I lead Ziva. Ziva is an intelligent spend management platform where we focus on a data-first transformation to help improve the procurement practice. Everything from spend analytics, sourcing, supplier value management, marketplace, procure to pay. We manage it all. Anurag, if you wouldn't mind clicking on to the next step, what I would like to do is kind of break down, and what we've really done at Ziva is to be able to achieve this type of quantum leap in digital transformation. We've approached it in 5 different phases with our customers, ultimately trying to hit the peak of the mountain, which for us is better data, which leads to better insights within your companies and opportunities, and then allows us together to achieve better outcomes. Phase 1, of course, as we've all know, is data is king. So transforming your data is one of the most difficult parts in your transformation journey, and being able to take a quantum leap forward and starting to use some of the advanced technologies we'll all hear about, and what AI and machine learning, what all these bots are going to be able to do for us, how much money they're going to be able to save, and labor staffing they're going to be able to achieve for us. But if we don't go through the proper data transformation, we're not going to be able to achieve the final phases of a true transformation in the procurement department. Phase 2, the way we see it, automating your wave plan. Wave planning is your category planning for your category managers. Once we've gone through a data transformation, got our information to the state that we want it to, can your AI work with your category managers to start to plan out their 6 and 12-month journey? What type of strategic sourcing are they going to take? Is it purchase price variance that they're interested in, supplier consolidation, material handlings that are slightly different? How are they looking at that, and how can AI start to play into that to help them automate that processes? Phase 3, supplier discovery. Once we've identified, or AI has helped us identify areas for transformation, areas for savings, how do we find the appropriate suppliers? How do we go about awarding new suppliers through auctions, through strategic sourcing, through a quick quote or spot buy? All of it has to be able to understand your data, your category managers, and how they're working throughout this process to better advise your end users on the what if scenarios. What if I award 20% to this supplier and 80% to that supplier? What if I do a sole source? What if I award 100% to this? It's allowing the AI to give you those options to your end users to be able to make better, more intelligent decisions. Once we've made those decisions in the upstream, and we've made strategic buying channels, we've set in appropriate buying policies, how do we enforce those into the downstream of the business, the day-to-day operators, those within our factories and field locations? We want to be able to drive compliance in the purchasing channel and what payments they make, to make sure that we're achieving the negotiated savings rates, the negotiated on-time delivery goods of our processes that we've gone through and put into our scope of work and our contracts. But if we're not connecting phase 4 digitally to phase 1, 2, and 3, there's always a disconnect between the upstream strategic part of the business and the downstream operational part of the business. We find an absolute ton of value when you can digitize that process and connect that data on one code base to allow you to be able to enforce and drive those compliance. And then phase 5. After internally we've transformed our processes, we've given our end users a quantum leap forward in their technology capabilities. We've removed email, Word, Excel, and some of those capabilities that we've used for the past 20, 30 years. We've brought in some advanced AI. We've trained the system on how our buyers like to interact with the data. We're then able to go to phase 5, which is monitoring the ongoing value from our suppliers. So supplier value management, going beyond the quality of goods, on-time delivery scores, and really looking at holistically, how can I drive the most value out of this partnership with my suppliers? I'll stop there. Anurag, I'll let you take over, and Anurag will walk you through these 5 phases in a little bit more detail, and then culminate with a few case studies on where we've actually seen some real-world impact on these phases. Anurag?
Thank you, Chad. So, as one of the key components about the first phase of the journey is, data transformation. So, data transformation itself is a very big word. One of the famous industries in India and Asia is mentioned this word: data is oil. So, how we see our data and how we transform our data is extremely important. And the first step, which Chad was trying to say, is how the data side of the entire ecosystem can be first looked at, transformed into a more meaningful part so that we can take it to the next steps. Now, for doing that, how technology has kind of come up over the years is how machine learning and algorithms have been developed specifically to address this pain issue, how the data can be auto-classified without very less of manual intervention, which ultimately is also very extremely important from a time to value. Because if I'm dealing with huge sets of data, and for me to realize immediate value, that time to execute that whole data transformation is extremely important. And that's where what we feel is data transformation is the first step for going into all those remaining 5 steps within the journey. The next important thing is, generally after we have that data transformed, we would like to have automatic wave plans. Most of the sourcing team, folks on the call, or the category managers would like the next gen engine to suggest to them that what is the best way forward for me across different categories. So let's say, for example, I am doing something on MRO items. I am doing something on CapEx. What are the XYZ opportunities which I as a category manager can work and system can suggest to me based on how my cleansed data is looking like. So when you talk about automatic wave reporting, is how the data is transformed, and then the AI and ML is able to bucketize into different buckets and sourcing basket and take it to a level of execution. The next thing is, after you have the automatic wave plans kind of done, the most important thing around is the supplier discovery. Now, within supplier discovery is something called as bid optimization. As a category manager or a sourcing person, I would like to specifically talk about how the system is able to recommend to me which is the best fit supplier in these categories. Post that would ideally, you heard Mr. Batra said and Chad mentioned around e-bidding events. But the most challenging part, which most of the sourcing people face today, is how do I really decide which is the best supplier to award to? That is the step where technology comes in, where it can help you do a bid optimization, give you various scenarios as to how do you want to not only discover a supplier, but eventually award it. Post, when you ideally would want to have an awarding done, it has to go into a proper compliance process. The compliance process basically talks about having hosted catalogs, but taking one step ahead of that is something called as public catalogs. Now, when we talk about the whole journey, especially from a data point of how the data is getting transformed from one level to other level, the same step can be done as how we can have compliance across different categories by having hosted catalogs, which system is telling that these are the top 10 categories for which you have the catalogs ready to buy. But let's say if I have those suppliers whom I can have access to public catalogs. So for me as a category manager, I have not only my hosted catalogs, but I have access to all those public catalogs, which I can not only do a price discovery, but look at expanding my supplier universe. The next important thing is, after we did all the exercises around compliance, having approval flows, how the system is able to recommend to me the right category to source, it has to culminate at the right supplier management. Now, for us, the supplier value management basically speaks in two important components. The first important component is how you're able to not only have a 360 degrees view of your suppliers' different parameters, but take into effect the different new things which are coming in. So, for example, if I'd like to see ESG score of my suppliers, I would like to see what's the on-time delivery. I would like to see how is this performance over a timeline. So all that recommendations the system has to give to the category managers and the sourcing team by having a supplier value management system, which is technically the last step. So if I start from step 1, which is data transformation, I do have these automatic wave reportings. I would like to take into a P2P system where I can have my hosted catalogs and also have access to public catalogs so that I'm having a compliance process. But it has to culminate at a supplier value management where, for me, I'm not only able to decide on the different parameters of awarding, but I'm also able to see the supplier risk. For me, the risk has to be visible. I need to see what are the different attributes for which I'm able to short select a supplier. And the journey has to be 360 degrees in that nature. Now, the second important point I'd like to talk about is post when we do a supplier value management. I'm sure most of you would have seen these challenges across the timeline in the last 2 years. So having seen these challenges, which we have seen in the last 2 years, supplier risk, inflation, supply chain disruptions, and fraud, how we were able to take this into effect and look at some of unique case studies which we are able to do for some of our customers, not only across in Asia, but in North America and Europe also. So with that, let me take you to quickly to a couple of case studies which we have specifically as to how we took the journey from data transforming, taking it to a supplier value management, and we're able to kind of fulfill on some of these parameters for giving them a successful result. The first case study which we have is specifically around supplier risk management. Now, in this case, the company was a leading global geotechnical contracting company with close to $3 billion in annual spend. The problem which we were kind of solve is, they were having a very condensed view of suppliers. For them, the risk was one of the biggest issues. Visibility was hardly anything. The solution which we are trying to pitch to them, which until not implemented, was having a full suite, right, from spend to P2P. Now, I will go back to all the 5 stages which we did. These are the 5 stages which we actually implemented for this customer. Taking their data, transforming it, giving in insights, and ultimately taking into a compliance side of it. Doing all this resulted in not only giving this organization a supplier value, but also monitoring the supplier spend across multiple locations. But by doing that, not by having a unified view of your suppliers, they were able to, in one way, not only mitigate the risk, but also look at alternate suppliers in this specific timeline to go into an execution standpoint. So that with a company with close to 3 billion spend and 32 subsidiaries, consolidating all that exercise into one unified view, having a standardized approach globally across this, resulted them in getting the value. The second case study which I have specifically is around inflation. So inflation is one thing which is totally out of your control. As a procurement professional, you really can't predict inflation unless until you would be already aware that there's going to be a price increase. Most of the things we generally know, as seasoned professionals. But in this particular case, one of the problems which we are trying to face was with the rising commodity prices and the automatic supply chain issues, the manufacturers were having issues specifically related to how they can look at reduce the prices. Now, in such scenario, what did Ziva as a company do? The sourcing aspect to it, which is we call as the automatic sourcing wave planning. What we did in specifically in that is not only systems suggested to them that this is the right category where there should be a prospecting saving opportunity, but it also suggested that these should be the alternate suppliers whom you should probably look at including them in the bid. So when I talk about automatic wave reporting, this is a very classic example of how the system was able to kind of suggest to the category managers that these are the top 10 opportunities which your team should work on, which technically will result in much yielded a better savings. So what ultimately it happened from that? For the customer, some of the key categories, especially around packaging, was helpful for them to look at a consolidated savings across 2 different countries. All this was possible because they started the journey from data, taking it to automated wave reporting, and ultimately getting that results in those specific categories. So in summary, if you see both the case studies, what we are trying to solve over here, we are trying to solve the biggest issue is data and how that data can be taken into something which the category managers can be presented around wave planning. These 2 aspects, how the digitization is able to help and how the algorithms in the machine has able to give those right insights which are relevant for those categories so that the buyers or the category managers are able to execute on those opportunities. With that, I quick kind of end my presentation, and we are open to any question and answers on this day. Thank you. Payal?
Thank you, Mr. Hill. Thank you, Anurag. It was a cognate presentation. Now, we really enjoyed listening to you. We'll look, participants, if you have questions, please write it in the chat box so that we can take it up with the presenters. Okay, we have a couple of questions to you. This is from Mr. Nikhil Gurjar. Data availability and data accessibility are 2 different things. The latter is driven by the policy of the organization. How does one ensure the proper implementation in such cases?
I mean, that to me comes to a stakeholder question of how are we pulling IT into the fold as we go through our digital transformation. IT can't be a third-party stakeholder in your transformation. IT needs to be pulled into the group, which is difficult because IT is always understaffed, overworked, so they're always facing difficulties in being able to allocate the resources to provide the data elements that we need, write the scripts to be able to export the elements that lead to a better digital transformation. Where we find it most successful is pulling them into the fold and pulling them into the fold and making sure that they're part of the team that's driving the value and they understand why the value is happening, what the data is being used for, what the end goal is. I think pointing out to IT managers on what the difference of classifying your data by something like UNSPC versus a customized taxonomy and how that can drive value usually helps with that problem of accessibility. But I can only take it as accessibility is not a lack of security, but or not a purpose of security, but more of just pulling IT into the fold where they feel like a stakeholder in that transformation. Most of these projects where I hear about is not a security reason of not wanting your unstructured data to be learned by a third-party AI. It's more of actually getting access to the data. And in that case, you really have to bring that team into the fold. Anurag, I don't know if you have more to add to that.
No, I think you're right, Chad. The data access is obviously a big challenge, especially when you talk about the analytics and taking it to sourcing side of it. But ultimately, as an organization, it is a very strategic exercise, and the stakeholders in this whole exercise is not only procurement, the business, the finance, the CFO, as well as the IT. They are all stakeholders because ultimately the benefit of this is not only to procurement, it's for the entire organization. So it has to be equally distributed across all the verticals so that the value has to be realized across. That's kind of what I want to add, Jack. Yeah.
Thank you. Now I'm going to take the second question, which is posted in the chat box. Um, uh, Before we are going for green procurement, how we ensure green data? Green data should be the threshold for green procurement. So kindly respond. What means and tools, devices devised by World Bank and other responsible organizations to create and generate green data in an ongoing VUCA environment?
Anurag, do you want to address this one or should I?
Yes, and I'll kind of briefly take this. One of the key things, especially, I can't kind of speak on behalf of World Bank, but what we generally, as from a technology standpoint, is uh, when you talk about these two aspects of green procurement and green data, uh, ultimately it has to tie in with the strategic initiative of that organization. Now, is that a priority which probably with the organization has to look into? And especially with the changing dynamics of the world, how these separate structured policy can be guided on to kind of execute it. But it all has to boil down to priority. The tools, as we talked about, are available in the market from that perspective. But it's the question of how do you want to prioritize it versus your existing operational procurement. That's kind of the way I see it, Chad. You would want to.
Yeah, I mean, green data, I mean, it's the pinnacle to where we want to get to. I think most organizations in their maturity curve are far from monitoring the data from a green standpoint. Unfortunately, it's still a future state where we want to get to. There's higher priorities within the data to uncover some of the basic levels. How is the completeness of my data? Do I need my data enhanced to be able to even understand what is green? I think by digitizing these processes, we're going green naturally, reducing the amount of paper invoices, POs, and email processes that are going throughout that journey, and digitizing those. But if we don't have the enrichment of the basic level data and the level of completeness that we need to train the AI, it's not going to understand which of that data is green, which of that data is brown, and how can we go about highlighting the green data to generate more focus and savings on things like ESG initiatives. It is a very hot topic and a future state of the goal, but I find that most companies in that journey process, their data is not to the level of transformed, cleansed state, if I could say that, to where we need to be able to understand those type of aspects. But that's where a lot of third-party companies are coming in. You see EcoVadis, you see Tealbook, you see Ziva, many other companies starting to run these scorecarding capabilities to start to collect that green data, not only from your historical spend data, your transactional data with your suppliers, but what can we pull from the marketplace? What can we use to enhance it? And what can your suppliers tell us from their scorecard? Do they have environmental impact plans in place? Do they have sustainability plans in place? If we aren't collecting that information and scoring our suppliers appropriately, we're missing some of that green data to be intelligent about how and where we're working and spending our money to be able to be more impactful on those areas.
Thank you so much. I have one more question on the screen. That is green procurement affordable?
In certain areas. I mean, I think as we look at this, and this has been a topic, I think this is my 8th conference I've spoken at this year. And between risk and ESG and what we can do to be more green are very, very hot topics. Data transformation is a very hot topic. I think businesses are investing into this appropriately. Could it be more? Yes. Should it be more? Probably. But at the end of the day, we are corporations, and in most cases, for-profit corporations, where the balance of a business case still needs to take place. It's our job as procurement professionals to start to uncover that business case on where we can drive more green initiatives that truly make sense to the company. So is it a higher cost? I would say in some areas, yeah, but what is that cost, or what is the cost avoidance you're achieving by taking these paths within your data and taking these paths as the companies start to invest more into sustainability, green data, green procurement, and so on. So it is a business case that you're still going to have to run and find where that value is. But I think a lot of creative thinkers in the market have found unique ways to really drive value and push into the green initiatives.
Thank you. It looks like we have covered all main questions. Mr. Hill, Mr. Padmanabhan, is there anything else you wanted to cover before we take a short break?
No, I think we are all good here. Was there a last question over here? I see it.
Oh, yeah, there is one. Sorry, I missed that. Today, the major challenge is clean data. Over the years, data has accumulated, but not available. What is the various technological tool to make the procurement green?
So, it's a very valid point in the current, this question is actually talking about the pain the professional is currently facing. So the data, over the years, as in certain industries, it gets created, not only due to mergers and acquisitions, you're probably migrating from a X ERP to a Y ERP, but the data nobody really cares about. So what I could understand is that data itself is huge, but it's not clean. There are duplicates. The description is not at all there. You don't have any classification. And also, when we talk about certain important things on sustainability and all that, how we are looking at the industry parameters of UNSPSC and NICS. Now, these things, how, as this question talks about, what are various tech tools. Now, what we at Ziva we have been able to do is the data transformation, which I spoke and what Chad was also speaking about, is how we can correct the data, means how we can address the issue at the root, how we can put standardization, how we can have the machine learning coming into the picture, auto-classifying the data, and not only giving a categorization side to it, but recommending that what is the right step as to how we can standardize it, which is the right taxonomy for your industry. For example, I'm into automotive. Now, I would like to see how, let's say, an automotive taxonomy looks in UNSPSC. At the same time, let's say if I'm a category manager in food and beverages industry, I would like to see how probably a UNSPSC sees my data taxonomy. So both these stuff can be wrapped into a proper tool, which the way we have been able to do, and taking that unstructured data into a structured data so that it can get more meaningful procurement for the team, which eventually is going to make it more sustainable and from a green aspect also. This is the way which we have been able to do, and for all our existing and future customers, prospects also. Chad, anything you want to add on that?
No, I think well answered. I think we would love to show you more about Ziva, what we can do, our philosophies on data and data transformation. We believe data transformation leads to a better digital transformation. So as we start to uncover these journeys, as you start to go through your current state and maturity assessments and where you want to be in your future state, we would love to be a part of that journey. Please connect with Anurag and I on LinkedIn, visit our website, our YouTube channel for more information. And if you would ever like to see a full product demo or to discuss with us more, please reach out and we'd be happy to engage. But thank you very, very much for the time.
Thank you, Payal.
Thank you so much. Let's now break for 15 minutes and be back by 12 p.m. Indian Standard Time. Welcome back. In continuation of the theme of earlier session, in current session, we will hear the experts from Multilateral Development Bank and private sector about how the procurement functions has evolved. There are the challenges ahead and innovations being pursued at this stage. These are important topics that are affecting many of our businesses. So we are honored to create this panel discussion on adding value to your procurement function. The panel discussion will be moderated by Mr. Nikhil Gurjar, President and Foundation of Consulting Consuls. Mr. N.S. Gujjar is the president of Consulting Consorts, a management consulting based firm based out of Mumbai. He is a professional and strengthens in the area of modeling and stimulation based management consulting, project and supply chain management, and technology based transformation. He is a BTech in mechanical engineering from IIT Bombay, a gold medalist MBA from NITIE Bombay, and the first class master level degree holder in intellectual property law from WIPO Geneva and UNISA Pretoria. His academic honors include the prestigious NCRT and All India Universal Science Talent Research Award, the first prize in the Godrej sponsored All India Business Plan competition, the Chairman Best Student Award, and the Director's Best Project Award at NITIE. Mr. Gujjar is a pioneer in the field of modeling and simulation-based management consulting in India and has also worked in several sectors including steel, materials, white goods, consumer goods, education, IT, robotic technology, government, and textiles. I would now take the opportunity to invite Mr. N.S. Gujjar as the moderator for this session. The floor is yours, sir.
Thank you, Payal. I hope I'm audible.
Sir, we can clearly hear you.
Yeah, you can clearly hear. Okay, fine. So we are talking today about how futuristic supply chains are going to be and how the evolution of supply chains into the futuristic scenario is going to be. And that's going to be the central theme of what we have today. And I have two wonderful panelists with me. Panelist one is basically Meenakshi, and Meenakshi has actually been a supply chain professional with over 17 years of experience, has worked in various MNCs, typically in the manufacturing and the EPC sector. These include the Vedanta Resources, we have L&T, Bechtel, and currently she is associated with Air Products and Chemicals. She is also the global ambassador of the Society of Women Engineers since 2021, that is 2021, last year, and she is the president of the Vadodara affiliate of SWE. She is a BTech in chemical engineering and a certified Lean Six Sigma Black Belt and she's also a PNP and a CPSM, which is the ISM certification. So Meenakshi is here. We also have one of our other esteemed speakers who is from the Asian Development Bank, Rustam Abdulkair Mao. So Rustam is basically the director of Procurement Division 2 of Procurement Portfolio and Financial Management Department, PPFD, in the Asian Development Bank, and he oversees procurement and consulting services and operations in East Asia, Southeast Asia, and Pacific countries. And Mr. Rustam has been with ADB for 21 years, so that's a long time. He has got rich experience in that. And he joined ADB in 2001 as a portfolio manager in ADB's Uzbekistan resident mission and later moved to become a procurement specialist in PPFD. His experience in ADB includes working on large and complex turnkey and civil work and supply contracts in the irrigation, transport, urban and energy sectors, carrying out country, sector and project procurement risk assessments, procurement capacity assessments of executing agencies. He served as secretary to ADB's procurement committee, responsible for oversight of high-value procurement transactions for PPFD management. Mr. Rustam is a national of Uzbekistan, and he obtained his master's degree in Oriental Studies in 1989 from Tashkent State University. So this is about Rustam. So I think the flow of the discussion would first be to allow Rustam to speak a little on his experience, and then Meenakshi also to speak on her experience a little bit, and then we will start delving deeper with certain questions. So over to you, Rustam.
Thank you very much, Nikhil. And first of all, thank you for inviting me to this conference. And I would like to say good day to all participants. I think today we wanted to share ADB's experience in terms of how we are trying to add value in the projects where ADB finances either a whole project or part of it. And maybe just to start with, we all know that the value for money concept or so-called principle is not new and has been used in many countries for many, many years. And different countries have different approaches. In ADB's definition, this is one of the core procurement principles that enables to obtain optimal benefits through effective and efficient use of resources by applying not only price but other considerations such as socioeconomic, environmental, and sustainability considerations. And this is what our policy says. And In recent years, we have adopted a new procurement policy in 2017. And since then, ADB has increased its focus on delivering better value for money under ADB finance projects. And as we all know, there are many dimensions on how to measure VFM, and there are many, many different ways. In procurement, in general, we focus on few stages where we develop very specific approaches that we believe could contribute to achieving better value for money. So the first, I would say, will be the country partnership strategy stage when ADB and borrowers discuss about the engagement for the next few years. They discuss about the project pipelines. And in this process, our procurement specialists are team members of ADB team who is preparing this country partnership strategy, who conducts a dialogue with the government officials. This is undertaken normally every 3 to 5 years, and our focus is on carrying out procurement risk assessments at country level, at sector level, where ADB is going to invest, and sometimes at the agency level, ministries or departments, which will be then acting as executing agencies. The purpose of that exercise is basically to identify areas for improvements in the procurement systems, understand how the system works, what are the review arrangements, what is the capacity at different level within the government, so that we have better understanding of the national system, and we are trying to take this into account when we design projects. Then, when it comes to the project cycle, I would say that there are three main stages where ADB basically focuses its efforts to achieve better value for money from procurement point of view. There are also other considerations not related to procurement, and this is our operations colleagues who also highlight what value addition they can deliver to our clients in implementation of the project as a whole. I'm talking here about more of procurement. It means procurement packages. So the first stage is project processing, right? During this stage, procurement specialists are team members of all project processing teams for all investment projects ADB would finance. They're responsible for so-called strategic procurement planning. This is the stage where we are trying to identify all risks related to that particular project. So we assess the EA's capacity, the executing and implementing agency's capacity, but also very importantly, we assess the supply market. We want to understand who are potential suppliers, bidders, who would then eventually be awarded contracts. We want to understand what are possible risks from ADB's perspective, from the borrower's perspective, but also from the supply side perspective, why they are not bidding for a particular contract or for projects in a particular sector. Right? This helps us to identify the most fit for purpose procurement methods, contract types, and also propose different options for our clients. Because as we all know, when the risks are identified, it's easier to assess potential impact from such risks if they materialize, and also develop risk mitigating measures, which then are included in the project design, and there are basically resources allocated under the project for risk mitigating measures. So this is at the project processing stage. The next would be maybe something which is very familiar for our participants. This is a tendering stage. Of course, it starts with the preparation of the bidding documents, specifications, but this is the time where we also discuss with our clients what are the options, what are different approaches which we can use before we launch tenders. Because we have standard bidding documents, but we are flexible to introduce certain innovations if this is to brings us better benefits. Right? For example, our new procurement framework now allows us to use non-price evaluation criteria. Right? So previously it was always the lowest price. The winner would be the bidder who offered the lowest price. Now it's not necessarily the case. If there is an agreement between ADB and the borrower that, for example, a merit point scoring system could be used in evaluating bids. This is when the technical proposal is given certain score, the price proposal is given a different score, and then the bidder who has the highest combined score will win, but not necessarily the lowest price. So one example of non-price elements. Then we also increasingly see interest from borrowers to use so-called life cycle cost. This is mostly, of course, for contracts which have operation period. Maybe it's a DBO, design, build, operate type of contracts. But that helps for bidders to assess what will be the total cost of ownership, including disposal of the asset at the end of operation period. There is a quite big interest from borrowers lately, maybe in the last 5 years, in using life cycle cost. Then, as we all know, and I think the previous session discussed about, was sustainable procurement. This is something relatively new, and we are trying to work with our borrowers to promote the use of approaches and procurement which ensure more sustainability of the assets. Of course, it's not only related to so-called green procurement, environmental consideration. Sustainable procurement may have many different dimensions. It could be social, it could be institutional, because if there are no strong institutions, it's also difficult to ensure sustainability. So there are several different factors which could be used uh, for consideration and the options analysis at the tendering stage. And once agreed, we can basically translate them into the bidding documents, and then the tendering will be done based on those rules. And the next stage, of course, after the contract is awarded, uh, the most critical is to make sure that now these contracts are implemented, whether by contractors, suppliers, on time and within the budget, right? So therefore, our focus is on the contract management practices. We would like bidders and not bidders, contractors and the executing agencies to have a certain agreed approach on how they assess performance of contractors. Contract always has very clear provisions what needs to be done by each of the parties. But sometimes it's very difficult to monitor. And when there are some kind of non-compliances, probably it's too late to find a solution. We wanted to make sure that there is a proper monitoring system when everybody knows that there are certain actions to be taken from each side, and if one side did not take those actions, there are already next steps agreed what to do. So contract management is quite important from our perspective. And as I mentioned, our new procurement framework was introduced just 5 years ago. There are many new features, and since they're all new, not many clients are willing to adopt all of them. So there is a lot of kind of hand holding, capacity building, and we are trying to continuously promote the use of these new features so that borrowers are convinced that these are delivering better value for money, better benefits for them, right? And of course, also it's very important to keep in mind that assessing the risks early on, it's also quite critical in order to have a clear approaches on how to address those risks if they materialize. Sometimes risk assessment shows there is a risk, but the likelihood of it happening may be very low. But if the likelihood is very high, it's better to have some mitigating measures in place. Also very important for us from ADB perspective. When we are talking about value for money, we are talking about it from the point of view of ADB and our clients, borrowers, but we would like to also get a feedback from contractors and suppliers, how they understand the value for money, what it is for them, how they decide whether it is good value for money for them or not, what kind of constraints they may have when they're trying to bid for ADB funded projects. So for us, it's quite important to hear feedback, and I would welcome if there will be some companies who would like to share their experience in today's session. Thank you. Maybe I will stop here and we'll see if there are questions.
Yeah, we will come back to you with a few questions. Before I go to Meenakshi, however, I just wanted to ask. So, when you're talking about, the involvement in these tendering processes and all that, are you seeing a large number of bad loans? And is there a trend that bad loans are decreasing with these new practices, or how is it?
You see, first of all, it's very kind of maybe early to make a full assessment of the impact of all these new reforms which we have introduced because it's about 5 years since we have started that. And, the average project cycle is about 5 to 6 years. So some of the measures which we have already introduced will be completed maybe in 3, 4, 5 years' time. Then it will be possible to assess and say what we have discussed at the project preparation and during the tendering and during contract implementation. Yes, that has a positive impact because we will have to compare with the end result, right? The tendering could be excellent, but if there are some delays during contract implementation and then so the contract is delayed or it's over the budget, probably this is not a good outcome, but we have not reached that stage yet. So therefore,
Hmm.
we will need a bit more time to have more
Okay.
information and have a kind of more detailed assessment.
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, over to you, Meenakshi. Could you just touch upon your journey and some of the highlights of that?
Yeah, hello all. Good day to you, and thanks for inviting me to this forum. We all know that procurement has come a long way from being operational, then tactical. Now they are telling strategic, and which the sustainability and the green procurement are the buzzwords. So I am here to share my experiences and discuss about the various emerging technologies in the procurement and how procurement can be seen as a value-adding function to the organization. Looking forward
Hmm.
for the discussions. Yeah. Thank
Okay.
you.
Let me come back to the question on when you're talking about procurement becoming more strategic. So Meenakshi, vendor development is sometimes looked at as a double-edged sword, and I would also take Rustam's views on this. But many vendors often say that when you do more vendor development, most of the things are increased diligence and chance of exploiting more than developing a vendor. So how do you view this phenomenon in today's world?
I am in the strategic sourcing department, and day to day, I'm involved in developing the vendors. According to me, vendor development is something like buyers are helping the vendors to improve their quality part, to improve their pricing. In fact, they are suggesting and helping the vendors to meet the requirement of the buyers and to add value to the organization. I would like to share one simple example. There will be many fabricators in India. So, for a particular organization, some cleaning, there is a requirement of a specific cleaning procedure, which many vendors or fabricators will not be having in India, and even in fact having those facilities will cost too much to the vendor. So it is during the collaboration and during the vendor development stage, the buyer used to interact closely with the vendors and understand from the vendors what hinders them from offering these services, the specific cleaning services to the organization. Then vendor will come out. This is the amount, the investment I need to do of having a particular facility, and in India no one is availing the services. So if at all I have to have this, I should have a good volume of businesses. So all these things have cropped up. Why I am suggesting is it is all happened during the vendor development stage. And then what the buyer did, the buyer understood the constraints of the vendor, why they are not able to provide the services that the organization is specifically looking at it. And then they worked out with the vendor. They understood, they checked the market, they thoroughly checked the market, and they found the specific services can be offered by the different service provider. Then they made a tie up with the vendor. In fact, it obviates the need to have a specific facility. The vendor need not have to have a different facility at his campus. Instead, he can avail the services of the third party vendor. So they made a tie up, and they have developed the vendor to avail the specific cleaning facility, so that the vendor can avail the facility and supply the material to the buyer. Now the vendor has successfully utilized it, and so many export projects the vendor is getting it. All these things are because of the collaboration and the vendor development stage. So it has to be seen at a with a proper eye, and it is a sensitive issue. If the vendor takes it as a improvement stage and develop his own facilities and his own quality issues, then it will be a successful one. And it should not be seen as a thing that we are exploiting the vendors and taking advantage of the vendors thing.
Mhm. Yeah, Rustam, you also are involved in lining up vendors, you said, so it's to some extent.
Yeah, thank you. It's quite intriguing question. It's very sensitive. Uh, of course, you see, it's very difficult to argue that somebody is exploiting vendors because they are trying to participate in the supply contracts, for example, through the tendering process. If I will talk about Asian Development Bank or other multilateral development banks, we always support open competition, right? So we are providing equal opportunities for all vendors to participate so that they can compete among themselves. For us, what is more important is the final outcome, right? So that
Mm.
we make sure that the best vendor at that particular time period who can supply a particular item has been awarded a contract, and that brings benefits to our clients, right? So therefore, we are trying to and also uh, enhance capacity of vendors, of our bidders, but not selectively, because we want to share information transparently with all vendors, potential vendors, so that they understand how to compete under ADB finance projects, what are the basically requirements, what are common mistakes other bidders make, so that they learn, and it means they are improving their chances to win in the next round, right?
Mm.
But we also want to understand, as I think mentioned also, the feedback from vendors, especially because we finance many infrastructure projects. It's large contractors, right? The big contracts, hundreds of $1 million. Why sometimes they are not interested,
Hmm.
or why their bid prices are in making decision not to bid or price very high. Is it because of the contract types? Because different contracts have different allocation of risks between, say, vendors, suppliers, and clients, right?
Yeah.
So we are also trying to understand from their perspective and ready to take this into consideration. But in terms of our efforts to improve vendors or suppliers' kind of capacity, we conduct so-called business opportunity seminars, explaining ADB processes, where to find business opportunities. But of course, it's I mean, relatively easy to find all this information on ADB website. But then the vendors themselves, they should have their own strategy to decide where, in which region, in what sector they would like to focus their efforts and bid, because they cannot just submit bids everywhere, right? Because that also costs money.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
we are trying to kind of share as much information as we can with the bidders, and we will continue doing that.
Hmm. Thank you. So I would again go to the next, question to Meenakshi, specifically because you talked more about new product introduction. And so, what are the specific challenges, from a procurement perspective that one would encounter in new products when we are introducing new products? You are on mute. Could you unmute yourself, please?
Yeah. Thanks for this question. During this new product development stage, many times what happens in the organization is the product manager, the lead design engineers, they all will interact with the vendors, and they will finalize the vendors. For this particular compressor or blowers model, this is the vendor and this suits my requirements, this is my product requirement, all those stuff. So what they miss out in the initial stages is they will not include the procurement professional, which actually should be the case, the strategic sourcing professional. So what it happens when it comes to the actual product rollout, uh, whether the vendor has the capability and capacity to cater requirements today, tomorrow, if you are envisaging some 4 or 5 projects in a row, whether the vendor has the capability to suffice to meet our requirements, that and all will not be taken care of, and the vendor's financial capability will be missed out. So all these things will crop up when the strategic sourcing professionals are getting involved at a later stage and not during the initial stage itself. So this is the major problem that I encountered during my role with the strategic sourcing procurement. So had the team involved the strategic sourcing professional during the initial stage itself, the sourcing professional would have ensured that the vendor's capability, capacity, and the financial strength are up to date, and they can meet the requirements of the organization, so that we will not have any surprises in the future. But in many cases this is not happening, and this is the major challenge that as a procurement professional uh, faces during the new product development stage. So once the vendor is fixed and I want to utilize this vendor for this particular component, whether the vendor is able to meet the requirements or not, it was not taken care of. So once we want to launch the product in the market, in the last minute people used to have surprises. Oh, the vendor doesn't have this facility, he can't produce this much. So all these surprises will crop up. This is the major challenge as a procurement professional we face during the new NPD.
Yeah, I mean, this is a very interesting point because you're talking about making it more strategic. So, my question to Rustam, considering the strategic part, so do you feel public procurement is becoming a strategic function in ADB's client countries? And what more should be done in this direction? So, there are two questions here. Is it becoming more of a strategic function? And what more do you think needs to be done? You are on mute. You will have to unmute your mic.
Yeah. Thank you for this question. Yeah, when we talk about strategic procurement, in my understanding, this is when we know 3, 4 steps ahead what may happen or may not happen when we do procurement. And of course, it's very important in this area to have a strong professional cadre of procurement specialists who have that experience, who have the skills to basically understand what will happen not only tomorrow, but in a year's time and 5 years' time when one procurement exercise is completed. So, therefore, I think the procurement uh, should be a strategic function within the government institutions because of that benefits, but also because of this enables the governments, the executing agencies to have a permanent pool of professionals who know their job. Yeah, they have clear responsibilities, but at the same time, they have a career path. Yeah, because when there is a strategic function within, say, a government entity, and somebody applies for that, so that means that person is willing to stay as a procurement professional in that area, not move from one place to another very frequently. And what we see, this professionalization of procurement function is at different stages in different countries. Some have very well established systems where they train procurement professionals. They have courses in universities. They have separate courses, basically they deliver it, and then they, those who complete it, they have certificates. It officially recognized certificates confirming their basically experience and quality as a professional. In some other countries, it's still at the very early stages. And there we see a lot of staff rotation because people who are basically performing a procurement function, but without having that function clearly defined in the government entity, they do not have strong incentives to stay there. So if there are some other opportunities, they may leave. So, and this is of course not a good outcome. So
Hmm.
we are trying to help all our member countries in developing a proper, system where procurement is recognized as a profession. But
Hmm.
we try to share experience among the countries. For example, those who have a relatively good advanced system in the professional training in procurement, they share their experience with other countries. Something can be learned from these country between country exchanges. We also share international best practices, and that work is ongoing for many many years, and it will continue, right? Because as I said, some countries are still
Yeah.
not at the required stage. Uh, but not only we are not only trying to help in that dialogue and exchange of information, but just to give an example, this year ADB, in collaboration with the International Labor Organization, we have developed our own training program for procurement professionals. So it's tailored to ADB's processes, but also covers the main kind of key aspects of procurement function. And we offer this to our client countries, to all executing implementing agencies. Uh, when we advertised that, we received more than 600 kind of interest from more than 600 government employees. But we will start a bit maybe slowly. So this year there will be about 70 participants from different countries enrolled, and there will be more next year. Uh, and that training basically combines online self-learning, then physical classroom type of learning, and then the most important is the exams. It's not just like training where participants just attend and receive a certificate of attendance. This will be actually a proper exam where the participants they will have to pass a minimum score, and only after that they will be given a certificate. But the certificate will be officially recognized. So this is what we are trying to do from our own end. But of course, if there are some other programs developed in one country and another country would like to use that and introduce in their own system, we would always support. So
Mm.
currently, we have basically two prone approaches. One is to disseminate all the information available in terms of this uh, training programs and system that the different countries use. But also, second is we have our own training program, and since it's not a short training program, it could be a couple of years, uh, depending on how much time the participant will take for online learning courses. So that will be a bit of a long journey. Some countries maybe will be moving faster, some maybe a bit slower, but I think it's the right direction for all of us to ensure that eventually the countries will have a robust training system, and procurement professionals will be recognized as basically professionals working within that government structures, right? And
Yeah. Yeah.
will have uh, implement not only ADB projects, right? Because we are not so much focused on delivering ADB projects. We just want to make sure that particular country has a strong system where procurement professionals are recognized and they contribute to implementation of projects. And that means many countries they have their own budget resources when they basically procure and implement contracts without any involvement of external partners, but they still need procurement professionals. So I hope this will help them to implement their projects better in terms of quality and time.
Yeah. Thanks, Rustam. I would like to, invite Meenakshi to give us the private organization, Indian private sector perspective on this. So, what are the manpower or skill and talent development challenges which Rustam had just touched upon as how they are working on? And how would you recommend one should go about these challenges as a private entity? You work at a corporate level.
Yeah, it's a very good question. As a private organization, many organizations they will have the different way of working, though they are in the same business structure. While recruiting the people for the procurement, I strongly believe that the internal candidate should be given the preference because they know how the company operates. They know what is very essential for that organization. What are all the things that has to be taken care. What aspects are given importance for that organization? I just want to clarify. I'm not against having the external candidates, but I emphasize that if at all any vacancy crops up in the procurement, it is always better to fill that gap within the procurement department itself, the first thing, so that the person is aware of the procurement practices as well as the company culture and the needs of the organization. The second thing is, if at all there is no enough talent available within the procurement group to fill the gap, then we can look out for other team members, say from engineering, who can bring added value experience regarding the engineering aspects also, and how they can use the engineering experiences in implementing the better procurement practices and strategies. So these are the two things that can be taken care of while filling the positions for this procurement manpower. And my own feeling is that it should be the last option to hire the procurement talent from the outside organization, though it is from the same industrial environment. Then coming to the point how the procurement professional can be trained and the skills can be improved, it is all through the curated training. What is required if at all I am implementing the projects in India itself? What are all the different tax structures that are available in the Indian market? and what is the import and export duties for this Indian area. So all these things, it has to be a curated training particular to that specific role. And uh, so that way we can improve the skills of the procurement manpower. Now there is a crunch in this procurement talent. Many people think that okay, he has already handled procurement in some other organization, handled some other things, and he can very well perform it. I don't deny that, but in the initial phase, the proper training and exposure to be given to the procurement manpower.
Yeah, that is great. So I think there is a lot of commonality between what Rustam was talking about and what you were talking about. My next question is a little bit of a trick question. It's a little bit of an observation also. We talk about customer ego. So there is an ego of the customer, and even the financier also can have his own ego. So the customer ego and the financier's ego, what's the futuristic scenario? Do you see that this ego level of your customer, or you are as a buyer, you are the customer, do you see these ego levels going to increase? That is technology fueling expectations. So we see that with technology we can do many more things. So are we fueling more expectations for the buyer and driving up the ego of the buyer and the financier? And is this also driving kinds of false values when we talk about ego? So it's more of a philosophical question here. So I would like your views on that. Meenakshi, could you start with that?
Yeah, sure. First of all, you asked me about the buyer ego, me being the customer, maybe. I would say, like, whatever the buyer ego a procurement professional was having 10 or 15 years back when I started my career, I feel it has come down a lot. Now people
Mm-hmm.
understood, like, unless and until we collaborate with the external vendors, even if he uh, being my supplier also, I understood that unless and until we have the collaborative approach, the vendors are not going to support us at times of need. Previously it was like the buyer has to negotiate hard, get the best prices, but now the scenario is getting changed. Now everyone understood it is through the collaborative approach with the vendors that we can get the best quality, price and delivery. So in my opinion, the ego level is not going to get increased over a period of time. In fact, I would say that it is getting reduced.
Yeah, Rustam, could you touch upon the
Now the
financier's ego?
We do not use these kind of terms, whether suppliers ego, financiers ego. We are trying to help our client countries to achieve better outcomes. Right. But yeah, this was quite an interesting topic. Just maybe to rephrase, if we don't call it ego, we call it bargaining power. This is where the problem would be, right? Because it depends on the sector, on a particular item which is under question, where sometimes if there are too many suppliers, then of course the client has more bargaining power. They have a bigger pool to select from, right? But in certain sectors, there are some very specific niche areas where there are only limited suppliers. They know that, right? And of course, their bargaining power will be much, much bigger. So that is not static. Yeah, it changes. So something which was very unique 10 years ago and the suppliers had a very strong bargaining power, they don't have it anymore because those technologies became more common. But at the same time, there are new technologies emerging, and those who are kind of pioneers, they will have a stronger bargaining power. So this is the reality, right? But I think it's important for clients, for borrowers, to understand with whom they are dealing. What is the supply side, right? Because I
Yeah.
appreciate Meenakshi's explanation that it's good to have preferred vendors. That's of course fine, but in our financing projects, we promote more open competition for different reasons. So firstly, to give opportunities to all potential suppliers, vendors, because this is a public money, right? So we would not
Yeah.
want to see that some are getting preferential treatment, and all the money goes to a particular type of suppliers. But also there are other risks, yeah, because you see, we often hear from our clients that we don't want to do open competitive bidding because it takes too long, right? Uh, it's a very long process. Instead, we would like to have a direct contracting. We allow direct contracting in certain scenarios, but this is also not a solution. I mean, it's not the only way. I mean, it's not a golden bullet, right, to solve all the problems. Because we have seen many cases where we agreed with the direct contracting. Then, firstly, the client spends a lot of time in negotiating these contracts. There is no tendering, and the one who is in the direct contracting knows that this vendor is the only one. So the
Yeah.
client doesn't have option two. So of course they will try to push for their own interests. So those negotiations are protracted. So the time saving which they were initially thinking may not be fully achieved. But
Hmm.
secondly, what is also quite important, if that contractor fails, so whether it's a vendor or supplier, cannot perform the contract, the employer or the client has no idea who are potential substitutes in the market because it was not tested on the through competitive bidding, right? So then there will be another bigger issue if the contract fails, what to do next. So you don't want to continue with this vendor, but then probably you will have to go again through a tendering process to identify a replacement. And that means going back to square one, where the whole objective was to save time, it will not be saved, right? But in a broader sense, I think what we are trying, number one, for borrowers to fully understand in what markets they are operating, and that requires a lot of data collection. So we as ADB, we do not have this data. So we would like this data to be collected, right? And say we may have only 10 projects in a particular country, which finances say 20 contracts, and we know that niche, only that part of the market,
Hmm.
but the government budget maybe finances 200 projects with the
Yeah.
500 contracts. So that information we do not have, but we are kind of encouraging the governments to have that kind of procurement data about bidders, about their capacities, because some bidders who are strong now, they could be declining in few years' time because of different reasons, but some who were small, they're growing up. So the market changes.
Hmm.
So I think borrowers should be fully aware. I mean, in our term, it's borrowers, but in other term, it's the clients, right? The financier should be fully
Yeah.
aware
Yeah. The
because of a
customer.
lot.
Yeah.
Now I'll stop here. Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah. So touching on this because when you said the condition now is different from the condition what was say 5 years ago. So specifically looking at COVID and post-COVID, like Batraji had also mentioned, there has been an acceleration due to COVID. But I also see ramifications of that. So a lot of companies have been facing difficult financial situations. And my question to Meenakshi, in this looking at the corporate scenario, has this impacted and put a new constraint on the way procurement practices are done today? And do you see that there is a lot of policy and practice change, especially with the size of the organization? And this size of the organization, I would again come back to Rustam because talking about the larger projects and how it is done in the larger pre and post COVID, what kind of changes are. So first, we'll hear out what Meenakshi has to say.
Yes, I fully agree with the statement that has been made by you, sir. Uh, there is a difference in the pre-COVID and post-COVID, the way we operate. I fully agree that much emphasis has been given on the vendor financial status. Uh, though pre-COVID levels also we used to check the financial status, but now it has been made mandatory, and with the detailed thing we are evaluating the vendor's financial status. In fact, the shop loading capacity of the vendor. This also
Mm.
makes a very important factor while choosing the vendor, whether the vendor will be in a
Mhm.
position to take my order, will he be in a position to execute my order, if at all I give the order, whether he has the financial strength to execute it. All these things are being discussed and reviewed in detail. And one more
Okay.
thing, and now even for making the payments, the advance payments or the payment after the supply of the material, the retention payments, all these things now there are strict procedures and the policies have been implemented, which takes care of the financial needs of both the vendors and the buyers, so that the vendor will not break down while execution, and the buyer also will not lose if god forbid any mishap happens in the future. uh, and one more thing, and after this covid, much emphasis on being given on not only to the vendor sub supplier also.
Oh,
We
okay.
are just reviewing it. If at all I give previously, what will happen? Okay, I am giving this order to this vendor, let that be in India. We don't mind where the vendor source the sub components. But after covid, we are also doing the due diligence. If at all the vendor is going to outsource some of the components, from where they are doing it, we want to keep a track on the sub supplier also, so tomorrow if any covid kind of situation happens, we should not end up that just a sub supplier also or all in the particular geographic area that got affected very badly, and so we are not able to get our material on time. So this is a way on this financial progress and the shop loading capacity and the vendors sub suppliers, all these things, there is a change between the pre covid and the post covid situation.
So, Rustam, you had said that you had rolled out those changes in 2017, but COVID occurred in 2019-20. So, have you reviewed some of those changes? Have you made some of those changes in this?
No, you see, the policy and new framework, which was approved in 2017, still in place because
Okay.
these are broader principles, broader features which will remain. Of course, during COVID, we know there was a big impact not only on suppliers but also on the clients, yeah, on the buyers. So we have introduced a few not changes, or flexibilities, trying to help both parties, right? Because, for example, contractors or suppliers, they are affected because of this supply chain disruptions. They could not complete their contracts, and then m- many contracts were suspended, basically, right? So they
Hmm.
did not receive the revenues they expected. They did not receive the profits they expected, and that continued for quite a long period of time. So they are suffering financially, right?
Hmm.
It means they maybe uh, it's difficult for them now to bid for new contracts because they were sitting idle for such a long period of time. But for clients, for buyers, they also are affected because the prices went up, right? And even if they want to continue the contracts which are already signed, probably they will have to pay more because the prices of materials and this supply chain shipment disruptions, all these
Yeah.
contribute to the price. So both sides are affected. Uh, what we and in addition to that, there are new requirements basically prompted by COVID pandemic. This is increased focus on the health and safety measures, right? We have introduced
Hmm.
additional clauses in our bidding documents and the contracts requiring contractors to comply with local protocols related to health and safety. It's not big in terms of cost, these additional measures, but this requires a lot of skills and basically dedicated resources from contractor side, right? Uh, then, as I have already said, if the company didn't work for 2 years roughly, so then it means they cannot demonstrate any past experience during last 2 years.
Exactly.
Normally,
Yeah.
in one of our criteria, we say X number of contracts of similar size during the last 3 to 5 years.
Three
But
to
if you
five.
take
Yeah.
the last 2 years, then it means they cannot demonstrate, they will not be able to meet the requirements. So we are thinking about that and trying to make it more flexible. So instead of the last 3 years, we could say 5, 6, 7 years, so that we
Hmm.
take into account their pre-COVID experience, because it's their own experience. It did not disappear, right? In terms of financial
Yeah.
resources, yes, of course, no revenues, all annual financial statements will be completely different, right? So some of them are negative.
Yeah. Yeah.
We require positive for last 3 years, but if you ask now, hardly anyone will qualify. So we're also making that more flexible. And actually, what we allowed is for companies, if they cannot demonstrate that they meet financial resources requirement by themselves, they can use what we call affiliate companies guarantee. But basically, it means their parent company, if they have resources, they can provide this guarantee that yes, in case if that company wins the contract but will have difficulties in basically financing because they pre-finance, right, and civil works, and then
Yeah.
they
Yeah.
reimburse. The parent company will have to basically provide that required financing. In many countries, we agreed not to have the bid security as a bank guarantee because it also costs money. We agree to have a bid securing declaration, which doesn't cost money. It's basically commitment, yeah, from the bidder to say that my bid is valid until X certain date. So there are many different measures, but I think the issue is quite big, and
Yeah.
it will
Yeah.
be very. I mean, it will
Yeah.
be quite a long time to see the recovery. Now, only this year, some of these big civil work contracts have resumed. And I'm interested myself to see how contractors perform because they were awarded contracts just before the COVID, and they could not
Okay.
perform
Okay.
because in many countries there were, very strict
Lockdowns and things. Yeah.
basically restrictions, lockdown, right? But they had certain agreements with their suppliers, subcontractor, actually mentioned. Those are also affected. Now
Yeah.
everything has resumed, and we want to see how they're progressing, because just to learn, right? Because we still have new projects, we still have new contracts to be awarded, so we have to learn from that the past lessons.
It's interesting because both of you have given kind of diametrically opposite strategies that you have used. One is tightening the financial belts, and the other one is releasing it a little more. Okay, I'll take a couple of questions from the viewers. So, this is a particularly interesting one. How do you bring about more trust between the procurement professional and the management team? Because this role is always looked at as a suspicious one, and despite all the transparency measures that we have. Yeah, maybe let's start with Meenakshi.
This is really a tricky question. I would say it is all through the action of the procurement professional. Because trust is a big thing, and though we have all the systems in place now, we are getting all the bids through the online thing, online portals, and everyone can track it. So, though there is the transparency, it is, I can say it is 100% of the transparency. Uh, so trust, it has to be purely through the actions, and the rapport that is being shared with the management team. it,
So,
it has to be demonstrated by.
in a futuristic scenario, how do you see you can develop more trust?
I would say
What
in the
needs to be
present
done?
scenario itself, I would say enough measures have been taken to be more and more transparent. Gone were those days there, where only procurement professional will have the access to the bids or something like that. But now the scenario is changing. Through this online systems, everyone, the persons who are all authorized, it is a committee of team members. They are having all those access to the procurement professional, and the procurement professionals, they are also demonstrating by their day-to-day actions and the way they project themselves. By this way, we can bring much more trust between the management and the procurement team.
Okay, we have run out of time, but there's a last 1 minute. So maybe Rustam, if you want to add in 1 minute, that will be the end.
Thank you. Yeah, I would like to say that probably there are slightly different goals of the management team and the procurement professionals. So the management team would look at the final outcome of the project. right? Where the procurement team, they're involved in the process and the transaction. But to build the trust, I think management team has to better understand the benefits of having a strong procurement professional, because if we have such, they are not only basically ensuring that the procurement is done properly, but they have experience, past experience to share with the management team what may happen if something is not done properly at the early stages. That's why if we come back to this professionalization of procurement, that's very important. If you have a strong professional who has 10 years of experience, he or she may share this 10 years of experience with the management team and say, sir, if we follow this, this is the potential outcome. If we follow that, it will be different. So then the management team will decide what is the best option. But if we don't have a strong professional who doesn't have this 10 years of experience, there is very little to share. And then, of course, there will be a bit of tension. I think to build trust,
Yeah.
better to have a stronger procurement professional who can basically contribute more to achieving the outcome.
Yeah. Thanks a lot. Having handled public procurement myself in the past, it's really interesting to see the different perspectives. And now that I advise companies on this area, it's again, a wide variety that we are seeing. But thanks a lot. I mean, the panel was a great one, and we really got to see how the different, areas are panning out. Over to you. Over to you, Payal. Yeah. Over to you, Payal. Yeah.
Thank you. The panel discussion was very enlightening. We have received a lot of questions, and because of time constraint, we
Over to you, Payal. Yeah.
yeah, sorry. Um, uh, you can hear me, everyone? Hello? Yeah. The panel discussion was very enlightening. Thank you, sir. We have received lot of questions, and because of time constraints, we shall not be able to take all of them.
Over to you, Payal. Yeah.
Um, you can hear me, everyone? Hello? Yeah. Um, thank,
I think there was a little bit of a lag due to at her end due to the internet connection, probably.
Sorry, extremely sorry. There was some technical issue at my end. The panel discussion was very enlightening. Thank you to all. We have received a lot of questions, and because of time constraint, we shall not be able to take all of them. But we will be sharing the Q&A to everyone through emails. And thank you. Now let's move to the next session.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Value for money, the concept in public procurement. The value for money is based on balanced judgment of financial and non-financial factors relevant to the procurement. However, this concept is much more difficult to define and evaluated in public procurement due to involvement of large number of stakeholders. Asian Development Bank, and one of the MDBs has done pioneering work in the area, which we will hear from the next speaker. Our next speaker is from ADP, Mr. Dharmesh Dwada, in his current role as a senior procurement specialist at ADB, assigned to South Asia Urban and Water Division portfolio, provides knowledge, expertise, and oversight that ADB financing is used economically, efficiently, and is consistent with the core procurement principle in procuring works, goods, and services. He supported development of strategic procurement planning, implementation of procurement solution, and innovation to enhance value for money. Leads procurement reform to further enhance project efficiency, economy, quality, and value for money. Before joining ADB, Mr. Dwada has experience in delivering water sector projects from feasibility to commissioning in various capacity. I would now request Mr. Dwada to begin his session. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Payal, for a kind introduction and good day to everyone. Payal, would you be presenting? Yeah. Okay. Thank you. I can see my slides now. Thank you. Yeah. We heard through the morning from the presenters and panelists talk about value for money. And I present here on VFM, value for money from ADB perspective. It is important to acknowledge that value for money concept can be subjective in nature, and it's important to understand from whose perspective value for money is being sought, or perhaps that it must be looked at from many perspectives, finding the appropriate balance when designing a procurement strategy for a package or a transaction. In a project where there are multiple sub projects, contract packages, VFM may mean different things for different packages. In many ways, it is quite an abstract concept. VFM also needs to tie into a broader project and government objectives. As you may appreciate, there is no one definition for value for money. Through this presentation, I will discuss how ADB sees VFM concept in procurement and opportunities to achieve or enhance VFM in the procurement. Next slide, please. So, how do value for money and quality fit within ADB's core procurement principles? The value for money and quality have always been key objectives for ADB projects, and they are now formally included among the core procurement principles, along with fairness, economy, efficiency, and transparency. So, how does ADB define value for money? As there is no one definition for value for money, ADB has come up with their own definition. So, the effective, efficient, and economic use of resources, which requires an evaluation of relevant cost and benefits, along with an assessment of risk, non-price attributes, and or including total cost of ownership, which may be as appropriate for a project or a transaction. Next slide, please. Yeah. So, what VFM means conceptually in ADB? VFM is part of holistic procurement structure with three support pillars: efficiency, quality, and flexibility. By necessity, value for money is determined by circumstances particular to each procurement package. The factors which, in addition to cost, ensure that goods, works, consulting, or non consulting services procured deliver optimal benefits to beneficiaries through improved efficiency, quality, but while being flexible. Now, these factors may include, as you see, high level technology, maybe decreased transaction cost, uh, enhancing the efficiency, or specific performance criteria might be developed, or any unique economic or social conditions associated with procurement. It is important we adopt flexibility in the procurement process, which but making sure that these flexibilities still fits within our policy or the procurement framework by using principle-based decisions with due focus on risk reduction and improved quality. The optimum VFM is where there is balance achieved between economy, efficiency, and quality, usually referred as golden triangle in project management area. And the other two key principles of procurement, transparency and fairness, views across all the elements of this structure. Can you just press the next? Yeah, thanks. Okay, while we talk about this, we cannot ignore the time factor involved in the procurement. Time is very important element of VFM. When project is delivered promptly or when process is completed rapidly, it actually contributes to greater value for all the stakeholders. So anything which can actually shorten the procurement time or process uh, can actually accelerate the delivery of the development project. But one could argue that this is one of the elements that tends to suffer at times when we consider VFM. For example, the merit point criteria, if used as an evaluation factor, could lengthen the time for evaluation, but it may be appropriate or necessary for complex contracts, in which case VFM is achieved through other factors and not just necessarily by shortening the time or completing early. So it is all about fit for purpose and linking to project objectives. Next slide, please. Now, achieving value for money in procurement cycle. There are opportunities throughout the procurement cycle to more effectively, efficiently, and economically use the resources available to the project to achieve VFM, which has to be, again, I will revisit fit for purpose concept, which is very important when we are thinking about value for money, because there is no one size which can fit uh, you know uh, all the projects or all the contracts or the nature of procurement or the purchasing you are going to do. So what are the options to achieve VFM, and how do you actually intervene in the procurement cycle? So broadly, there are four key stages in the procurement cycle of ADB where we think VFM has a greater intervention. So it starts with the strategic procurement planning phase, um, um, developing the specifications, uh, identifying the evaluation criteria, and of course, during the implementation through management of the contract. Next slide, please. Now, the best opportunity for achieving value for money is at the planning stage of procurement cycle by developing the optimal procurement plan. Now, achieving good procurement outcomes depends how procurement activities are carried out. This shall be supported by conducting thorough strategic procurement planning and developing fit for purpose procurement strategy. The preparation of procurement strategy and plan should begin as early as possible, uh, because you see the ability to influence, to make any changes is highest at the planning stage, at a minimal impact on the changes to the cost, which is a known concept in any infrastructure or engineering projects. So it's so easy to actually change, and it costs minimal or nothing at a very early stage of the project or the program. So it's very necessary that the VFM thinking starts at the early stage during the development of the procurement strategy. The strategy and the planning process should consider very importantly project development objectives. It should consider the market conditions, the operational context of the employer, or in ADB's term, as my colleague earlier mentioned, we normally use borrowers, um, the previous experience of the organization, identifying the risks involved, what are the available options. So these are the different aspects to be considered when you're developing the strategic procurement plan. More importantly, these different aspects has to be underpinned by appropriate level of research and analysis to support the decision making process. You can find more information through our guidance note on strategic procurement planning, which dwells into much more detail step by step on each of these aspects. Next slide, please. How do you intervene with the development of specification and contribute towards value for money? So, generally, there are two broad categories of specifications: conformance based and performance based. Conformance based specification describes in detail how the technical requirements of the design, the method of production or construction, services, and or delivery uh, needs to be achieved in a particular transaction or in a contract. On the other hand, the performance based specification describes the outcomes, the results, or the output required in terms of business or functional performance requirement when deciding. So, when deciding between the conformance or the performance based specification, obtaining the best value for money may involve trade offs among, okay, how much time needed to create the specification. So if you see on the schematics on the x axis, you see the time required to create the specification is much more for the conformance based compared to the performance based. But then you need to also think about who is going to bear the risk, where the risk profile lies. What is the ability of the bidders to innovate in their response? Where does there is more opportunity for bidders to actually offer innovative solutions? Then, taking into account what will be the complexity involved in the bid evaluation process. So there is no one answer. How trade-off, most importantly, you need to think about how these trade-offs between these elements is actually aligned to the project objectives and contributing to value for money. Next slide, please. Yeah. So building on further on from the specification side, thinking about the evaluation criteria and the value for money. Now, when we think about the evaluation criteria, the first thing usually comes to mind in public procurement is the cost. And without any doubt, it is the most important factor. But the question is, does the least cost always represents value for money? Maybe, maybe not. So it depends where, how complex the project is, how complex or high value or low value the contract is to be procured. And so it is important to ensure that the other factors are considered while you develop the method of evaluation. And that reflects the risk and complexity of the transaction. So, thinking about the cost, the quality, the risk involved, the sustainability aspect in the procurement, and the innovation aspect, as we saw there, depending on how the specifications are selected or identified, the more appropriate type of specification for a particular project or a transaction will actually feed into how you will actually look into to develop the method of evaluation or how the evaluation criteria are defined for your project or your transaction. Next slide, please. So continuing on that, when we talk about the cost and the evaluated bid price may also include the acquisition cost, the recurrent cost over the useful lifetime of the asset on a net present cost basis, including the disposal cost at times, is also known as the total cost of ownership. Sometimes it's also interchangeably called as a life cycle cost, or it's also often called as whole life cycle cost. Now, the life cycle cost can be adjusted or customized to reflect the project or the transaction objectives contributing to VFM. So, depending on what is really involved in your project or transaction, and as it was mentioned earlier in the panel discussion, the total life cycle cost or the total cost of ownership is usually considered as an evaluation criteria when you have more DBO kind of design, build, and operate kind of contract modalities used, where you would consider these um, as your evaluation criteria. So now ADB has almost 200 plus projects in their portfolio where a life cycle cost is used as an evaluation criteria. So it's not necessary that you go through exactly how each and every element of this total cost of ownership. Again, it has to be fit for purpose, suitable to the project objectives or the transaction, what you are trying to achieve. There is further guidance on the quality aspect and the total cost of ownership defined under the guidance note on quality, which can be found on the ADB website. Next slide, please. Yeah. So, continuing on the evaluation criteria, there could be other non-price criteria, which may be important and could contribute to value for money. So the lowest price, as I said earlier, may not necessarily represent the value for money. Several non-price criteria may need to be considered during the evaluation, uh, which could be in terms of quality, how the responsiveness is to other social, economic, or environmental objectives of the project. And if the non-price criteria as part of the project development objective is critical, and if it cannot be monetized, then there are other methods like merit point criteria, which could be used to assess the bids using a scoring system. And the point-based criteria is developed around the criteria are developed and structured around those objectives to contribute value for money. Now, each criteria, it is weighted according to its relative importance, depending on whether it's social, environmental, and these weightings are disclosed in advance in the bidding document. So the bidders or the market is aware how these weighted criteria are going to be applied and how their bids are going to be evaluated. Next slide, please. Yeah. Next slide, please. So this merit point criteria facilitates the evaluation based on the technical merit, the quality, the risk, the price, and other relevant factors. Depends how it's been structured and aligned with your project or the transaction objectives. There is further guidance on the use of merit point criteria for the bid evaluation. Again, you can refer to the guidance note on ADB's website. ADB is also within this year is going to publish the further guidance on implementing these merit point criteria in water sector to start with, and maybe they may consider to publish in other different sectors in coming years as well, like transport, energy, which will help our borrowers or employers to actually get the guidance on how to actually structure and implement this merit point criteria to which can contribute to VFM. Next slide, please. Okay, so we talked about we started with the planning stage, and through the development of specification, evaluation criteria. And when our employers or borrowers have the contract in place, it is very important that contract is managed effectively to contribute to value for money. Because if the contracts are not managed properly, then it doesn't um, help borrowers to achieve their project objectives and achieve the value for money. So but this contract management is the responsibility of the parties who are signed up to the contractual commitments in terms of time, cost, and quality to deliver this VFM. Both parties should fulfill their contractual obligation to achieve VFM and contractual results. The key performance indicators, KPIs, could be considered, or some milestone events can be considered as measures to monitor the performance and evaluate the performance of the contractor during implementation for as a better or good contract management practice. There is much more guidance on the development of contract management and using contract management plan as a tool which guides our borrowers during the implementation. Again, it's all available on the ADB's website for further guidance. Next slide, please. Right. So this is the suite of guidance note which is published on ADB's website. I've highlighted here value for money guidance note, but this is the complete suite of guidance note which is accessible and available in public domain. And I have highlighted through my presentation various other guidance notes which all contributes in achieving value for money through the procurement process, like contract management, merit point criteria, the quality aspect, procurement risk assessment, and others. So that's it. That's end of my presentation. I'm happy to take any questions. Over to you, Payal.
It was pleasure listening to you. It was pleasure listening to you. There are couple of questions posted here on the chat box. I will take one by one. The first one is, how is the sustainable procurement impacts the innovation of procurement or product itself, looking at the triple bottom line?
Okay, I'm not sure what triple bottom line means in the question, but I mean, in terms of sustainable procurement impacts the innovation. Now, sustainable procurement, again, it's not necessary, and it has been mentioned before, it's not necessarily just about the green procurement. It is about the different dimensions of the project or the project objectives which is touched upon in a sustainable manner. So there might be the project objective which is to enhance or achieve the social objectives or environmental objectives through the infrastructure development. And if those elements of the project are brought into the upstream process of the procurement or through the specifications, then that constitutes or contribute towards sustainable procurement. Innovation, really, it depends. I will revisit my slide on the specification. So, depending on the needs of a project or the objectives of your transaction, it is best to assess and decide the best modality to be procured, and how do you fix your specification, whether you want to go with a very conformance based specification where employer is defining all the technical aspects, the delivery methods, the construction techniques, etc. Then there is very little room for innovation to be offered by the market. whereas if employer is actually defining the output based contract or performance based contract, where they are focusing on what they are trying to achieve through this contract, and allowing market or bidders to actually offer much more innovation in the form of technical solutions or proposals through their bids. So it depends how you actually structure your bids.
Thank you so much. Now I'll take question number two. How to determine the life cycle cost in public health programs for procurement of goods, especially in the case of drugs and consumables.
Yeah, it's a good question. It's a very, very specific question to answer. When you talk about public health program, and it's difficult to answer with this limited information. But generally, as a principle, when you are considering the life cycle cost, and as I mentioned in my presentation, that uh, it is considering the life cycle of the asset or the goods. It could be goods as well. So when you are referring to the procurement of goods, so if you are purchasing any equipment or procuring any equipment, then you need to consider the acquisition cost of the good. You could consider the recurring maintenance cost or any other recurring cost for that goods, for the life of that or expected life of that goods, and how then you developed an evaluation criteria and ask market or suppliers to meet those criteria. um, so that I think the principle still remains the same, and it needs to be adjusted as per your needs into what you're procuring.
Thank you. And now I'll take question number three. It says the question is asked is please explain the difference of VFM concept in public sector and private sector procurement.
Okay. I mean, I think the concept of VFM, it's all about achieving value for money. And in public sector, because you are dealing with public money, you are much more, I would say, focused or constrained when you are developing your procurement strategy, because you are answerable to public for you utilizing the public money. And every step of your procurement strategy has to be structured around the core principles of procurement, in terms of considering the fairness, the transparency, how you are utilizing the resources available efficiently, economically. So any whatever strategy is being developed for public sector procurement has to be underpinned by this core principles. um, Whereas on the private sector, um, it's really the how the procurement strategy of the corporate or the organization fits with the company's vision and mandate and their own organization policy, or how they perceive the value for money uh, through the procurement of the procurement cycle for their own organization. So I think the concept remains the same, but because you are dealing with the own private money versus the public money, you approach it in a different manner.
Thank you so much for answering a couple of questions. I request participant to keep posting, questions in your chat window. Though we'll not be able to take all of them, but we will definitely share Q&A to everyone. Also, we will be picking up the first three questions received by us. Thank you, sir. Thank you for
Thank you.
this
It's
session.
been pleasure.
Yeah. Let's Take a break of 45 minutes. We'll be back by 2:15 p.m. IST. Mr. Arun Pal, member of the organizing committee, has an announcement to make. Arun, please go ahead.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Thank you for the announcement for the break. So I would request to all of the participants, they can use the break time to take the selfies, walk out the expo session, and checking out all the features available in the system. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Arun. Dear all, welcome back. We are all set for the next session. Our theme for following session is green procurement. The adverse impact of climate change is now evident across the globe, with many countries badly impacted in last few months. COP26 also highlighted the urgency for taking immediate actions to slow down and finally reverse the climate changes. The role of public procurement, which spends about 20% of GDP, is extremely critical in this direction. The World Bank is developing a sustainable procurement guideline which will be rolled out shortly. Uh, we will hear about this important topic from in the next session. It will be my pleasure. It will be my privilege to invite Ms. Jelly Molino, Sustainable Procurement, Public Procurement Consultant, United Nations Environment Program. Ms. Molino is an international legal expert on sustainable public procurement who has an experience working with international organizations such as UNEP, World Bank, UNDP, IFC, OEDC, ITC, ILO, and ADB in the area of public procurement and sustainability. She has been member of Philippine Bar since 2007 and has been active in litigation on environment and administrative cases, including corporate compliances. She is currently finishing her PhD degree on the role of multilateral development banks in promoting sustainable public procurement towards the achievement of 2030 Sustainable Development Goal at the University of Turin, Italy. She holds an LLM in Government, Procurement, and Environmental Law from the George Washington University Law School, 2017, and an Executive Master's degree in Business Administration from Asia Institute of Management, a Doctor of Prudence degree from University of Batangans, and BA degree in philosophy from the University of Philippines. Her current research project focus on development of legal frameworks for low carbon public procurement in Asia and Pacific, addressing barriers to international public procurement and ASEAN regions UNDP, and the formulation of SPP policies and regulation for People Public of Bangladesh and the Socialist Republic of Vietnam IFC. Now I will pass over to Ms. Molino to take her session on mitigating climate change through public procurement. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Payal. Is my slide being shown now? Okay. So, good afternoon, and thank you for the introduction and, of course, for the invitation to discuss the strategic role of public procurement in climate change mitigation, at least from the perspective of policy analysis. But before I start, let me have a disclaimer that, of course, all views that I will be expressing here are my own, though I have cited some references from which I am basing my information. And while the presentation is not really divided into sections, my discussion, however, will follow this particular format. I will start by refreshing our basic understanding about climate change, including the presentation of the most recent report of the IPCC on climate change mitigation. Then I will present some developments on the policy framework supporting the reduction of greenhouse gas emissions through public procurement, or what is now known as low carbon public procurement, and present some examples of national policies for LCPP, of course, with a brief key takeaways moving forward. So, what is our basic understanding of climate change? So the UN Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, or IPCC, has defined climate change to refer to the change in the state of the climate, of course, using statistical tools over an extended period of time. It actually refers to the average of the long-term changes of the Earth's of the entire the climate of over the entire earth, like warming temperatures, changing in precipitations, as well as the effects of the earth warmings, like the rising of sea levels, the shrinking of mountain glaciers, which are all, of course, caused, among others, by human activities. Our lifestyles have led to the accumulation of greenhouse gas emissions in the atmosphere, which trapped heat from the sun, making the earth warmer, which of course resulted to extreme weather conditions like drought and super typhoon. And here are some of the most obvious impacts of climate change, which I will not go into detail. But one important thing for us to understand that these impacts can be addressed using a two-pronged approach. One is mitigation of climate change, or adaptation measures. By mitigation, it pertains to the reduction of emissions and establishing the levels of heat by trapping the greenhouse gas emission in the atmosphere. For example, energy efficiency practices, greater use of renewable energy, and efficient means of transport implementation. While adaptation measures pertains to how we help reduce vulnerability to the consequences of climate change, like, for example, having more secure facility locations and infrastructure, landscape restoration, and precautionary measures. For purposes of our discussion, though the topic is on mitigation of climate change through public procurement can also be used as a strategic tool for adaptation purposes, more particularly for adaptation measures using public funds, like we are procuring supplies during climate change emergency. And here, where do we stand now in terms of the climate change mitigation? So just to give you an idea of the last IPCC report, which indicated the following. If you look at the first figure on the upper left portion, it shows the total net anthropogenic greenhouse gas emission that have continued to rise during the period of 2010 to 2019. So it's like we are actually increasing our emission, and unless we did something more than what we are currently doing, it will continue to rise. And if you look at the lower slide on the left, it actually indicated the regional distribution on which region have the most contribution in terms of carbon emission. And you'll see that region with the most number of high-income countries have the highest contribution. That is why we are demanding really more support from these regions. Sadly, however, on the third slide, which is on the right upper portion, you will see here that the global greenhouse gas emission in 2030, I mean, if we are to look on the associated nationally determined contributions announced prior to COP26, is like the warning will exceed the 1.5 degrees target during the 21st century. And then limiting it to lower than 2 degrees would rely on rapid acceleration and mitigation efforts. And we really have to do something about it. One thing good about now is that there is an increasing report that the cost of technologies for low emission initiatives is really falling. If you look at the report on the last figure on the lower portion. So meaning that the previous session, I heard about is the cost of mitigation measures, specifically in technology. Is it really very expensive? So at least the IPCC's report indicated that technologies for mitigation measures is the cost is actually fallen. And this is due to the numerous innovative policy packages. In fact, if you look at the Paris Agreement, after the Paris Agreement, there has been actually consistent expansion of policies and laws addressing mitigation, which of course these policies have led to avoidance of emissions that would otherwise have occurred if those policies are not implemented. And one of these policy initiatives is actually on the promotion of sustainable consumption and production, which of course is supported not only by the Paris Agreement. I posted there the preamble indicating the importance of, sustainable consumption and production in the implementation of the Paris Agreement, but also with respect to SDG 12, which is very focused on the assurance that there will be sustainable consumption and production patterns, specifically Target 12.7, which is on the promotion of public procurement practices that are sustainable. But of course, it has to be in accordance with national policies and priorities. So we are actually, or we should be, monitoring the number of countries that are actually implementing sustainable public procurement policies and action plans. And the United Nations for Environment Program, UNEP, is in fact the one that is at least doing the monitoring of 12.7.1. And one of this is through the use of the global review, which UNEP has been doing since 2013. That was the first global review in terms of sustainable public procurement implementation, and it was followed in 2017. And before the year ends, we are going to release the 2022 SPP Global Review, which yours truly have the privilege to be part of the technical working team for purposes of monitoring. And let me just share some of highlights of the upcoming 2022 SPP Global Review. So we have 45 participating countries, and this slide show the distribution of these countries according to region. And sadly, however, India did not participate in the monitoring exercise that UNEP did in 2021, nor in the global review initiatives that UNEP did also in 2021. Because of course, this is a voluntary in nature. We would communicate to the government if they're interested to participate. And from the Global Review Initiative of the 45 countries, you'll see that what are the legal frameworks supporting SPP. Actually, one thing, from the legal perspective, I am very happy to see that at least 82% of those countries have already SPP provisions in their procurement regulations, and 76% of them have SPP action plan, dedicated SPP action plans, which means that they have already identified the priority categories, product categories, and including the methodology by which these categories will be implemented. But of course, all of them at least have 100% of the participating countries have already national overarching policies that support sustainable public procurement. For example, actually, when we evaluated all of these national policies, it can go as broad as that of Austrian government, which just provides, implementation of procurement emission-free operated vehicles to be purchased by public authorities. Or it could be like the one from China, which just provided the initiative to support the energy saving and environmentally labeling products for purposes, again, of public procurement. So there are actually so many thematic policies that actually support the country's initiative for the purchase and use of reusable, recyclable, biodegradable, and recoverable materials, which of course would lead to hopefully zero emission solutions in the public procurement of goods, works, and services. These slides will show like we compared the 2017 and 2021 SPP policies. And one thing we've noticed is that the SPP dedicated policies are more focused on green initiatives. One assessment is that most of those countries have already in place policies that support social considerations, more particularly preference to domestic industries. So if your procurement practice has already this particular initiative to support local industry, that is already a category for social procurement. And most of those countries have already that in place. So they are now focusing on promoting more green initiatives. And then we also try to evaluate how the sustainability issues are being addressed since 2013 to the present. So although of course the baseline or the base mark will be on the 2021 global review, one thing you will be noticing is that although promoting SME is now the second in the 2020 to global review, but if you will look on the average on how the sustainability considerations have been considered in SPP policies from 2013 to 2021, it's actually more supportive of green public procurement. And this is more focused on resource efficiency, energy conservation, and climate change mitigation, which of course paved the way to what we now call as low carbon public procurement. So when we speak of low carbon public procurement, this is actually refers to the reduction of greenhouse gas emission throughout the life cycle of the product of the services that we are actually procuring. And we can actually, support the inclusion of low carbon initiatives in the entire public procurement cycle. Say, for example, we start from the planning stage. If you look at the planning stage, the first thing that we should do if we want to promote, lower carbon public procurement is to set carbon reduction thresholds. Could be like, 20% greenhouse gas reduction in terms of the procurement of vehicles. And of course, you can just provide the threshold. You have to make sure that you identify the alternatives, specifically the best available technologies. So when you do the planning, you have to consult the market, and then of course you have to find the low carbon initiatives in the planning. And once you have already identified that, the second stage, of course, in terms of public procurement cycle, is to define the low carbon specifications and award criteria. It can be used through the energy efficient goods and services, or it can also include low carbon performance on material, or the introduction of low carbon solutions. And of course, it does not end there. You have to make sure that when you actually implemented the contract after award, there should be, low carbon contractual clauses. You should set your key performance indicators, which of course, the reduction of transport emission, that could be an example, or continued improvement. And very importantly is that you must have penalties for non-compliance. And of course, other sustainability clauses should be integrated, like the environmental and social standards. And at the end of the implementation, you have to make sure that because you have your carbon reduction plan, you have to assess if the targets have been achieved after you conduct the public procurement initiative or pilot for purposes of green public procurement. And these are some of the examples actually of national policies based on our recent reviewed of the 45 countries. Say, for example, Austria has this particular feature in terms of its policy. So it means that, as early as possible this year, they have to procure the emission-free operated vehicles. In the same way as in the case of Belgium, the target is 50% of the federal contract should have sustainable procurement practices. Cyprus also the same, 50%. Even China has already this item list of energy saving and environmental labeling products, energy saving products for government procurements. And these item lists are actually mandatory. Costa Rica, Ireland, and Norway are also some of the countries. In Asia, we have, of course, South Korea, and also Thailand has started to do it. As of this now, I'm working with the World Bank in Bangladesh. We're trying to help the government in developing a sustainable public procurement policy and hopefully, include green public procurement. Of course, what are the setbacks? We all know that there are always barriers. And two of the most considered barriers everywhere we go and talk to the procuring officials is that public procurement is set by legal constraints. We all know that. I work on the legal department. And of course, because of that, there is also a risk-averse culture among public procurants. They are reluctant unless there is a legal basis. So if we don't have a particular legislation supporting low carbon, it will be very, very difficult for procuring entities to actually start the initiative. Although in some countries, they try to do it through pilot application with the support of international organization, because we all know the only exemption, or some of the exemptions, should I say, in terms of implementing a particular sustainability consideration that is not yet included in the public procurement regulation is through pilot application, specifically if the procurement is funded by international organizations. So that is how they are addressing the barriers. And the way to look forward, of course, we from UNEP and of other international organizations, our dream is really to make low carbon criteria mandatory. And it has to be connected with eco labels, where we are developing product specific SPP guidelines. Like this particular slide, I took it from the SPP policy note for the People's Republic of Bangladesh. So we are like trying to come up with SPP policies and action plans on how to help Bangladesh, adopt its SPP policy for purposes of promoting more green public procurement. And of course, we have to have secondary legislations. Like, for example, right now, I am also working with IFC in Vietnam because there's an urgency to actually support the initiative to include green public procurement in the draft of their public procurement legislation, which is about to be submitted to the National Assembly next month. So these are really very, very important. So those are our assessment in terms of how public procurement can actually mitigate climate change, at least from the perspective of policy assessment. Any question? I'm sorry, because I wanted to make sure I have more time for question and answer. So it's like I try to be
Thank you so
fast.
much. Yes, we have a question on the screen. Thank you, first of all, for the time that you took to share your thoughts and experience. Um, Madam, the question that is there for you is developing economies are still depending a lot on non-renewable energy resources like coal and other fossil fuel. How can public procurement policy help in dealing with challenges of socio-economic development, high cost of renewable technology, climate change, and control windfall profit gained by fossil fuel companies?
Actually, since 2015, I have been questioning that. So it's like specifically from the perspective of working in an intergovernmental organization. But there are actually best practices. Say, for example, in the US, what they're doing is actually, in the procurement of electricity, they are actually supporting more companies that produce renewable energy. And then, um, make sure that public procurers should work directly with these companies that produce renewable technology or renewable energy. So, in terms of their own procurement of electricity. So, that is one way to do it. Of course, the target is really um, to eliminate our reliance on non-renewable energy. But how public procurement can do it? Of course, if you will incorporate in your public procurement regulations the requirement to actually, you know, supply goods that are being supported by renewable energy. Of course, you need a legislation to do that, and that in a way, while of course in terms of another governmental policy supporting more renewable energy companies so that they will work hand in hand. So it's like requiring government to procure from suppliers that are actually using renewable energy, while at the same time you support the suppliers by making sure that this energy is available in the market. So it is not like a public procurement approach alone. It has to be supported by other policies from the government.
Thank you, ma'am. Next question to you is sustainable or green procurement just summarized under CO2 emission throughout the procurement cycle?
Actually, when you speak of green procurement, it is not very limited to carbon emission reduction. Green procurement, of course, um, covers all environmental considerations. Even, for example, the procurement of, let's say, procurement that promote the protection of biodiversity, the protection of organic um, materials. Of course, these are all correlated with carbon. As I have shown in the slide, carbon emission reduction can be integrated throughout the procurement cycle, from the planning to the definition of specification and qualification criteria, contract management, and even during the so yes, carbon emission reduction can be integrated throughout the procurement cycle. But when we speak of green procurement, it is not limited to carbon emission reduction. There are so many sustainability considerations towards the environmental protection.
Thank you, ma'am. The next question is, what are the key parameters we ensure for legal process?
Of course, I have to understand when you speak of key parameters, but at least in so far as we in the legal practice is concerned, the first thing that we should and we want is that the procurement law in itself is very clear. The procurement regulation, the act must have, a specific provision. But in the absence, like for example, there are countries like Singapore. Singapore, if you look at the public procurement law of Singapore, it is considered actually as a trade law. So you will not see any sustainability consideration in the public procurement law of Singapore. But Singapore has numerous other legislation that support green public procurement, secondary legislation that support public procurement. So in the absence of a specific provision in your Public Procurement Act that support GPP, other legislation and secondary acts can support it. But of course, in that case, you have to have a champion public authority to take the initiative. Otherwise, if we will be relying solely on public procurers, they didn't want to take the risk. It's because we know that it is highly litigated in terms of all of the governmental functions.
Thank you, ma'am. We really enjoyed listening to you, and I hope that participants, you were able to, the questions that were put by the participant we were able to, give us a satisfactory response to them. Like, thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much. And over to the next session. ISM India recently conducted a survey of procurement professionals to understand their views about sustainable procurement. This survey comes out with many interesting findings, which will be shared during the current session. Now, I request Mr. Krishnan Batra to present the highlights of the Sustainable Procurement Survey.
Thank you, Payal, for giving me this opportunity. Now let me share my... Yeah, here it is. Okay, to begin with, I want to thank again Payal and then Jelly Molino because she covered so well. I'll touch some of her insights into my presentation. So let me get back to the subject of sustainable procurement. So what we did around is everybody's talking of it. When we talk about climate change, as you heard about from Jelly, when we talk about green procurement, we talk about sustainable issues around. So sustainable procurement becomes a very key thing. So let me see what we did around and what survey feedback we got. And then based on the feedback, what are my summary of that? And I'm trying to put down at the bottom, you can see the crucial lever to end the crisis of the climate, the crisis of shortages, everything if you look around, because the planet is one. So if you have to leave something for the next generation, so if this is to me is a crucial lever to end the crisis around. So what we did around was we sent questions around 25 questions, and the questions were in the areas of policy, like do you have a policy on sustainable quality? We've asked around what are the key drivers for your policies around? What value addition you are getting through this? Spend on green procurement. How much money of your procurement, let's say if I'm having a procurement of $1 billion, how much is going on the green products? We also talked about the role of ISO 20400, which is specifically designed for sustainable procurement, and it was launched only 5 years back. Then there's another standard on environmental management side, system management side, ISO 41000. So we tried to get some feedback from the companies around how much they're using it in terms of their policy, in terms of their action. Then we also looked around, are you getting executive support? Some procurement people, the young generation, they would love the word sustainable, they love the word green, but are they getting the executive support from the top? Which may be old-fashioned. They say, why to waste money around? Green is always costlier. Some have that perception around. So cost of greening products, does it cost us much more if we want to become greener? And how do we approach in selecting the suppliers around? So we had questions on that, guy. How do you select somebody says I'm a green? How do you assess it? How do you check it? So we checked all those questions around. Customer experience. We talked about, again, progress of SP activities, sustainable procurement activities. If supplier says I've done this, how do you check the validation part? So the validation part is another one. And as you heard when Jolene was talking, I was hearing very seriously the carbon footprints, the carbon emission. How much procurement activity creates a carbon emission? Procurement activity may not do it, but procurement people are ordering to the supplier, and suppliers are ordering to the, again, tier 2, tier 3 suppliers. Everybody to produce the item is creating carbon footprints. So that I will touch on this, whatever the feedback I could get around. Then the packaging materials. On the packaging material, I think India is doing well because there's a lot of recycle in that part. On paper also well. Then we talked about Energy Star. There were some questions around. This area also, particularly for electrical goods. I think India has done a good progress around because the survey question was sent only to the Indian companies. Building materials, local spend. And local spend means now when we learned that we can't depend on one X country or Y country, are we trying to build our local market? The next thing we were the question, eco-labels part. How far it is successful in India and how far it has been used by the companies around. And then general comments. Then we made one big paragraph in the questionnaire. Give us your general comments. So in terms of support from the suppliers, in terms of support from the management, in terms of the need in the market, does the market need green products? So we asked some general questions, what improvement they suggest around. So we tried to summarize all this. So these are the general questions. Now let me get down to before I answer this, what we got the feedback, let me set the preamble part. Procurement is one of the most vital transactional parts of the conducting a business. Any business you look around. So you might be in a manufacturing, you might be in a service sectors. Procurement has become a very vital part now. If we are to implement sustainable development goals, this word came in the long back in 2015, the Secretary General of the UN. They came with SDG 17 goals around. And he mentioned, I'm just quoting his words around here. So he said the procurement is a key thing. Procurement is the one which is connecting the buyer and the supplier, and at the end, the customer also. Some are consuming it, some are producing it, and every activity produces carbon emission. So the carbon emission is there around, wastages are there around. Sometimes we're not able to reuse it, so the items are going into the landfill. So procurement is a very vital transactional part around, which creates a chain. Whether you say dumping into the waste around, starts from procurement. Procurement at home, procurement in office, procurement anywhere. So the next thing is, in light of increasing environmental, we are hearing a lot about environment part. In the last, I would say, 1 year, we're hearing around the drought in Europe, drought in US in the east, on the west coast side, temperature shooting up in London, 40 degrees centigrade. So that shows there is a certainly environmental part. There's a business climate is changing, world climate is changing around. Even here we see around the summer is over, now we're getting the rains pouring around. The second round of rains have started now in Mumbai. So there is a change. Sustainable procurement has become the need of the hour. So whenever we talk about climate, procurement plays a wonderful key role around. So if we want to improve the future of the business, increase the sale, I'm sure people are now receptive to these things around. Like in the organic food, reception is happening around. Same way when we say my products are greener than others, people are willing to pay extra a little bit if it makes really exciting. Now the bigger picture which I'm trying to put around here is worldwide on average 25%. Developed country may be less, but developing country, it is average 25% of GDP. So when public sector is spending money in doing projects, whether health sector projects, whether education project, whether any sector projects around, the procurement is there. And that procurement leads to some conversion somewhere. Somebody's manufacturing it, somebody's producing it. So that part is creating environmental impact. Similarly, when I talk of manufacturing, we talk of any auto company, 70% of the sales revenue is in the, if I talk around, procurement captures, spends the money around. Service sector around 40%. All of these procurement, you may think I'm buying 10 computers, I'm buying 20 tables, but at the end of the day, somebody is making it. That person is creating footprints. You're also creating footprints because when you come to the office, you also create carbon footprints. You sit in the office, air conditioning works, you create carbon footprint. So your activity is also creating carbon footprints. And when you place the order, they also create carbon footprints. So it's a big thing around. The concern for environment is certainly there around. At times, this objectives are odd with the goals. In the good old days, the focus was profit, profit. The business means profit, yes. But the profit should not be at the cost of, again, environment. But now I think people are coming with triple lines, bottom line, the concern for environment, I mean, basically planet, concern for people, and concern for economy also, profit also. So we are combining all the parameters around. In the good old days, it was only profit, nothing else. So now people has come, planet has come, all that are becoming part of it. So protect the environment by embracing sustainable. So to me, the word sustainable makes it very important around less degradation, less use of resources. Not that we are cutting down our consumption, resources are less. So sustainable part, let me touch a little bit so that we all are the same thinking. Procurement, you all know very well. I don't need to explain around getting at a competitive price, best quality. When we say sustainability, mean depletion of natural resources to maintain the ecological balance, the balance between the living bodies and the environment part. So I think that's one, in a summarized way, explains around. So let me get down to the summary, what we got from the questions. So we asked some people around, what do you cover in sustainable procurement? Are you only focusing on the green specifications? Are you looking at the people? In general, let me be honest with you, we got around close to 75 replies. Big names, I would say, like Tata Consulting, IBM's, Godrej, many big names came around. And some are doing very well, actually, particularly on the IT side. Some big names, if I talk around, they are doing very well on this sector. I was not expecting that much feedback, but I could see the procurement people were knowledgeable. So social part, many people ignored it. They said we have CSR activity. So obviously we look after the environment part and we look after the economic part. Economic part, we all do it in procurement. We always look for value for money, total cost of ownership, life cycle costing. Everybody's conversant. Environment part was lacking. I started this activity around when I was in Denmark, along with UNICEF. We started around in 1998. I did around. I represented UN in one of the big conference. So that's the time we went into the green specification. We developed the green specification with the help of EU. Whether you talk of computer, whether you talk of tables, chairs, we tried to develop some broad guidelines. But that has not moved much when I see from 98 till now. Now the labels have come around, environmental label. Because the specification, what we did in 1998 are also changing. So now people are come with environmental labels around. So this is where we got some feedback that guys, we are following it, but our focus is more on economic and environment side. Social part, majority, I would say 90% said no, because we focus on CSR. But then some people understood around how, because when you select the supplier, I'm sitting in X big companies and I give a contract to another companies, and that company is manufacturing it, and are they taking care of all this? So some people have developed their guidelines covering all three parameters. So that's the way answer came. So it was different ways. Some people said we are asking our suppliers to give us this information. Some said we don't question it because this is covered through the government guidelines. So the three pillars which we talk around is the planet, profit, the economic part. Certainly, we have been always talking around as a procurement person. People part we have been ignoring, but now I think some companies I could see around when they select the suppliers, they look into this. Are they following these parameters? And the last is planet, the use of resources part. So when we look around under each environment, those we said, guys, okay, give us a list of activities around what you do. If you are looking from the environmental angles, so in broadly we give a big list to them and they tick ones which ones are relevant to them. So I would say out of like an environment, we give a list of 9 or 10 points around. So majority of them, I would say 80 to 90% clicked only on this. They said carbon dioxide reduction, so emission has to be cut down. Second was alternative energies. So emission could be different ways around the product which I'm buying. If it consumes less of energy, that means I'm cutting down the emission. So that becomes a parameters. So if I compare two products, one consumes less water, less energy. So that means I'm getting into that, which I think most of the companies are following it. Alternate energies around solar, windmills. Now, certainly this has picked up in some areas around. Some companies have now started, manufacturing companies are focusing a lot on the solar, particularly when there's a power cut. So they want to have their own solar, they want to have their own battery bank. So they are not depending on generator, which creates more carbon emission. So people are trying, and India is doing well on the solar side. When I look at the Arabian Sea side, like in Gujarat or something, the windmills are coming very popular. Water management is coming up. So water management people are managing it through those who are following ISO 41000. So that means they are managing it. It doesn't fall per se under the activities of procurement, how much wastage of water is going around. So green specification, this is a critical word which I remember we started in 1998. And then I found having the green specs looks very nice, but how do I write it? I can only talk about the packaging material. I can talk about what goes inside it, the manufacturing part. So I think people have developed some broad specification. I do have a list with me, which was developed long back. Now many guides have come around, many guidebooks are available on green specs, but mainly for common user item. Pollution and the waste management part. So pollution and waste management, again, you may say waste management, certainly procurement is involved many places around because they sell the waste. But how to cut the waste down, procurement may not be involved around. But then there are other department functions which are dealing with it now. So particularly those companies who are following environmental management system, 41,000, the operation department or some other functions, they take care of all these activities. But broadly, certainly it is covered. Then we ask about the economic pillar side. I think we talked a lot since morning, total cost of ownership, value for money, economic regeneration. This word is coming up now. In the past, it was all one or two global hub of manufacturing. Even simple item when you can make yourself, but they were going into other countries. But now people are looking into it. Can we make it locally? Can we make it regionally? So that there's a less of transportation involved around, less of disruptions involved around. Development of SMEs, small medium enterprises. So that also has come up in the answers. Social pillars, I will not get much into because only 2 or 3 companies replied, but rest said this is not our. But certainly they say we will try to ensure in the future when we select a supplier, we could ask them. Now, when we ask about what are the drivers of your SP policy, what drives it? What are the key factors? Because some company out of 80 companies, I would say around 20, 25 companies had SP policies, particularly the IT sector and top manufacturing sector of India, like Tata's and IBM, they do have some. So those drivers, what drives our SP policy? Sustainable procurement. Everybody said cost reduction. Some said revenue also. But then revenue means if they say my product, my services are based on the greening of the product, then possibly you get a better clients around. Risk reduction also. So then they give us some broad highlights of what we cover under that. Risk means mitigating the risk, regulatory non-compliance part. So the non-compliance, if I'm doing a power generation, I'm not emitting too much of carbon in there. So how much carbon emitter and how much of ash I'm throwing around. So those risk management, some power plants came to us, they are managing it. Cost cutting, certainly that's the focus around it. Particularly when it talk of packaging side, recycling side, I think India is doing well. In India also we got two type of products around. Some are made with virgin materials, some are recycled materials. Sometimes recycled material is as good, you won't know it, but some of the parts are made with the recycles. So they go. Particularly when I say steel, aluminium, which is recycled, plastic, which is recycled, it may be as good as the new. So packaging side, this side, because our cost of collection of the old material is in developing countries still cheaper, and we have the culture of recycling. So I think we are doing well. So value creation wise, developing new green products, leveraging, I think this we all see nowadays coming around. Suppose if I'm working in a big automobile companies, so if I want to get any X product like my seats, my dashboards and other parts around, whether they are made in innovative materials around, which can be recycled. Suppose if I'm making a specific item which is made of brass and now I want to switch over to plastic with ABS, which can be recycled, it cuts down my cycle time and becomes a greener product. So approaches also, we looked around with the supplier that how do you select the supplier? Some companies came to us that guy, we have a design of our product based. We have the specification. And those specifications, product based. Second was, we go with the supplier based, where the supplier has got some policies on this around. So combination of two. One is that I give them the specification, my specs are these. And then other ones are how companies are taking care of it. It's a combination of the two. They say we try to do the selection part. Ranking of the challenges, I can skip this, but this is also, we ask question, how will you rank the challenges around? So they came with a list around. Approaches for sustainable procurement, they said we give spend analytics. So we do ask them KPIs, sourcing, collaboration. So we try to work with them, suppliers around based on these parameters. So we try to see whether we can make some savings. Other survey questions were green procurement. I would say 67%. So out of 80 companies, 67% said yes, we are committed to this. Farmer green procurement policies, 40 said yes, we have a policy. But the policy was, some had only the green procurement, some had a much broader one, sustainable procurement. So sustainable procurement, I could see much more in the IT sector, but other ones, they came with the green part. Time frame to implement green procurement policies around. Some said, yes, our management is looking into this. So when we are looking into this, because the government is also come with the pressure of net zeros soon to control the climate. So they said we are also working on 6 to 12 months. Does your institution policies include any of the fallings around? So we put down the 3 parameters. Environmental consideration, so which I summarized earlier, but now you can see 63%, 73% said environment. That's all. I can understand now because majority of the procurement people understand only one parameter, and economic part certainly, but social justice, very small. So the social justice, I mean, number is okay, but they are not much involved, procurement people. They leave it to the CSR activities. Or they say, guys, okay, you are the suppliers. Are you having any CSR activity? So they assume that they are socially, they are okay. Social justice is there. Social justice means no labor, child labors, no gender. When there's a gender disparities around, so those factors are there around. Then we ask some questions on the main drivers for the institutional sustainability initiative. So why your company is getting into this? I would say 93% talked about reduced carbon footprint. So that was the focus, and that what Jelly was also saying around carbon footprint is also important around. I'll touch a little later further explanation people gave us. Very few, but I'll explain. They reduce the cost around, reduce the material consumptions. We want to cut down the material reduction. I'm making a very heavy product around. Do I really need a design of that size? Can I redesign the structure so it become lighter? So that's the one around reduce the material consumption around, improve your company image. So again, if you look at the company image was coming in the last list around. So it was not the major one. Then we had percentage of total procurement spending on green products. So you can see much. The color wise, you can see 0 to 16%. This one, very less. More than 50% when we talk around procurements. The number is also very small. Can't say. Some companies came same way, we don't know whether it's a green or not. So we tell the suppliers green, but still supplier says green, but we are not able to vouch for it. So that's where you will see the way. So there was big confusion, but this is still on the growing curve, I would call. Sustainable procurement standards. We asked around how many of people have learned about it. I was, to be honest, not expecting much. I said ISO 20400 is only 5 years old. But the number is not bad. So 33% said yes, they are aware of it, and they are trying to use that as a base for their own policy. So then 66 were not aware of it. Actually, if you look around ISM trainings around, we do focus on this. Actually, one of the sessions we always do is on sustainable procurement, ISO 20400, the complete series. Like we had in the good old days, ISO 9000 on the quality side. So we also focus a lot in our programs. Eco-labeling, yes, this has been important around. So eco-labeling, 1991, Government of India came around and it covered cradle to grave, from raw material till going back to this. So it is there, but still not very popular except packaging area, textile area, some other sectors has come around. Then for building materials, Green Pro is there by CII, Confederation of Indian Industries. For organic products, India Organic is there, ISO certainly is there around, star rating for electrical products. So all electrical product, whether you buy air conditioner, whether you buy any machine, any mixing, you get star rating around star 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, whatever. GPP also from the public procurement side, this was made, but it's not been launched to my knowledge. So this covers again the positively affects all aspects of triple bottom line. The triple bottom line means we talked about the people, planet, and profit. I think we are still at not that stage to get into this. I know some governments have made it broad guideline, so we expect someday this also will be ready. The usage of ISO 14,000, 20,000, 76,000. 26,000 talks of social parameters. 20,400 is totally sustainable procurement. 14,000 is the one which talks around environmental management system. So here you could see 5% people are using it, 10% number of companies who are using this one. This is the older one, around 7, 8 years old, while this one is new. Climate disclosure project. 1 or 2 companies came around that they have a climate disclosure project. And this is one of the 2 IT companies. That how much is going to the landfill, how much cut down is there every year. So it's impressive. I mean, how much is they are affecting the climate? They do project as a part of it. So only 2 companies came around. They came up. Carbon footprints. So carbon footprints also, I would say, around the types and levels of emissions. There are 3 types. So I'm taking in from Jelly. Scope 1 is direct. What you and me are sitting in a procurement office, what we create. That is a small baby. The scope 2 is the one we buy something. We buy energy. We buy electricity. That is also not big. But scope 3 is a major carbon footprint. And that's the most difficult one. Indirect means building-wise, food-wise, travel-wise. We travel a lot. So that's again a carbon footprint. And then the next one is the waste of the goods around. In the last, I would say, some companies are coming with a voluntary setting net zeros. So, I mean, this is still a good beginning, I would say, but not much. Even some companies said one or two company net zeros, but we don't see that's one. The lastly, I would say one slide. I know I'm skipping. Value of the sustainable procurement, I think it is certainly going to make a big difference. Particularly, example we quoted around toner cartridges, any other green products, many things have come around. So without getting too much on this, so I leave this one and the Q&A if any.
Thank
Yes,
you, Mr.
Payal.
Batra. Question one that is I can see on the screen is green procurement and the related procurement chain sustainably require coordination and collaboration with internal and external supply chain partners to re-examine delivery methods, products, packaging, and measurement systems?
Certainly, Payal, I think this is a wonderful thing. Procurement, its good old days is gone. Procurement means sitting in isolation. The future procurement means working with stakeholders. You can't be the smart in everything around. So you need to talk to the stakeholders. Let's say some supplier comes to me. Say, guys, sir, your design is useless. Can we change this? It'll cut down the emission, it'll cut down the raw material. But then I need approval from my stakeholders. So stakeholder one side gives me good idea, other stakeholder has to approve it around. So that I think has to change. And this is where I find in the public sector, we set the stone, we write down the specs. So we don't encourage innovative ideas around. So that part, if we are not coming with the innovative ideas, this will not fly. So certainly the stakeholders are very important to us, internal and external. Thank you again, Payal, on this.
Thank you, sir. The next question, how can procurement reduce carbon emission?
Oh, good. They are the key players. One person has given a figure. I don't know whether I should accept it. 2/3 of the emission, 2/3 of the world emission can be attributed to procurement. You can imagine how important we are. Emission means procurement mean at home also we buy, we eat, we buy, we emit carbon, we travel, we emit carbon. So we have procurement people. So procurement people worldwide, if you look around, government procurement is only 25%. But private sector procurement, who make goods for you and me, for everybody, they buy from somebody's manufacturing it and somebody's emitting it. So carbon emission is there now. So the figure which came, I still have to prove, I didn't say earlier, but now I can say 2/3 of the carbon emission worldwide is in the hand of procurement people. If they are smart at home procurement also, office procurement also, everywhere, if we are careful, maybe we can cut down. You're very important people.
Well, that's interesting to know. What process we may take for disposal of IT hardware? It is a burning issue in the world.
I know when we were doing in the US, I had to take it out, I had to pay money to recycle it. And what they were doing, they were dumping and developing it. So now the concept is coming around, guys. Can we have parts which can be recycled? Instead of going as a hard material into the landfill and then spoiling the water, all the things around. So a lot of research are going around, but still we have a long way to go.
Thank you, Mr. Batra. It was very interesting presentation that we heard. Over to the next presenter. So our next session is about stock taking of green procurement in India. India in current GDP of about 3.53 trillion US dollar and procurement spend of $700 billion is a key player in green procurement arena. Even though per capita carbon emission of India is currently low, it may increase with the level of development. India has committed an action plan in this direction during COP26. Let us hear more about what is happening in India on green procurement in current session from Mr. Sanjay Kumar, President, Board of Trustee of Asia Pacific Roundtable on Sustainable Consumer Consumption and Production. Mr. Sanjay Kumar has over 2 decades of governance and leadership experience in public procurement, public policy, procurement, supply chain, and environmental and social sustainability. He has an extensive experience working with governments, NGO, academia, and multi agency towards embedding sustainability in end-to-end procurement and has been one of the leading voice from the region advocating the growth of sustainable procurement movement in India. He is currently president of Board of Trustees of Asia Pacific Roundtable for Sustainable Consumption and Production and serves in advisory capacity on Strategy Advisory Committee of Sustainable Purchasing Leader Council based in USA. He is also voice of sustainable procurement in health sector, nominated by interagency task team of 10 United Nations agencies. His recent publication as co-author includes second edition of UNEP's Sustainable Public Procurement Guidelines and UNEP's policy brief driving sustainable throughout public procurement of infrastructure both in 2021. His upcoming title, Understanding Sustainable Public Procurement Reflection from the India and the World, is a first comprehensive book on sustainable public procurement, providing in-depth analysis on origin, nature, and reality of implementation of sustainable purchasing. As a presenter of this session, I will now turn the session over to Mr. Kumar to begin.
Thank you, Paul. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir, you're very clear. Thank you.
Yes. Ma'am, I'm not able to share my screen. Could you share it from your end?
So we can see your presentation on the screen now.
Great, great. Okay, okay. So thank you very much for to the ISM and the organizer, for giving me the opportunity to speak in this session. So I think many of the things which I'm going to speak today has already been spoken by Mr. Bhatta and my previous speakers. So anyway, I will try to cover up and try to see that there is no repetition. Yeah, but I'm not able to move the screen, ma'am. Can you, move the screen, slide from your end? Yeah. So thank you. As a consumer, we all have an important role to play, whether you are an individual consumer or whether it's a government, because whatever decision you make at the time of procurement or selecting a product, it has an impact on upstream and downstream supply chain, right? Starting with the tier two supplier to the raw material suppliers, to the manufacturing, how the product is going to be manufactured, how the product is going to be transported and distributed, and finally it is taken to the stored and consumed by the consumers, and finally how it is disposed. That will determine whether it is going to the landfill or whether it's going to the incineration, and depending on your disposal, it will have the different environmental impact. Next slide, please. And government is a big consumers globally, right? If you consider OECD countries, they consume roughly about, they procure roughly about 15 to 20% of the GDP. In India, it is estimated that we procure roughly about 20 to 25% of the GDP. In some other countries, much more, right? So, so in normal traditional procurement system, what we do is we consider only the economic impact, right? You consider quality, you consider delivery time, you consider small businesses and so on, right? But when you start considering environmental impacts of the product which you are buying, right, as was spoken earlier, resource efficiency. You are considering the GHG emission while you are deciding your purchasing decision. When you are making a purchasing decision, you are considering the biodiversity, or you are considering waste reduction. How the waste could be minimized while making a procurement decision, right? When you start considering these aspects, then we call green procurement. Basically, the economic impact and environmental impact, if you are combining and taking into account while making a decision, it's a green procurement. But the moment you start considering, the health and safety of the workers, so social issues, working condition, whether the product from where the product is being manufactured, whether the factory owners and the workers over there, they are working in a good condition or not. Are they getting the fair wages? Whether the employee employed by the owners, are they paying the same wages to the women employee and male employee, and so on. So once you start considering those aspects also into your purchasing decision, right, then all three combined together is called sustainable procurement. So, we have moved from traditional procurement to green procurement and sustainable procurement. But if you remember, long back, in many of the countries, even in the India and many parts of the world, uh, taking social aspects into the procurement was very much prevalent, much before the idea of green procurement came into in 1990s or 2000, right? But say, for example, giving consideration to the SMEs in India, buying from the small and medium enterprises. It is there in the legislation since 1951 in the India. Similarly, in the other parts of the world, in UK, I think they have a legislation for giving preferences way back in 18 or 19th century. So social procurement was very much there, right? But when the new economic theory started coming in, and they started focusing only on the competition and competition and value for money only in terms of money, not in terms of what the society get benefited, what the environment get benefited. No, then the concept of came only focusing on the price. Price became the primary criteria for decision making, and then all those social legislation, which was earlier prevalent, those were in fact condemned, right? But now again, the world is recognizing the importance of giving value to the social value, equity, inclusivity, and so on, diversity. So again, those things are coming into the procurement decision and the discourse of procurement. Next slide, please. So, what are the key rationale for adopting SPP in India, right? As I said, like procurement constitute a major part of the government expenditure, right? It's estimated between 20 to 25% of the GDP. So it's roughly about more than $500 billion. So this is a substantial amount. If a government, any government, not only India, any government is spending so much of money, why can't this be used to achieve strategic goals? What are the strategic goals of India? We want to be raise the quality of life of the people. We want to achieve SDGs. We have committed to the Paris climate change deal. So can we achieve those goals using the procurement money which we are already spending on buying products, works, and services? The second rationale is the humanity in the entire world, including in India. We are facing triple planetary crisis. One is climate change, second is biodiversity loss, and the third is pollution for all kinds. You name it, right? And many of the times we spend much more money on, due to the impact of the pollution than on the, preventing that pollution. Say, for example, on health, India has spent roughly about 2 to 2.5% of the GDP, right? But on health issue, right, the people spend much more than 5 to 6% of the GDP on once the somebody gets some kind of disease due to air pollution impact and so on. Third is increasing consumption demand. The people in India must know that during the last 30 years, India has grown tremendously, phenomenal, 7% per annum, which is very good for the big economy like India. But it has an impact also. It has an impact on us. It has seen that our population is growing, which was growing much earlier also, but our population is growing. As a result, consumption is growing. More and more people are shifting from rural areas to urban areas. Once the people are shifting from rural areas to urban area, then demand for the resources naturally, get exponentially high, right? More demand for the school, more demand for the hospitals, more demand for the roads, more demand for the metros, and so on. Name it. And the third thing is people have disposable income. So the size of middle class population, in India is increasing tremendously, right? And it is estimated that by 2050, Indian middle class will constitute roughly about 30% of the total overall middle class population of the world. So just imagine all these three: population, urbanization, and this middle class. All these are leading to high demand for the resources. High demand for the products. Right? So when you need a more products, you definitely need the resources. But where are the resources? Resources are limited, right? You don't have the resources. You have, Mr. Batra mentioned, you have only one planet, and I think everybody will agree to that, right? And there is a rising commodity price. If you look at the 100 years old data of the commodity price, it has been rising, right? And the country like India, which is dependent on the import for the commodity, meeting the demands of the consumption, it's not a good sign, right? So we want to raise the living standard of our people, right? But at the same time, we need to see that how do we achieve, you know, climate change goal? How do we achieve, minimize the diversity loss? How can we control the pollution, which is coming in the all forms? I think many of you must be have read in a newspaper several times. It has come in 2018, 2019. In the top world populated polluted cities, top 20, India is roughly about 15 to 14 cities are from the India. Right? So just imagine what are the challenges we have. Next slide, please. Okay, so as I said, like government understand these challenges, and as a result, their procurement reform has been going on. It's a constant process, and it has been going on. So, if you look at the sustainable public procurement framework in India, many things has happened. You have social legislation, socio-economic policy on the left side. Then you have some of the things are coming from the constitution itself. Then you have a law. You have a other provisions. Then you have environmental policies, right? So if you remember, in the very beginning, the madam said that when you are looking at the procurement, right, you need not look only at the procurement legislation, right? You can draw many of the things from the secondary legislation, which are coming from the socio-economic policy, which are coming from the environmental policies, right? And in India, we have a challenge that how do we, our legislation, procurement legislation, socio-economic legislation, environmental policy legislation, they don't speak with each other, right? So one of the our that is our challenge, and government is trying to address that challenge as well. So next. So let's see, like it's a more than a decade journey of India journey on sustainable public procurement. So in sometime in 2009, 2011, we started talking about the sustainable public procurement. At that point of time, it was only green public procurement, and awareness workshops were organized during this period, right? And in 2012, as a part of the Prime Minister what is Committee on Climate Change, right? A committee was constituted, right, to frame a guidelines on GPP at a national level, right? And that the Ministry of Environment and Forest, Climate Change, that they gave the project to the CII to facilitate the discussion, and that was headed by Mr. Arun Maria, secretary, not secretary, one of the member of the planning commission, who is ex-officer secretary as well. And we, at that point of time, fortunately, I was also there in the committee, and we recommended to have a legislation on green public procurement, right? But our recommendation, was not considered, and somehow, it got lost in the among the files in the ministries. Then again in 2014 and 15, UNEP is again, they had a project on SPPEL, Sustainable Public Procurement and Eco-Labeling. So at that point of time also, India tried to join the project, right? And initially we joined the project also in the beginning, but after the first meeting, the government decided not to go ahead with the project, and the project was abandoned. So the second opportunity at the national level was lost again. And the third, in 2017, the government of India has formed a task force on SPP. One of the mandate of the task force is to come with the draft national policy action plan, right, on how to implement SPP on a pan-India basis. Right? And in fact, there are other two mandates as well, but this is one is the important one. And the task force, since 2017-18, they have been working on it, but recently also, few months back, we had a meeting of the task force in which two items were considered, air conditioning and paper, right? But still there is a lack of consensus, and we are trying to build a consensus on that, and probably some development we will hear in near future. And in 2019-20 again, again EUCHASIA is a one of the funding agencies, and they signed a project with Indian Railway on developing a guidelines on sustainable public procurement, and that project has been completed, right? And some work is going on there as well. Next slide, please. So we have seen, the things are it's not static, but it is moving and moving in the right direction, right? And today, if you move around in the public sectors, many things are happening, right? Some of the people, agencies, they are buying recycled papers. Say, for example, Indian Railway has been buying recycled papers since 2013. BEE, there are certain products, which governments are mandated to buy as per the 3 of 5-star above BE Energy Star level. So that most of the government agency, they have been buying as per that legislation. And the LED success story, I think many people must be aware of the Ujala project of Government of India. This is a very good example of how the power procurement could be used to bring down the at the same time, bring many benefits in terms of GHG emissions, in terms of creating employment, income, in terms of creating good local economy, in terms of creating reduction in power saving money. So it's a very good example. As I said, like again, BEE Energy Star Living has been buying. Use of LCC is one of the concepts which we discussed. Life cycle costing, that is being used in the railways as well, and DMRC in one of the projects they use it for the roughly about $500 million project. So LCC concept has been also going on. People in the railway and in some other industries, they have been buying geo-laid content paints, right? Then many of the people, government agency as well as the private, companies, they have been buying EPEAT certified computers, right? EPEAT is a type 1 eco level developed by the Green Electronic Council, which is used widely in roughly around 42 countries, and India is one of them. Again, EESL have been buying electric vehicles for the use by the government in different ministries. Then you have example of many of the states in highway and NHAI, they have been using plastic waste in road construction as a substitute of bitumen. Then again, we have a regulation also, and many of the governments are already using is CND waste, that is construction and demolition waste in road and building construction. That is how do you reuse the material and promote the circular economy. Then LEED and GRIHA and IGBC are creating, especially for the building and institutional products, institutional building, residential and institutional buildings. And, the growth of LED and GRIHA and IGBC, if you see, is tremendous, right? People have been using the buyback clauses in their tenders, and one of the question was in the previous session was, what can we do of the IT products? So I will suggest use the buyback clause in your purchasing decision. Then the responsibilities shift not from you to the one who is supplying the member, and the government already has a legislation on that. That all the major buyer they need, all the major producers they need to have the recycling mechanism. So you kindly use it. Next slide, please. Yeah. So what is happening in the private sectors? As it was mentioned, many of the companies and big names, right? If you go to their websites, they have a one or two pages write up on the green public procurement, sustainable public procurement, CSI, and all. But we don't. I don't. I at least I could not find the details. And when I speak to them, neither they give the details. So I don't have idea like what is happening inside, right? But I do believe that they are also responsible as the government, and many of the businesses they are committed to the carbon neutral and net zero goals. They have a target of 2050, 2040, and 2070s. And as it was spoken by Mr. Bhatta, flagged by Mr. Bhatta, GAG emissions, right? Most of the emissions in the business and the government is coming from the supply chain, right? Scope 3 emissions, which constitute more than 60%. And depending on the industry type, or which industry is there, it goes up to 90%, right? So no business, no government can achieve net zero or carbon neutrality goals unless they address the supply chain. And no one is better to address that issue than the procurement people and procurement function. So procurement people kindly rise to the occasion and grab this opportunity. Next. Yeah, so if you talk me or what is happening, give me one page status of SPP in India, what is happening, right? So I try to apply the maps, maps is a methodology developed by OECD, World Bank, and so on, which measures the, and they have a supplementary model on sustainable public procurement. So I try to apply that model into the, based on my understanding of what is happening in India. I try to apply, and the MAPS methodology basically it measures in four pillars. Like pillar one is legal framework, whether the legal framework supports sustainable public procurement or not. Then institutions and tools, whether the tools are available. Third is operation market, and fourth is accounting, transparency, and blah blah blah. So I try to again, as I said, based on my general, I try to apply. In many of the areas we have some progress, but we have a lot to do, right? And in many of the areas we have not made any progress at all. So there again we have a lot more to do, right? So next please, next slide please. Okay, so what is a strategy for India? In one slide, like, so, I advocate 10 things, 10 things which India need to do at the moment, right? And the first loop which you see, right, is a generic in nature, like decentralized approach, data-driven strategy, collaboration, professionalization, and enabling framework. And the second loop, which says establishing cross-linkage, EPI and procurement, matchmaking JED and JEM. Uh, JED and JEM has been copied together, sorry for that. Rebooting EcoMart. So these are specific to India, right? So let us discuss one by one, and then I will close my presentation. So decentralized approach. Why do we need decentralized approach? Because till now, all implementation effort has been focused at the national level. But today we know that the states government, they spend much more money on public procurement as compared to the national government, right? So their power of procurement is, much more than the central government put together, right? So we need to reach out at the, the municipality. We need to reach out to the state government who are, some of the state government are doing wonderful. For example, Punjab has come up with a legislation in which they talk about the sustainable procurement. So what better could be, to approach the Punjab government and, guide them in implementing the sustainable public procurement, right? So decentralized approach. Reach out to the municipalities. There are many municipalities which are big enough and much more than the states and many ministries, right? So why can't they be the, champion of the sustainable public procurement in India? So apply that. Second is data-driven strategy. We are very lack of data. If you ask how much we spend on each project, the government of India level, we don't have any data, right? So we need to have data. Unless we have a data, we will not be able to figure out which area we need to focus on, right? Because once you have a data, then you will have a materiality impact of the product or services or works that we are buying. How much is impact? Then you will be able to figure out, where are the impacts, where are the hot spots, and then only we will be able to focus on the hot spots. Third is collaboration. Sustainable public procurement, it's a multidisciplinary subject, right? Any procurement professional, if they want to say that, yeah, I want to do it on my own, he or she will not be able to do it. And same thing is true for, environmental guys or sustainability guys dealing in the, environment or social sectors. They can't do it alone, right? So we need to work together, right? And we not only need to work together at the, horizontal level. I mean, within the department in a horizontal level, but we also need to work collaboratively at the vertical levels. As I said, 60 more than 60 to 70% scope 3 emission is coming from the supply chain, right? So if you want to address any sustainability issues in the supply chain, you cannot achieve any result without collaborating with the vendors, because they are the ones, your whole sustainability impact is coming from them. So unless you work with them, sit down with them and decide, okay, this is what I'm going to do to reduce the sustainability impact or reduce the GHG emission, you won't be able to achieve any result. So collaboration is the key. And fourth is professionalization. Professionalize, because you're not going to get, the ideal condition, especially government in the near future, right? So if you want to sit down and okay, enabling framework doesn't provide for it, then probably you're not able to make much difference, right? So if you want to achieve that, because it depends on the procurement professional how he or she is able to identify the opportunity in any procurement decision. Say you're buying for a computer for your organization. Do you see some opportunity in reducing, some impacts, environmental impacts, right? So depending on the, his or her knowledge about the products to impact, he or she will be able to, use that opportunity. So, and opportunity exists not only at the, at the need identification stage, but it is there at all procurement cycles, right? So unless you professionalize the procurement professionals, right, he or she will not be able to find out the opportunity, right? And if they are not able to find out the opportunity to reduce the sustainability impact, they will not be able to make any difference, right? So professionalize the procurement function. And obviously, it has been said by many, and in fact, it is very important, especially for the, people working in the public sector, because unless you have an enabling framework, right, you cannot have it. You cannot do the sustainable procurement. You cannot be able to incorporate in all the procurement decisions. But having said that, just having an enabling framework will not lead you to any success, right? As we have seen in India and many parts of the world, in 2017 we came up with the GFI and we came up with the manuals which provide, it's not very, I will say that very strong on the sustainability that you need to incorporate sustainability, but it provides, some leeway to procurement professional to use sustainability criteria in the procurement decision. But nothing is happening. I have not seen happening just based on the manual, right? So enabling framework is okay, but you need to provide them the tools, right? You need to provide them the opportunity, how to, apply those criteria and what criteria to be used for the different items, and what tools are available to make their job simpler, right? So those are things. And secondly, I'm coming to the India specific point, establish cross linkages. What I wanted to say here is, like, as I said, our secondary legislation and our procurement legislation, it doesn't talk to each other. We need to make them talk to each other. That will help, procurement guys and use, secondary legislation for the purpose. And third is EPR, extended producer responsibility in procurement. Use this concept. This is a very good concept, right? So when you take the problem at the design stage, right? Then the manufacturer of the product, he or she is, they know that this product is going to come back to them after certain years of usage. So they take necessary, precautions in such a way that it uses less resources, it uses less energy, it uses it does not and matching with the gem. Good program like geo effect and geodefect and gem platform. So how can we uh, make them enabler for one each other? Because once you start specifying criteria in the gem that the vendor should be available on the jet platform, right? Or they should have minimum silver. uh, they have a grading, so minimum silver, gold, platinum, and so on. So they can put some criteria over there. Then rebooking eco mark, as I said, we need a tool, right? So start working on the eco mark. Our eco mark has been a failure. We started in 1991, but we hardly have any product for which there are several
Sir,
manufacturers
sorry
which can
to
meet
interrupt you in between.
that.
We are running out of time, sir. We would like you to wrap up your session. We am extremely sorry for this request, sir, and
No,
interruption.
ma'am, this is the last slide. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir.
This is the last slide.
Okay, sir, continue.
Next slide. Thank you. And we are organization based in Bangkok. This is a 25-year-old organization. We promote sustainable consumption and production in the Asia Pacific region. And sustainable production and consumption, sustainable procurement is one of the elements of sustainable consumption production. So we are having our 25th, we call our flagship event, which is we held in Bangkok from 21st to 23rd of November. And I invite all of you to join the event. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir, for letting us know. Since we are not left with much time, the questions that are visible on the screen, I will just take one or two of them, and then we can we'll have a tea break. So the question number one is, what are motivating factors to shift from normal public procurement to sustainable public procurement as well as green public procurement? Is this a development aspect or a political driven process?
I think the rationale for adopting sustainable or green public procurement is very much clear, right? You have a problem as we discussed in the very first slide, right? That we spend money, a lot of money. So why can't we use that money for achieving our strategic goals? What are the strategic goals? We want to achieve SDGs. We want to achieve Paris climate change goals. We want to decrease the inequality in the society. We want to increase the employment opportunity. So if we can achieve those objectives at the same time while delivering the material, so what is wrong in that? And this is a necessity. This in a necessity in the sense, as we discuss, more than 60% of impact is coming from the supply chain, right? So unless you incorporate, GHG emission into the buying decision, you will not be able to achieve climate neutral goals, sir. And you must be aware that India has declared to become net zero by 2070, right? So we are working on the how to achieve those goals by 2070. But this is one of the instrument to achieve those. I'm not saying that this is the only instrument, but this is one of the instrument. And since we are facing globally, we are facing challenge of scarcity of resources, scarcity of the commodity, rising commodity price. So how are we going to manage? We have only one planet. We cannot, and we do not have a liberty. You look at European countries and North American countries. They develop, during the industrial revolution, and for resources they went to Asia, they went to Africa, they went to any other countries, name it, right? But we don't have a luxury. Can we go to the America, or can we go to the Africa and bring the resources from there, and control them and get all the resources? We can't, right? So only option is to use resources widely. How can we do it? This is one of the options. It provides you the options, right?
Thank you, sir.
And on the next question, I don't say that it is a political driving process. It is a developmental process, sir, right? Because here, what we are trying to address is we are trying to address our development challenges. This is the challenges, right? Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And thank you, sir, for today's session. Ladies and gentlemen, now we'll break for tea break. A short tea break. We'll be back by 4:05. Thank you so much. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Not taking much time, we'll start the next session. Once again, the trajectory of adoption of green procurement has been very different in private and public sector, as well as different economics around the world. However, we can learn a lot from each other. In current session, we have brought together experts from public and private sectors, in addition to MBDs and academia, to discuss this important topic of driving sustainable procurement. The panel discussion will be moderated by Dr. Sandeep Namlekar, Professor, Chetna's Institute of Management and Research. A brief introduction to Sir. A senior management professional, Mr. Namlekar is a graduate in engineering and doctorate of philosophy in supply chain management. He is a life fellow member of Indian Institute of Material Management and fellow of the Institute of Engineers India. As a speaker, he has conducted around 4,850 hours of session at a management forums, conference, and association for entrepreneurs and professionals and institutes for post-graduation in management. He has worked for the leading groups of Indian industries like Tata, Aditya Birla, Jindal, etc., as well as he has worked for multinational group. In most of these organizations, he has played leadership role in supply chain management. In such role, he has guided team managing the supply chain function for multi products, multi process, and multi location scenarios during entire life cycle of the product or services. Further, as a managing trustee, he runs Deep Acharan Charitable Trust. Over to you, sir, to begin the session.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Payal, for the warm introduction and the kind words. Let me now introduce our esteemed panelists, starting with Lisbeth Kazer. Lisbeth is Lead Public Procurement and Sustainable Infrastructure Policy and Coordinator of the NBI Global Resource Center with IISD's Economic Law and Policy Program. Lisbeth also worked extensively with European Commission, Inter-American Development Bank, the World Bank, and the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, that is OECD, on policy frameworks and business case for sustainable infrastructure. Lisbeth has an academic background in political science and law. Lisbeth, welcome on the panel. Our next panelist is Barbara Zukowska. She works as a senior procurement specialist at World Bank Office, Kyiv, Ukraine. She oversees procurement and contracting under World Bank finance projects in Ukraine and Poland worth over $3 billion in various sectors such as energy, water, transport, health, railway, and agriculture. She led technical assistance project on green public procurement GPP in Ukraine, supporting the Ministry of Economic in development of GPP implementation methodology. In Poland, she co-leads an advisory services project on the state purchasing strategy, focusing on the professionalism of procurement professionals, GPP, and SMEs. Barbara, welcome on the panel. Next panelist, Piyush Bhartiya, is a veteran leader in procurement. Piyush has vast experience in managing complex procurement domains, deeper insights on managing sustainable procurement. Piyush currently leads Schneider India procurement based out of India. Piyush, welcome on the panel. Next panelist, Rajesh Bogavalli, is a seasoned supply chain professional. over 25 years of extensive experience in end-to-end supply chain management in areas such as materials management, demand and supply management, strategic purchase, production, quality assurance, warehousing, and logistics. Rajesh specializes in formulating demand planning strategies, production planning, inventory monitoring models for complex supply chain situations, and strategic procurement. Currently associated with EPL Limited, formerly known as SL Power Pack Limited, as Senior Vice President Supply Chain Global. Rajesh, welcome on the panel. This I was looking at the newspapers last week, and there was some reporting from Unilever CEO Alan Joe. He was talking about that estimated disruption caused by rising temperatures will cost 1.3 trillion US dollars by 2026 and likely results in 80 million jobs. That's what he was talking about. Cost of inaction against climate change higher than cost of action. And when we talk about sustainable procurement, what comes to our mind is a process whereby organizations meet their needs for goods, services, and works and utilities in a way that achieves value for money on life cycle basis while addressing equity principles for sustainable development, therefore benefiting societies and the environment across time and geography. And as well, even in the previous session, I was hearing to the triple bottom line is an accounting framework with three parts which comes into play, that is social, economic, environmental, or ecological. Though sustainable procurement is a vast area, looking at the time constraints and maybe some of the aspects have already been talked about, we are going to focus this particular panel discussion on green procurement. And therefore, I will just seek the opening remarks by the panelists. First, Lisbeth, it's your turn.
Thank you so much for the kind introduction, and thanks so much to the organizers for having me here. It's a privilege to be part of this dialogue, and I could listen in to the last bits of the last session where I heard already very encouraging examples and ways moving forward with sustainable and green public procurement. So I'll definitely keep it short for opening remarks. But my main message really here is that today we cannot afford to not look into and implement green and sustainable public procurement, exactly because of the costs of inaction that you just mentioned, Sandeep. They're incredibly high, and they're becoming higher with the day. We see the impacts of climate change all around us, and not incorporating the risk of climate change into, in particular, the procurement of infrastructure, we will see the costs becoming higher day by day. So we really have to embed that looking at climate risk into our infrastructure planning, procurement, and financing pieces. At the same time, there is also an enormous need for infrastructure, energy infrastructure, transport infrastructure, affordable housing, healthcare facilities are needed, education infrastructure. So on and off, there's many estimates that are circulating, but we see an infrastructure gap of about 4.29 trillion US dollar annually around the globe. Many of the new infrastructure needs to be built. A lot of the old infrastructure needs to be made climate proof. At the same time, we know the infrastructure sector is responsible for almost more than 70% of global greenhouse gas emissions. A lot of that can be traced back to various types of infrastructure. And so we sit with that challenge on how we make that happen. How do we actually deliver on the infrastructure needs, not making climate change worse, and at the same time also looking into maximizing social benefits that come from infrastructure development. And that is really why we need to look at making sure our public procurement processes are steered towards delivering sustainable infrastructure. Not only taking into account the green aspects, which I know is the focus of our discussion here, but also incorporating the social benefits that infrastructure delivers and that are often not brought back to the procurement agencies that initiate the infrastructure procurements, but that are certainly important for governments to consider. If we invest in sustainable infrastructure, we are saving costs elsewhere. And it is incredibly important to be able to meet citizens' needs and to be able to keep procuring based on a value for money principle. Thank you.
Barbara, your opening remarks, please.
Thank you very much. Welcome, everybody, and greetings from Poland. I work for the World Bank office in Ukraine, but due to the war, we are now working outside of Ukraine, and I am now temporarily based in my home country, Poland. Actually, last week we had a big public procurement conference in Albania for our region, Europe and Central Asia, where we gathered all government public procurement officials, and it was so clear that all countries in our region advance on green public procurement agenda, on sustainable public procurement agenda, and it is a clear priority for all of them. At the same time, they are at different stages of advancement, and some countries are at the initial stage. Some of them are more advanced, like Poland, which is an EU member country, and have aligned all the public procurement law with European Union directives, which clearly puts sustainable public procurement as a strategic public procurement function, including clear professionalization agenda for public procurement officials, which is called Procure-Comp EU competency framework, which includes, among other 30 different competencies, sustainable public procurement as a separate competency. So it is clearly a priority going forward for all public procurement professionals. And I'm very happy to be on this panel and share some country experiences, how the World Bank supported government of Ukraine and also Polish government in further advancement of green public procurement. Thank you very much.
Piyush, your opening comments.
Okay, first of all, thank you for having me on this panel. It's my real privilege to share some thoughts on sustainability topic today. I represent Schneider Electric as Vice President for Procurement in India. I think Sandeep, you talked about sustainability, and I would like to define sustainability. I think sustainability can be clearly defined as fulfilling the needs of current generations, without compromising needs of future generations. And we talked about three elements, which is economic growth, environmental care, and social well-being. So these three are, I would say, important pillars against which the sustainability can be divided and multiple actions can be, worked upon. And you also talked, Sandeep, about the temperature rise. So there are various studies which are done according to various reports done by UN. It is anticipated that global warming will most likely to impact, 1.5 degree in near future. And you can really imagine the impact of such temperature increases, can be manifold and disastrous, like, melting of glaciers or disappearance of animals and plant species, forest fires, droughts, and many of them actually currently we are witnessing. So this topic for sure is of utmost importance. And, many companies are pledged during various summits and meetings. So do Schneider. I would be very happy to share some of the initiatives, what we are doing in this domain. But, I'm really happy to be part of this panel and looking forward for very good discussion today. Thank you.
Thank you, Piyush. Rajesh, your opening comments.
Yeah, thank you, Sandeep. Thank you very much for inviting me to be a part of this procurement panel discussion. I'm really honored to share our experiences in terms of how we in private enterprises are making a journey towards procurement or sustainable procurement. Like what rightly pointed out earlier, that this is really a good forum where the public procurement professionals and the private procurement professionals, how we can come together to exchange ideas of how we are seeing our markets or how we are seeing our areas, and how we as procurement professionals, being in the driver's seat for any organization, be it public or private, we are one of the key enablers for driving this sustainable agenda, right? As what you have, one point what I want to make here is that, as what you have rightly said, comments from Alan Yo in regards to the cost of inaction compared to the cost of taking actions. One thing what we can see clearly nowadays is that there is a lot of awareness which is growing across people, not only in public space but also in private space. Being a procurement professional, I can witness the way things are changing across the globe in terms of how everyone is taking seriously the sustainable initiatives, right? I'll be honest with you, a few years back, all this sustainable talk was really a talk. Everyone used to speak at big forums and conferences. Honestly, when we go back and want to do business with a lot of the private industries, the people in the procurement will always used to say, oh, that is good, but tell me how is it going to benefit me, whether I get any cost reductions, or those kind of discussions used to take place. And unfortunately, we could never used to go ahead in that. But one visible change what we are seeing in the last few years is that yes, everyone is becoming very serious, probably because number one, all the heads of global companies have taken a pledge on sustainability, be it in reduction of energy consumption, be it in achieving carbon neutrality, be it in reducing plastic waste or plastic consumption. So I think those top statements are now slowly being coming down at an operating level, and we can see more serious discussions happening on how together we, along with the customer and the vendor, together we can make the world a better place to live. Unlike in the past, it was your agenda, it was my agenda, but now at least we see a lot of collaboration happening with our customers, and this is really a good sign, which we see will help the world going ahead. But yes, of course, there are also certain challenges, like how do you define sustainability? And there is no clear answer like this is the way to go in sustainability, right? There is a lot of thought process, evolution, a lot of debate happening, which is the right way to grow in sustainability. And I can share some areas, like be in the plastic industry or in the packaging industry. We also see different rules of sustainability coming from different countries, different companies. So I think this is still a very nascent area. Everyone is trying to figure out what is the best way to achieve this sustainability. And I'm sure going ahead, this thing will catch up, and then there will be some firm rules of the game, or there will be some firm path where everyone can see, okay, this is the way in which we need to achieve the sustainability. I think with this opening remark, I will thank everyone for giving me an opportunity to discuss on this.
Thank you, Rajesh. Policies, principles, and pledge are the good prerequisites. But as we go ahead, Elizabeth, can you please share some examples of the work done by you for successful implementation of green public procurement? Elizabeth.
Thank you. Yeah, there's actually plenty of examples, I think, across the world that we have seen in the past. I've been working in this space about 8 years now, and I think I would fully agree with what Rajesh just mentioned before, that this space has really moved from talking about should we really do this to how are we going to do this, and how are we going to make it happen. And so I just went I'm just going to mention a few examples, but fully aware that there are many more. early in my work at ISD, I worked quite a bit with Latin American countries on using procurement as a strategic tool for government implementations plans. Very interesting work done in Paraguay, where policies to combat rural poverty were very much connected to empowering family agriculture. And so the government put in place a program to empower family farmers through public procurement processes, and ensuring that they could actually participate in public bids. And some of the elements that were really important there is that the government put quite a lot of effort in making clear connections between the policies that were there on combating rural poverty and the role of family agriculture, then moved on to capacity building, but not only of public procurers in cities and regions, but also of the suppliers, of the farmers groups, and actually working with them to increase an understanding of what it means to contract with governments. And so that element of building capacity, not only in the side of public procurers, but also suppliers, I think is really key in making that change towards strategic public procurement. So that's one example. We've seen other examples in that region where procurement was used to make sure that the more marginalized groups in society were economically empowered through government contracts. Lots of contracting with SMEs in the Dominican Republic, in Chile. And the way that was done in the procurement process was also to put clear performance indicators in place on making sure that those groups were actually incorporated in the procurement process. So that's one of the Latin American region. At the same time, we've done a lot of work at ISD on green public procurement in Bhutan, for example, where we worked quite a bit on the technical aspects of things, of different goods and services, and developing technical specifications on what it means to procure particular sets of goods and services. And that, I think, leads us to a discussion that we need to have on what do we mean when we say sustainable. And what's really important is that we need to leave sufficient discretion to countries to be able to define that based on the priorities and the needs that they have, and also based on the available knowledge and the best available technologies to actually reduce environmental footprints of goods and services. And it's very much connected to what the market is able to deliver today and what the market will be able to deliver tomorrow. So we had lots of those conversations in the context of green procurement in Bhutan as well. And the last example, or perhaps two that I'll quickly put on the table here, is that there's a lot of work done around what we call performance-based procurement in South Africa, where again, there was a lot of conversation, a lot of thought leadership coming from including minority groups through performance-based procurement into the procurement of a lot of services for public buildings, cleaning services, and making sure that those groups were represented and empowered. And what's especially important with those procurements is that we monitor the impact very well, and that the evidence that comes out of those procurements are also widely shared and actually communicated to the wider public. And the last example, I think, particularly in the area of green public procurement, comes, I think, from the European Union at large. Many, as Barbara has been mentioning before, the EU directive is a good instrument for many countries to scale up the use of green procurement. But there have also been a wealth of tools developed in European countries, one of which we're currently working with is something called the CO2 Performance Ladder. This is an instrument that was developed in the Netherlands, has been used in Belgium, and is now being piloted outside of those two countries to incentivize bidders to reduce their CO2 footprint in their supply chain, And they are being ranked then at different levels, literally of a CO2 ladder. And it's not only a carbon management tool for suppliers, it is also a procurement tool for procurement agencies. And what the tool allows them to do is basically shed light and provide some transparency on how far suppliers are in their CO2 management. And they can basically award, based on a points-based system, through the award procedure, they can award an advantage to the suppliers that are higher ranked on the ladder. So again, there's a wealth of examples out there, but I just wanted to mention these few ones, but happy to take questions. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Lisbeth, for the example, probably covering various parts of this world. Coming to Barbara, my next question is, what are the World Bank's policies for promoting green public procurement in its client countries? Barbara.
Thank you very much. I could echo Elizabeth Dutch and refer to the Dutch experience, because even for other EU member states, the Netherlands seems to be indeed the most advanced in use of various sophisticated tools to green infrastructure projects, and they have a special agency that for past 15 years have been working on greening of big infrastructure projects. So from the World Bank side, we are one of the biggest, largest developmental banks to finance climate-related operations, and also through our environmental and social safeguards framework, we ensure that environmental risks are properly managed in our investment project financing. So for every project that we finance in any client country, we require to prepare environmental management plans. So for example, in Poland, we finance flood protection projects along two big rivers, and as part of the environmental management plan, we make sure that the species are protected, that whenever there is a need to cut any tree, there is always a compensatory tree planting in place, that is, protected species are monitored and protected, and that if there is any structure built on the river, there are always in place fish passes for fish to safely pass. So with that, it's a global standard to be followed. And in addition, through our procurement framework, that was a new one developed in 2016, we strongly promote the use of sustainability criteria, including greening. Although we still see that in a lot of developing countries, there is a need for further uptake and further professionalization efforts done to explain benefits of greening, and also remove this perception that green procurement is more costly, because in the past we have been successfully using life cycle costing in our procurement, and also other non-price criteria. Going forward, we will underline importance of use of rated criteria and we expect all basically tenders where the World Bank is financing to use these rated criteria, and focus on sustainable public procurement, including on stronger contract management aspects and very strong market engagement. As part of each project preparation, we request all our client countries to prepare procurement strategies. These procurement strategies have to have a discussion whether there is any potential to use sustainable public procurement practices. So we require all client countries to have this discussion very early, before even actual tender happens, as part of the procurement strategy preparation. It also contains a separate section on market engagement. So we do underline importance of market engagement before any tender is put in place to verify whether there is any uptake and possibility to green some tenders. And we do hope that going forward, we will see more and more green tenders, including separate greening criteria in our World Bank finance projects. At the same time, we also support client countries in their public procurement reform agendas. And last year, we concluded a global desk review of all green public procurement policies and country reform work. It was a global work that was finalized with drafting global pillars framework for implementation of green policies in any countries. These pillars we have piloted in Ukraine, and we will also pilot them in Poland. Basically, the pillars go through all the cycle of the procurement process, starting from the business need, enabling framework, market engagement, the need for professionalization, implementation tools, as well as monitoring, because we see that in terms of green public procurement, monitoring is still very weak in various countries, and it has to be strengthened. And since all the countries nowadays digitize their e-government procurement system, there is a big room to include additional green indicators and better monitor. So I'll stop here, and later on we'll be able to share some specific country examples. Many thanks.
Thank you, Barbara. Now let's move from public sector to the private sector, and let's move from infrastructure to all sort of procurements, right? So my question now to Piyush, what are the key initiatives Schneider supporting sustainability in a big way as a leading company in this drive? Piyush.
Okay, so Schneider is actually an energy management company, and our purpose is to empower all to make most of our energy and resources, bringing progress and sustainability for all. So you would have seen Schneider being very high in, maybe leading company taking pledges and making our commitment to internal and external stakeholders. Uh, we are in energy management business, so sustainability is at our core, and it becomes extremely important. So as a Schneider Electric, we have taken 6 long-term commitments as a company, based on climate, resources, trust, equal opportunities, future generations, and local commitments. So these commitments, have been taken in line with the UN's mission of reducing 1.5 degree. And there are 12 targets which are taken internally. One is definitely to use green revenues. So I think our Schneider expect to, by 2025, our green revenues to go up to 80%. We are doing a lot of carbon saving initiatives in our plant. So we are committing 800 million tons of CO2 emissions to our customer by 2025. We are also working with our supplier partners for reducing the carbon emission. Also, our primary and secondary packaging is free from single-use plastic, and we are using more of a recycled cardboard. We are also working, with increasing gender diversity for hiring frontline managers and leaderships. Also, providing access to energy to 50 million people across the world, and create opportunities for next generation. Under access to energy program, we are also developing a lot of training and competency building with underprivileged people. So this is at a company level as a Schneider as an enterprise. At a procurement level, we have multiple initiatives, I would say, to support the global initiative from Schneider. One of the biggest initiative in environment domain is zero carbon project, and this is a project which we are working with our supply partners. So globally, Schneider has identified, I would say, 1,000 suppliers to work with this program. And in this program, we are working with suppliers to declare their current carbon footprint, and then over a systematic approach of 4 years, reduce the carbon footprint to 50% by year 2025. So this is quite a big project and quite a lot commitment from suppliers on this. Second is, I think we are also working a lot on the circular economy. So, use of green material in our design. So current our products have very less green content, and our idea is to use 50% of our product with the green certification to our customers. So a lot of initiatives in terms of right from design stage, we are working with our engineering to see that our products have green materials. On the circularity, we are also working with sustainable packing. So we have almost more than 160 plants across globe and 28 plants in India. So idea is to use a recycled cardboard and no waste of corrugation. All the plants currently are executing the project of returnable packaging and avoid single use of plastic. We are also working with our supply partners on circular economy. So, the scrap which is generated by our suppliers, for copper scrap or plastic scrap. So we are working with our supply partners to see how do we recycle this with original manufacture of raw material so that there is a circular economy ensured. Then, apart from that, there is a continuous adherence and compliance to regulations. Of course, the REACH, ROCH compliant, conflict mineral materials. So that is by default, I think, compliant. If we are exporting to Europe, US, I think these are mandatory requirements which companies, for sure following. One of the new initiative, I think, towards, I would say, more on social perimeter, we are working is a decent work. So, I'm sure every company follows law of land and minimum wages are followed. But, Schneider has taken a unique project of decent work in which we are trying to work with our strategic suppliers. So 100% of the strategic suppliers would be following decent work practices by 2025. So this is a project recently launched, and we continue to work on that project. Apart from that, there are a lot of projects on social excellence and driving things in a right way. And I would probably, give some examples how we are actually doing it. So we, from procurement, we had our supplier day in which we call our strategic supply partners for giving the messages. So sustainability definitely was a key topic. And when we thought that we are calling our 160 partners and giving them message on sustainability, and we are doing this event face to face, so there is huge carbon emission. So right from international travels of people to domestic travel to people to the consumption of food, what they are doing, entire thing was calculated for carbon emission, and we realized that we are emitting almost 30 metric ton in one event, and this is sustainability event, so we really cannot do it. So either the choice was not to do it or make it carbon neutral. So we committed to make it carbon neutral with our supplier partners. We have planted more than 4,500 trees in 1 week's time. Okay, that was, I would say, quite a great work and Herculean task. Also, many initiatives in terms of food choices, choice of hotel, reduction of temperature of AC, and I mean I would say many tactical measures were taken. So we just don't say it. We want to do it, and we are doing it. So I think sustainability has become part of our core. I can see very clearly, and I agree with what Rajesh was saying earlier. People were talking. Now I can see, personally as a leading procurement professional in my company, everything and anything what we do, the first angle what comes is sustainability. So I think this is extremely important, and I'm sure in times to come it will gain more importance. That's pretty all from my side, Sandeep.
Thank you, Piyush. And now let's move from initiative to the challenges. And I'm coming to Rajesh. What are the main challenges faced by you in green procurement, especially as in the private sector? Because you will always have the pressure of profits, right? So
Yes, yes.
please guide us on
Yeah.
this.
Thank you, Sandeep. I think this journey of sustainable procurement is not easy, right? One, like what you rightly pointed out, there is a huge pressure on cost. Like, how do we ensure that we have a proper procurement in place, which is green, which is not increasing the cost, because we will not be able to pass on the cost to the customers, but still we need to, show to the world that we are doing green. So as part of this, Sandeep, what we have done is that one, we tried to source products and we worked a lot with our research teams on one, how do we, make sure that every product that what we are selling is really green, whether it is really recyclable or whether it can be reusable, right? I think, see, the products what we had initially in the past year, so it's not completely recyclable. So we wanted to give a statement, and we want to give an offering to our customers, saying that yes, look at the products what we are offering, they are completely recyclable and reusable. I think this is a good statement, general statement, where everyone works on this, and we are also in this. But going into this journey, we suddenly realized that because of the increase in awareness of sustainability, there are only few resources across the globe which can make these kind of plastics really recyclable, reusable. And there is again a same challenge, like there is a huge demand for such a very small quantity of products or raw materials. The demand is really huge. So the first challenge what we face is that while we are working on increasing the awareness, sustainability, we are all working with the customers. I'm not able to supply to the levels what the customers want, simply because there is too much demand for a very few critical raw materials which will make these plastics into recyclable, reusable, right? And this is where what we have realized, and luckily we have been working with these vendors for the past 15, 20 years. And we are one of the first people to go to the industry saying that, look, we have products which are completely recyclable, reusable and all. And because of the strong association with these vendors, we are able to, secure these critical raw materials and provide a uninterrupted way of, giving supplies to our customers, whoever is wanting to move to the green products. The second challenge, of course, is again the same thing. In plastics, there are three ways you can make everything green, circular economy we call: reduce, reuse, recycle, right? Now, we embarked on a journey of reuse where we have incorporated, using the circular methodology, where the post-consumer recycles, right? All the plastics thrown away into the oceans, plastics thrown outside on the ground and all. So we are trying to incorporate, the plastic made out of the post-consumer thrown away plastics, convert it into granules and start using into our products. While this is a good idea, we have made good progress. Suddenly we realize that this strategy cannot be 100% right, because we also supply packaging material which go into the food industry, right? Food, oral care industry. So obviously you cannot use recycled plastic thrown away. We don't know, what kind of plastic that is. It can be even chemicals, it can be even pesticides where you are recycling, and you cannot use those plastics into the plastics used for food industry, right? So there are a lot of regulatory challenges where we suddenly realize that you cannot use anything and everything. So there has to be certain rules of how you are going to use and how much quantity you are going to use. And it was a Herculean task to find plastic producers who are using, who are having absolute control on what kind of input waste they can get. Ultimately, we could find some suppliers in the US who were recycling plastic using the milk bottles, like the big milk bottles which are used in the Western world, especially in Americas and Europe. So there are suppliers who collect only milk bottles or food grade bottles. There is a complete chain available where they bring those bottles, they convert it into granules, and then we can start using them into our packaging materials. Of course, we get certain no objection letters from the US FDA to ensure that this is not contaminating the plastic what we are using. But again, the irony here is that we import the material all the way from US to India. We manufacture in India, and again we export to Europe. Now, the question here is, like, going back to the earlier discussion, the amount of carbon footprint, like, Piyush was talking about a simple event where they talked about of so much of, like, equivalent carbon dioxide quantity that you are producing. Now, is it really the right way of going into sustainability? Of course, this is quite debatable. That is what I'm saying. This area is wide open now. It is left to interpretation. It is also left to certain policies by the governments. But we also need to come a real way of what is really sustainable. I mean, while this is a good example, and I mean, of course, this we realize that the cost of the product has increased 4x compared to a normal virgin polymer what I'm using in my packaging. But still, yes, we made the efforts, we got it, we found some customers who are ready to pay for this, and we have a business case. But is it really sustainable in the business model itself is again a question mark. If you compare the carbon footprint used versus the recycling that you are trying to consume the plastic waste around the world is again a question mark. But yes, I think these are some of the different challenges we in the industry are facing, and we cannot escape away saying that no, there are challenges. So we need to find ways and means. We discuss a lot with our customers, like these are the challenges we are looking at. How do you see we all can work together to ensuring that this is a completely, truly recyclable economy? And the other challenge we also see is that while there are policies in place, there are everything in place, we also had to ensure that this is going through the complete chain. So I think one area what we realize is that while people at the top level talk about this, we had to completely relook our procurement policy. What I'm talking is really being practiced inside the company or not. What is the kind of weightage we as a company are giving to vendors who are abiding by all these green procurement processes? How many vendors are actually forming part of the green procurement? So we started to develop metrics within the organization, saying that we have a target of ensuring that at least 80% of the vendors should have commitments or should have clear demonstrable actions which shows that we all are working towards sustainability, and we need to work only with those partners. Having said that, it is not easy, but yes, we have a plan in place. We are making good progress on that. We are working with the various stakeholders on how together we all can work and ensure that we work towards green procurement. Yes, the journey has just started. It's not easy, but yes, I think there is a good discussion. There is a good willingness to collaborate. That is the key word I would like to say. It is a journey which you cannot make by yourself. And we see very good signs of collaboration happening with customers, with vendors, with all the stakeholders. And this is also helping by certain policies at the government level. Like if I can share, European Union has a policy where if you are not using certain percentage of recycled plastics into your products, you are liable to be taxed. I think it's a good policy, but yes, it's not simple. Like what I said, you need to find the right products to use into your plastic so that it is making real meanings to what we are doing. There is this extended producers responsibility in India, which is again a good initiative. I think we have made a good progress on this EPR also in India. And we are seeing such policies coming up in countries like South America and China. Of course, we know when it comes for things in China, it is really a big task. But yes, we are all prepared for this. And I'm sure it is a journey which everyone is going to take through, even though it is difficult, but I think it is the need of the hour.
Thank you, Rajesh. Thank you so much for that detailing. Now, let's look at the challenges from the individual corporate to a broader level. And that's where probably, Lisbeth, you can tell us what are the challenges and opportunities for scaling up GPP, and what are your thoughts on the way forward? Lisbeth, please.
Thank you so much. I think the question on challenges and opportunities comes together. So I'll focus on the opportunity side, or rather what we have seen, I think, across the globe, because a lot of these conversations are actually their country-specific challenges for sure, but across the globe there are what we call the 6 ingredients of sustainable and green public procurement, kind of 6 elements that always come back in success stories. And so those are the 6 I wanna quickly go through here today. One is the legal framework. A legal framework cannot be asking for the lowest price, but it has to embed best value for money across the life cycle of what we are buying. That's essential. The second point, sorry, is capacities and professionalization. we can't look at procurement agencies as being the back office administrative function, but they must be equipped with knowledge, but also skills to engage in a conversation on sustainability and on green public procurement. We can't have a conversation on sustainability just being a burden to procurement agencies, but we have to demonstrate that pursuing unsustainable procurement, that's what brings the risk and that's what brings the costs. And so procurement agencies need to have that professionalization to be able to tackle that. The third thing is knowledge on technical criteria on specific sectoral areas of public spending. It's very hard to just say what is green procurement overall. It depends on whether we are looking at plastics, whether we are looking at cement and steel, or whether we are looking at particular services that are being procured. So sectoral knowledge. The fourth, and that's extremely important, is around budgetary challenges. There is still a wide perception that sustainability and green costs more. And sometimes at the point of purchase, at the point of the capital investment, that is indeed the case. But if we take a life cycle approach, and even better, a total cost of ownership approach that looks into monetizing negative and positive externalities, environmental and social ones, and if we take that into account, some of those budgetary challenges could be tackled with. And for the remainders, we need to have open conversations with different stakeholders around the table. Where are cost savings taking place if we choose to procure sustainably? And how can we approach that in a much more holistic and systemic manner? The fifth one is mindset, culture, political will. A lot of the pushes for sustainable procurement are going to come from policy areas outside of the pure public procurement space. And it's important that we make the connection and that we see how procurement can help deliver some of those other policy challenges and development challenges that are being identified. And the sixth one, it's sharing best practices. It's actually what I think in part is happening here today, that is extremely important. And many stakeholders who we've worked with always indicate that it's extremely useful to be able to be connected to municipalities, cities, other governments that have gone through similar challenges of implementing SPP, and to be able to talk through those experiences. So for the way forward, what I see and what I hope is that a lot of those challenges will be tackled in a way where stakeholders will collaborate to truly make this a reality. Thank you.
Thank you, Lisbeth. Thank you for that those guidelines. Let me go to Barbara now, and let me ask her to share some examples of GPP supported by World Bank, and how important is stakeholder engagement, that is SPP for SPP, Sustainable Procurement Pledge. Barbara, it's your views, please.
Thank you very much. So, following up on the opportunities and challenges, I would like to. There is some echo. I don't know if you can hear the echo. So coming back to the topic, in Ukraine, we helped the government draft implementation methodology for GPP. They have the law in line with the European Union directives, so legal framework seemed to be fully in line with the use of non-price criteria and life cycle costing. However, there was no political will at the high governmental level. So as I mentioned, we ran through all the pillars of good practice pillars, and under the first pillar, making the business case, we realized that there is a need for stronger coordination among line ministries. So we brought together Ministry of Environment and Ministry of Economy in charge of public procurement, and we made them talk together and agree on the strategic focus for GPP in Ukraine. We engaged stakeholders group. There was another area which was missing is proactive stakeholder engagement, and we helped the government create this GPP consultative group that consisted with various representatives of academia, public procurement officials, private sector, and NGOs, and whoever want to become a GPP champion in Ukraine. Under the legal framework, we realized that while the law is fully in line with the EU requirements, there was no implementation guidance, and there was a fear of procuring entities to apply green criteria. They were fearing future audits and controlling bodies questioning why they were picking non-price criteria. So we developed like a legal interpretation ensuring that on the basis of the current law, procuring entities are allowed to use non-price criteria to make sure that there is no fear vis-a-vis various auditing bodies in the country, because this feedback we received during our project. Third pillar, market engagement. We engage the market, and this is another challenge for Ukrainian procuring entities. They are not used to talk to the private sector openly, and we help them develop methodology how to engage the market when discussing potential greening products. And we identified 2 product categories for greening, which was catering services due to big farming opportunities, organic farming in Ukraine, and also construction of building and use of recycled materials. And in the view of future reconstruction, in Ukraine, we believe that this is a great potential for future reconstruction, use of recycled materials. So market engagement was one of the priority area which was new to the government and to procuring entities. But another pillar which we went through and evaluated is professionalization. So we saw that there was no training course on green public procurement. So as part of the project, we developed a curriculum and a course, online course, on green public procurement that had 4 modules, online course, free of charge. And we cooperated with the Kiev School of Economics, which is currently hosting this online course. The key topics is introduction to green public procurement, how to design green public policies, how to engage the market on green public procurement, and how to monitor. These modules take about 10 hours. There are certificates, and anybody interested can take the course, and Kiev School of Economics agreed to host it as part of their professional public procurement courses. So we contributed to the professionalization agenda. And thanks to this project, an implementation methodology was prepared for the government to lead further discussion on all these areas, including GPP monitoring, which was missing in the e-government procurement system. But now, with the help also of other donors, the e-government procurement system called Prozoro is being currently revised also to include some green criteria, green elements for better monitoring. So it is important, just to summarize, that each country make progress on each of these areas gradually as they fit, but it's important that there is a progress in each of these areas made. And in Poland, the World Bank is supporting the government in implementation of the National Purchasing Strategy. It's a new strategy recently approved by the Cabinet of Ministers. And they also, with the focus area on professionalization, green public procurement, and the better access of SMEs to the public procurement market. So these topics seem to be really core strategic topics for many governments around the globe. One aspect which we notice is that sometimes countries focus too much on implementation tools, on developing green criteria, but without thinking about engaging with the private sector and focusing on professionalization. focusing only on implementation tool may not bring the results. And this is what we see in Poland, where a lot of green criteria have been developed based on the European Union criteria, but only in 2% of tenders these criteria have been used actually. So there is a lot of still work to be done. And we are happy also to share the pillar framework which we develop. It is available on our external website. Please just type Green Public Procurement Overview of Green Public Procurement Policies and Practices, and I will be happy also to share the link to this report. Many thanks.
So you are muted. So can you please?
Thank you, Barbara. Actually, we have exhausted most of the time, and the subject is such that we can go on talking, and we have all of us are quite passionate about it, so it can go on. So probably we have to stop here because the time part is almost exhausted. Payal Madan, would you like to read out the question, or you want me to read out the question for the?
So you can go ahead and taking the questions quickly, sir.
Pardon?
So you can take the questions which are there on the chat box.
Okay, so there is one question that and probably Rajesh or Piyush can take it. How can an organization promote green procurement from grassroots level? For example, early suppliers.
Okay, maybe I can take that question. So I think, we talked about green procurement and supplier strategy around green procurement. So at Schneider Electric, I think what we have decided is that, of course, we are working with our current suppliers, and our idea is to, work with them to make them 50% carbon reduction by 2025. But at the same time, we keep awarding a lot of new business to new suppliers. So our one of the supplier selection criteria and the business award criteria has now getting emerged is a sustainability score. So every supplier currently we are measuring based on the sustainability score. The score is actually compounded score based on what carbon they emit, and what are their actions. So if the actions are not satisfactory, even if supplier is competitive, there are discussions that we don't award this business to the supplier who's competitive. So, supplier clearly understands, and, all the new suppliers definitely, when they come to supplier panel, definitely they go through a very exhaustive audit in which the labor and health practices, the sustainability practices, the recirculation practices, the packaging practices are audited, and there is a very high score or heavy weightage in the supplier evaluation. So, we are trying to work in both fronts with the current suppliers, having, giving weightage to them in terms of new business awards and introduction of a new supplier panel who are having good sustainable practices. So I think it's I would say on both the fronts currently actions are on, and if suppliers who are not focusing on sustainability over a period of time, maybe I think 2 to 3 years period of time, they will see clearly decline in business.
Thank you, Rajesh. Thank you very much for that answer. And probably we are at 5:07, so let's close this session. I thank each of the panelists, Lisbeth, Barbara, Rajesh, and Piyush. Thank you so much for your inputs. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank
Bye.
you. Bye.
Thank you so much.
Bye-bye.
Thank you so much. We found this session to be really thoughtful, thought-provoking, and interesting. Now, I would like to invite Mr. Batra for vote of thanks.
Okay, thanks, Payal, for giving this time. Now, let's start. Okay, guys, now we come back to the closing session. And what I plan to cover up in the closing session will be the highlights, few, and then vote of thanks around. And this will be covered by myself and my friend Shankar Lal, who has been the key person supporting this program around, country procurement lead, the World Bank. Because this PPPI was launched, again, I want to communicate that Shankar Lal was a key person to support it, and his team also. So I'll be covering a few points, and then lastly, I'll give the floor to Mr. Shankarlal. See, in this program, if I talk about the highlights, the total number of delegates who were registered is 3,911. It's a good number when I compare up with previous records. The total number of active participants, this number ratio-wise was very good, 2,205. I know this number has been growing. In the morning was less, and then the peak was at the lunchtime, before lunchtime. Participants who are watching through YouTube and other social media is around 95. So number of brochures they have downloaded. We also had a fun games. So some people have tried it. Exact number I don't know, but there is a fun game which we had around where they can check their maturity level, they can check their negotiation style, and they could also check and basic. Yeah, correct. That's the one they look. Selfie also is there around. So they could do all that thing. The next, I would say highlights. If I say the countries from where the participants come from is 150, very exact rounded number. So top 10 country with the highest number of participants. Obviously, India is literally, I would say, 1/3 of that, and the Nigeria is number 2. Bangladesh, Uganda, Kenya, Ghana, Ethiopia, Nepal, Sri Lanka, Afghanistan. So you can see they are the one major, I would say, but the total number is 150 countries, but the top 10 countries are these. Now, when I say the benefits and the purpose, what it served around, certainly first, everybody will get certificate of participation. So you should be getting within this week. If you're not getting it, please come back. This WhatsApp group will remain open and you can come back on that. The certificate of achievement, because whatever topics we have covered around, they covered the very key topics around, whether for public sector, whether for private sector, because I would say the number of participants is 50-50. So the people both can take the benefit around, guys, okay, have you understood the concept of values? What the questions would be there around. Similarly, on the green procurement. So there'll be a bunch of questions around. You will have to appear it. Those who get 60% marks will get the certificate of achievement. But if you want to know more details, how to do it, how to connect, you will have to get in touch with our team. I think Arun Paul is the project coordinator, so he'll be the one. You can contact us. Or you can get back on the WhatsApp group. Everybody, those who have got some certification, global certification, I know you have to earn extra education hours. So this program entitles you to get 7 CEH. So those who want to get CEH, they can ask us. We'll be happy to give. Another thing which I looked around is networking, because the coffee time, lunchtime, whatever you may call, there was a networking time. I think people had chance to make their own friends whom they can share. Obviously, another aspect was knowledge sharing. I would say we had the best speakers around. So they were all from the globally many countries around. So they have shared their best insights, which was useful to many things around. Another thing also I want to touch on this is the feedback form. So which is for us, I would say around. So we also want to get your feedback on this program. Because we want to learn from your feedback, improve upon it. So whatever we've done, good, bad, whatever you want to say, please share with us. So there is a feedback link, I think, which has been already shared with you. If not, you can go on the WhatsApp group and ask for the feedback. Then we come to the vote of thanks around, which is the most crucial to me. I would like to, on behalf of ISM-INDIA and PPPI, I would like to express my gratitude to all the esteemed participants for their presence and contribution to make this conference a success. I've gone through your profile, incense, your title and country. I know you're all well-seasoned professionals in this field. Another special thanks I would say to all the speakers who put their sincere thoughts and spared their time. For some people, the timing was not matching, but still they came up for sharing their insights. Based on the feedback, we could say the feedback some participants have given around, I would say all the speakers did excellently, very well. Sincere thanks also goes to the stakeholders who are basically the prime, I would say, around. The stakeholders are World Bank is the main, Asian Development Bank, EDB, AIB, ITC Geneva, which is a part of the UN. They were the one who launched PPPI 2 years back. So this is the second anniversary. So I would say without this, without the stakeholder, this program won't have been possible around. And I will also thank Payal Madan. Please raise your hand. I think without her support, this won't have been possible. She managed time very effectively, and I think she was very clear. And again, Payal, I salute you for a good job done. Then we had the last one. I would say, any virtual program depends on platform, the virtual conference platform. I know there was some teething problem in the morning. I could see I'm not able to connect this, but finally, I think after 9:30, we were able to see that nobody came with any complaint, but still you had let me know. So this platform was provided by, I would say again, the credit goes to Mr. Abhinav Jain and his team. He runs his own company with Almond Vertex. I think again, Abhinav and your team, I want to thank you for the support around. Thanks to my own team also around, because those who have been working hard. So this was headed by Arun, and he was supported by Ria, Ayushi, other people also around. Then I think I also want to thank our friend in the morning we had around, Mr. Sharmaji, who was behind setting up the PPI. At that time, he was the director, global director of the World Bank. He supported us, and we again look forward to his blessing and support in the futures around. With this, I want to give the floor to Mr. Shankar. Mr. Shankar, the floor is yours.
Shankar. Yeah, thank you, Mr. Batra. Thanks. I think first of all, I want to thank you for organizing this program so successfully, and also congratulate Public Procurement Professional Association of India for completing 2 years and adding around 8,000 members, which is, I think, a big achievement if you see the short time which was available and problems like COVID and other things. I think the topic which was selected for this year conference is very relevant, not just to public sector, but also private sector equally. And also what we saw that they converge on these two issues. I think value-based procurement and green procurement, we are equally concerned and we are equally eager to move forward. So that shows, I think, a very good convergence between private sector procurement and public sector procurement. As you may be aware, World Bank finances the infrastructure projects, but our major objective is also capacity building. And this conference is part of capacity building agenda of the World Bank. So we keep on supporting similar program which are adding value to public procurement function in terms of skill building, knowledge transfer, capacity building. So with these words, I once again thank you, and we look forward to next year's conference, perhaps on the same day, and hopefully we'll have much larger audience. This year we had, I think, 2,200, but next year let us try to achieve much higher number of audience. Thanks once again, and goodbye.
Thank you, Shankarji, for joining us and again encouraging the team and encouraging us also. Well, friends, with this, I want to thank everybody. If you want to leave any questions, anything, any feedback, please share with us. And just please do share your selfie also with us so we can see the person behind it. Yeah. Well, friend, thanks again and enjoy your day.